Hello and welcome back to yet another iteration of the 2025 FGO Servant Class tier lists, and this is now the 5th week in a row, and this time second class of the cavalry classes. We got the casters. And yeah, with me as always, I got some lovely Sbobby co-hosts, so I'll let them introduce themselves right now.
It is me, normal person, Rio Emerald. Normal, not weird. I take two sucks.
Hi, I'm Otto. Otto Bino on YouTube, Otto Bino on Twitch. Yeah, hello.
So yeah, Plushie won't be joining us this week, but he's definitely going to be back on future weeks because he just has some schoolwork and whatnot. But don't worry, apparently Rio has prepared something to make sure we have the essence of Plushie with us later, whatever that means. So stay tuned because I don't know either, honestly. I'm going to mention a few differences compared to last year because not everyone's going to watch every single list. So the main difference is, as you can see, because these lists were getting super long, one way of us cutting down the runtime because they were getting long to the point that it was kind of starting to be super fatigue heavy, we cut the low stars out, so it's only going to be the 4 and the 5 stars. But don't worry, after we covered all the golds of all the classes, including the extras, chances are we're going to do low stars in like 2 lists as well. So if you wanted to see like a low star, you will have to wait a bit longer, but you should be seeing everyone eventually anyway, just so we can, you know, get these lists done and up in a nice orderly fashion, because again, these are all done in one take, one session. And the other main difference to previous years is that we don't really hard assume MP1 anymore for servants that are non-welfare golds. Obviously it would be kind of a realistic scenario because, you know, it's easier to get one copy, but to be honest, a lot of people tend to roll several copies of their favorites anyway. Not saying we're gonna hard assume MP5 or anything like that for like limiteds or something, but yeah, just, you know, just to put that out there, it's not that serious. And also this year, I'm not putting a ton of emphasis into sheets for data this time. I am, however, using a AoE looping sheet just for some AoE numbers, just to get some reference data. And shout out to Opal, JR, and Tabula for making this one in particular. Also, shout out to Bupa for this sheet that I won't be really showing, but I do have these numbers written down. This is a stat sheet for average stats of servants and their rarities inside them. Mostly just to get some attack comparisons going. Again, just to get some comparisons, it's nice. And shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for this beautiful template as always. He's been doing these for so many years now, still a legend. And of course, shout out to my awesome co-hosts of Rio and Otto this time around. Again, everything I just listed, the sheets, my co-host shadows, this template, everything is listed in the description of this video in a nice and neat order. So feel free to click around, explore. And also, speaking of the description, I'm gonna write timestamps of all the servants talked about on this tier list. So if you just wanna hear us talk about a certain servant instead of listening the whole thing, no worries. Feel free to navigate through that as well. The names are all there. Click the timestamp and you're good to go. Anyway, we should be good to go with that. So, much to my surprise, I thought this list was going to be a bit longer, but like the writer tier list of last week, this is tied for the shortest in terms of the entries. We have 36 golden casters to cover today, of which 2 are brand new to this list, the 2 5 stars at the very end. Yeah, I really thought casters was going to be one of the longer ones, but I guess it was because they have a lot of low stars or something, and maybe I just remembered wrong. I don't know. But yeah, we got... I'm sure it's going to be a fairly long list regardless, because there's several casters that, you know, are pretty impactful. Although for some of them we might just, you know, not spend too much time on, because some of them are pretty self-explanatory, but we'll see when we get to those. And I think with that, unless I forgot something, we should be good to go. So as always, I'm going to start from lower rarity to higher rarity, so starting with all the 4 stars, then to the 5 stars, and inside the rarities we go from oldest release to the latest releases. Pretty self-explanatory if you look at the template right now. So let's do this. We're gonna go not to day 1. There's actually no day 1 golden casters of the 4-star kind. Actually, there is one 5-star, but no 4 stars. Pretty close to day 1 though. Actually, the first welfare, not just among casters, but I believe if we don't count Saber Lily because the release campaign, this I believe is the actual first welfare of the entire game as well, which is interesting. at least some accolades to mention, because we'll see how the servant actually fares without those. But yeah, something cool to note. We're going to talk about Liz Caster, aka Halloween Liz. So among 4-star casters, she is a AoE buster DPS. I guess if you're crazy enough, you can even try to farm with her, but I'm not so sure about that. Her attack at 8.6k is just above average among casters, and one thing you'll notice is that the attack on this class happens to be not super high to begin with, unfortunately, which is even more of a shame because caster class modifier tends to be tied for the worst at 0.9, so that's, you know, one unfortunate thing about the class in terms of DPS, I have to say. But yeah, she is rocking the standard caster deck, which you'll be mostly seeing today as well. Triple arch, there it is. And while she's not day one, she certainly has really ugly, basically day one numbers. Her MP gain is not very flattering at all, considering.
Actually, her NP gain has some strange oddities. It's actually decent because it's like really high number. I don't know why. Like, even though the hit counts are really low, but the numbers are high. She also has one of the highest NP gain extra attacks in the game.
Yeah, I guess the extra attack in particular is pretty cool because of the high MP gain. But unless you're overkilling with an arts crit, you probably won't be seeing too many crazy gains from her. Unfortunately,
it's a little something.
Yeah, but at least the upside with the caster deck is that they can participate in quite many arch chains at least, so that's already some, you know, MP gain, like hard MP gain, when you think about it. Anyway, first skill, we got a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20 stars per turn for 3 turns, 3k heal on self. Then all enemies get -1 buff, starting from the latest that can be removed. And if she happens to remove a buff from the enemy, she has a 500% chance to apply a special kind of crit chance down on them for 3 turns, which is a flat 10% crit chance reduction. And also, based on how many of those triggered, she gets 20% MP gauge per one of those debuffs afflicted. So it's a pretty gimmicky skill, but honestly, even if you don't really utilize the buff removal, which leads to the battery and the crit chance, 20 stars per turn is still a lot on a good uptime, and the heal is quite cute too. So honestly, this skill is actually very strong, especially for a welfare. Gimmicks aside, it is a very good skill. Second skill though, maybe not so much. So the 5-turn cooldown, she gets 45% buster after 1 turn. And then because she has a lower buster up, I guess she does a 300 burn on all enemies for 10 turns. So while the burn itself is kind of small, you know, the uptime is kind of interesting. So, you know, it's kind of easy to use something like Honey Lake, I guess. Not that it's a big upside anyway, because again, command codes and whatnot exist, but, you know, 10 turns, I guess. Third skill, on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 2.5k revive, 30% battery on use, 8 stars on use as well, and then does a 100% burn amplifier for 5 turns on all enemies. So a bit more burn damage, but again, it only scales up to 100% on a 7-turn cooldown, so not the best when it comes to that stuff. Overall, the skill set, honestly, it's far from worst when it comes to welfares. And in fact, this first skill alone is just, like, this skill is just amazing. Like, this, if this was on someone else, this could be so much better. But unfortunately, loses a bit of value because it's on her of all servants. But as a skill itself, it is very good, though. Passives, we got 8% arts. So again, this will be basically the caster passive that most casters will possess in some form or another. So 8% arts up is pretty good. Sadly, her arts cards are not the best, but there's 3 of them, so it's still nice. 10% debuff success rate is fine, I guess. Not that she's super debuff focused, and especially because the crit chance on the first, or the crit chance down is basically guaranteed anyway. Her anti-append is against the Lancers, which is pretty irrelevant. I probably wouldn't really bring her against anything besides Assassins. And then the MP hasn't been buffed, but effects-wise, besides damage, on normal effect, it ignores defense on damage. And the overcharge is a 500 curse on base for 3 turns, all enemies, scaling up to 2.5k. So I guess she has like 2 kinds of dots. Not that neither of them will be doing good damage, unfortunately, anyway. But ignore defense is cute, and free MP5. I think she's just an okay basic AoE caster, you know? I don't really
Yeah.
see a lot of value in her, but I don't think she's hopeless either. She has some tools, and if you have like a new account, because she is in the evocation shop, right? So she's not the worst pickup, but certainly nothing super remarkable either, I would say.
Yeah, she's like able to do like a little bit of farming just because like now we have the 5th append, so you can actually use her 3rd skill twice in 3
Right.
turns. It's kind of whatever. A little fun fact I just thought of, which I'm sure Rio is gonna love hearing this. If you're trying to Buster Loop with her, you don't need Oberon. You can actually swap Oberon out for Summer Tlaloc because she gives an AoE attack buff, which might be enough. Yeah, I think that's enough. Yeah,
Is
it's
it?
80% charge. Yeah, instead of 70%. Because she'd be getting 60% from her first skill, and then Tlaloc also charges 20 from her first skill. I mean, you're better off with Oberon, but like, hey, a little cool.
But wait,
cost.
that's assuming the buff removal, right?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
you
the
have to
buff
successfully remove a buff.
Yeah, you sadly don't get any of that otherwise. And
Yeah,
in farming,
Summer
it's not
Tlaloc
really a
puts-
thing that happens.
Well, Summer Tlaloc has an attack buff on her first skill. She puts on the enemy team.
Oh,
you're
right.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. I was like,
that's
yeah,
why
yeah,
it's
yeah.
That's why it's a thing.
Yes, that makes sense.
Now,
That's
now
cute.
to counterpart that, you know, you mentioned Saber Lily earlier because it's like technically first. You know that with the caster modifier, her and Saber Lily have basically the same attack stat. Like, you know,
Yeah.
because her effective attack is like 7,750. After you take the modifiers into account, so.
Which
You
is why
know,
it's good that she just gave up on that other Buster card and just took another arts card.
no, she should have had
Yeah.
2 Buster cards. It would have. It would have been. She could have at least Buster Brave Chained. Come on.
Yeah.
Dude, just get
She's
more MP
fine
game. Like,
for a new player, but man, is it like you're never going to use her like outside of you being brand new and not having any other caster to fight with, right?
That's kind of how I feel too.
probably the weirdest chaotic evil servant to force with Tomon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh gosh.
I mean, at least she
Actually,
does
is there-
stars per turn, so there's something going on there, but otherwise...
Yeah, she's actually pretty good at making herself crit. It's just she has 1 turn of 45% Buster, and that's it.
Yeah.
She has 1 Buster card.
Like, star-wise, it's fine, but anything besides that, not kind of lacking.
I mean, actually, there's another. If you're new and you're doing evocation, I think there's a 4-star caster in evocation you'd rather take anyway.
Yeah,
So-
especially if you're using Doma. Yeah, because they're both chaotic evil. Wait, what?
What? What? No, no, not the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's a different one. I was still thinking Domon stuff, but yeah.
But no, she's not. If I had to be blunt, she's bad. But she's not unusable, but she's bad.
Uh,
I would say maybe like a flat C personally, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know. Like,
she's usable. Her numbers are just
she's
really low.
Like bottom of the barrel. Like as far as like worst casters, I can only think of maybe like. Wait, is there really only one worst caster?
Well, again, we don't necessarily, fill all the ranks. Like, let's say she could be the worst, and then she would be automatically E.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
all the
with low
4-star
stars.
casters.
Yeah,
Like, even if she could be one of the worst, I don't think I'm gonna, like, just because of that, place her lower.
No, I would say like D+, but like...
I'm fine with C. Like,
I think I'm going with C.
Passable at best.
Yeah, she's passable. Alright, we'll go with that. Next up, we're gonna change it up immediately to talk about a support.
Look, Plushie isn't here, so I gotta be nice, I guess.
So yeah, we got a servant that really is still waiting for the day that the healing meta really pops off. We got Medea Lily. So obviously her attack is going to be low at 7.7k, but obviously it's good because she's never going to do any damage to begin with, so you want the attack to be as low as possible in favor of more health. So the stat line is actually good in what she's supposed to do. She also has the caster deck, surprise, surprise. Her gains are just fine, they're not very impressive, but if you can get some crits going, then maybe, but yeah. it's whatever, I guess. I'm surprised the numbers on the cards are actually as high as they are, considering she's a very early servant. So I don't know if she got special treatment or something. Not that they're crazy good in combination of the MP gain, but just something to worth note. So yeah, let's talk about the skills then. First skill, 7-turn cooldown, so he gets a 150% battery on max rank. Again, it's the good old Medea thing. They could have obviously made it not so high, maybe add another effect, or make the cooldown lower, but you know, at least you do have an MP on command no matter what, whenever you need one, so there's some charm to that. Considering her MP is also very reactive, it's still not the worst thing ever, but it's a very bland skill nonetheless. Her second skill on a 5-turn cooldown cleanses party's poison debuffs and gives everyone a 3k heal. So it's just a okay AoE heal. 3k is not bad as an AoE heal. And the cooldown, while it feels a bit high because it only does these two things, because one of them might not do anything depending on the scenario. So it definitely could be better as well. And also this is after a buff as well, unfortunately. It's still a better buff than the Martha one, for what it's worth. Now, the third skill... I mean, it's still a bigger heal, though.
I mean, it is a bigger heal, but like...
I mean, both of them only got buffed on the heal.
Yeah, but if she's missing anything, it's not healing.
Yeah, true. It's like overkills a lot of the times. True. Anyway, the third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill. The target gets 100% increased healing received for 1 turn, and then also 100% buff removal resistance for 3 turns flat. The healing thing, again, might not even be needed a lot of the times because she heals a lot anyway. But yeah, if you really need to get someone from, like, let's say, this is particularly kind of cool with guts. Let's say someone has like a 1k guts and they're like an SSR with 14k health. Then that's like the best case scenario for this skill. You pop this, you use your second skill, you MP. Chances are they're already going to be super healthy after that. But the thing that's nice about the skill after the buff is the buff removal resistance, of course. It's up half the time, and it's just a full resistance. So there's, like, this is the one use case that you could maybe argue. But then again, she's not the only one that does stuff like this. But, you know, it's cool to have, I guess.
I don't know why the heal boost is only 1 turn. Like...
Yeah, it should be more. Well, honestly, they should make that 3 turns and make the whole skill AoE, both effects. Just why not? Come on. It would be fine still on her. Just make both AoE too. Oh well.
But so you can combo it for 18,000 heals in 1 turn. Because you need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you have a Grailed Lancer that has like 20,000 HP. And they have
or you're a base Gina Conjurer who has the highest HP in the game at like 24k at max level.
Yeah, but she's already at full health. She's
true.
Chinako.
Yeah, true. Chances are. But yeah, this skill set, it's definitely lacking. It's only healing and some utility. It's lacking. Passives, 8% arts up is cool. Her arts cards are pretty decent, at least on hit count. 8% debuffs as success rate is literally just the lore passive. She has no debuffs whatsoever. She's anti-saber, which even if it was assassin, it would be useless because she would never do any damage anyway, even on the best case scenario. Her MP has been buffed. It's a full party debuff cleanse. That's cool. And then on base MP1, it's a 4k party-wide heal all the way up to 6k on max MP level. And then also on base overcharge, the full party gets 40% debuff rest for 3 turns, scaling up to 120%. So the scaling actually is pretty good. On base is not high, but 40% is fine too, especially if you combo that with some passives or some other skills the servants have. It's just a very basic MP though. Again, it's a very reactionary. The only thing that's not reactionary is the overcharge. Otherwise, you're probably just going to save it until you need to cleanse some debuffs, or you need a heal, or best case, you need both. But man, she's way too, like, streamlined into this one role that's, you know, again, very reactionary to begin with. She just, like, where is, like, an AoE arts buff or something? Like, she needs to do something else to I don't think I would ever really bring her, honestly.
So
maybe that's harsh.
Well, you have to look...
just like point something out. So if you use Demonic Bodhisattva, then that gives you like at least 50% charge, and then you use her first skill, it gets her to 200% charge, assuming you have her NP2. And then you get another 2 levels of overcharge, and you have 100% debuff resistance.
Yeah, that gets you to 400.
Yeah, that's like one of the best things about her, I'd say. It's just really sad because, like, her issue is she just doesn't do enough things, and there's like a bunch of other servants that they seem to care a lot more about these days. That like they buffed one of her competition to have 3-turn team 100% heal effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
like the apples to oranges with him and her was like she's more specialized in debuff, like anti-debuff, and then healing, but now he's better at healing than she is, and it's
See, out of my
Yeah.
solution for debuff resistance party wide is just take Rhinus and Asclepius. Easy 100% debuff resistance, no problem. Solves that problem.
That's like 80%.
No, Rhinus is 50, isn't she?
She's 40, I'm
like
pretty
30
sure.
Or 40. 30 or 40.
It's actually it's 30, I think. I think you're right.
Oh, it's 30, whatever.
Yeah.
Every servant and their mother has 20% debuff resistance in their passives. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Let's see.
If it's 80, it's basically 100. Unless
well, it is also single target on Rhinus, so if you need a full party, then yeah, it's a bit different. But yeah, I kind of get what you're saying anyway.
Yeah, but no, like she was made when the game, like, what were the other healers at the time?
John, I guess. That's then
barely
Tamamo
healed on her NP at the time because
I think did John have her MP buff already at this point, or it was maybe a little after her release?
It
was very early
she
on.
got hers a while later.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure it was still year one though.
Your other alternative was Hans, who was an RNG chance. Was it RNG? No, the heal was.
The healing it's the one guaranteed thing in the MP.
Yeah, it was 1k per turn.
I would know because literally this week on my DPS I whiffed all the other 380%. I was very mad about it.
Oh,
Nice.
Classic.
That's unlucky. That's the Space Ishtar effect.
It is, and I've hit that several times too on video.
I hate Space Ishtar so much; it's unreal. But that's a story for another day.
Yeah.
But no, I just don't think she has a purpose in the game. The game, they were clearly like just throwing stuff at the wall early game, which is clear because they've never made a character that does healing like this ever again. Every character that's a healer, it's always heal over time and defensive things. It's never this like big burst of stuff.
Yeah, they never
because it just
they never put all the eggs in one basket. Or not as much these days. Like I hate saying it. Even like a good example of that is like you also have Irisviel coming up later.
Mm-hmm.
She at least like has team and P damage now.
Oh yeah, so that's above him.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that later.
Anyway, ranking for Lily, I would say D plus.
I'd say D. I think she's the worst caster.
I guess off the golden one.
She has no purpose in the game. On the
I kind of like the debuff resistant thing Otto was talking about. It's at least something, but again, it's not a huge need.
Yeah, she's just not that useful.
Let's just go D frickin' whatever. Yeah, you can definitely live without her.
In a situation where she should be more useful, like I think of like the Cernunos fight. Probably saying that wrong, but like fucking Gaelic, it's weird. It's like even then that's a place where you want like both soft survival and stabilization, and being able to like prevent debuffs for 3 turns is really nice, but it's it's she just doesn't do enough there.
Yeah, that's all she does. She would not help you in any other way, really.
Because like she can like help cleanse the team and then heal for a little bit. Like you get another NP easier, but it's just
Also, I think it's pronounced like Kernanos or something. But yeah, again, Celtic names is weird. So everyone says Cernunos, I myself included. But yeah,
no, Cernunos is wrong. It is something closer to like Kernunos. But like, what we've been saying that way for 3 years. What are you gonna do? Change now? No, yeah. I'm stubborn.
Indeed. Anyway, let's talk about the next servant. Next up is another DPS. So we got Nursery Rhyme.
I'm just gonna point out right now, it is storming pretty bad where I am. So if I drop out, it's I just lost power. and I'll probably be
Well,
back.
hopefully that doesn't happen, but thank you for letting us know.
Yeah.
Anyway, Nursery Rhyme, AoE, Arts, DPS. I guess, again, if you're crazy enough, you could try farming, but I would not recommend it. Anyway, 8.6k attack puts her, again, much like Halloween Liz, just above average among 4-star casters, which really, again, doesn't mean too much. Full caster deck, triple arts, of course. Gains are not very, impressive, really. Not even the extra this time, so, unfortunate.
Hey, man.
First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 600% absorb for 3 turns. So it's the classic vanilla crit skill. Actually, one of the vanilla skills that is not terrible because it still has good uptime and synergy, but really odd placement on her, I have to say. Because again, she definitely doesn't generate any stars at all. And to have a full arts deck to crit is also kind of hard. So, well, the skill itself is fine. It's just really misplaced. So, I don't know. It's weird. Was this a new buff to this year?
Yeah, this is a new one.
Okay, yeah, this is
Yeah,
new.
that one. This is the one that came out with that other caster buff.
The big
August
one
of last year.
Was it the big one?
Yeah,
it was the same day as the big one.
All right.
Yeah, I actually guessed both of these perfectly. I didn't want to be right on that, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Sometimes it goes like that.
This is a good one, though.
Yeah, on that note, we have a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 30% defense for 1 turn, and then a further 30% defense for 3 turns. So for that 1 turn, you have 60%. She gets a 40% debuff res buff for 3 turns, and then all child servant allies get 20% battery, and all fairy tale servant allies get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And I believe she has both traits, right?
Yeah, the thing that sucks about this is
stage 2 to 3.
Yeah,
right.
You can't keep her as a book.
Yeah, then you don't get the child buff. Very true. Who was the servant that was like last week we were talking about something where it was literally the opposite, where it was you had to keep her in a book for that to work, or was it, I forget, who was that servant? It was something that only affected the book form if you wanted to support them. I already forgot what it was, but it was like literally the opposite scenario. But yeah, anyway, I digress. Great skill though, actually. Just a really, really, really strong skill. Even on an SSR, this would be amazing. But obviously, her being Nursery Rhyme, it's a bit held back. But at least the skill itself is bonkers. This is very loaded on a very reasonable cooldown, so super good. Now, the third skill, 6-turn cooldown, she gets 40% battery on use, 2k heal, and a full debuff cleanse. So in combination of these two, she can now get 60% battery, which it's a slightly awkward number, but it's way better than 40% at least, so that's cool. Much more workable. So now the skill set, it's decent, but the first skill is still very weird to me. Like, the skill is not bad, it's just, is she really a crit servant? That's the thing. Like, I feel like she should just be an MP spammer with maybe some kind of team support like this that they added with the MP damage and the battery. This is just kind of weird to me, this crit damage thing.
I feel like the crit thing is there to help her, like, gain NP better.
Yeah, the absorb can help a bit.
Her crit damage is, like, kind of whatever, because ultimately, like, the issue she had for a long time was she just had, like, no steroids. But her second skill did help fix that. So
she does have 60% charge, by the way, now.
Yeah, I mentioned that just now.
She's got MP damage, she has arts up, she has crit. I actually think, and then once we get to her MP, I actually think she's actually pretty good, actually, in my opinion.
Oh, wow. Again, the one other problem again I have with the first skill is that she doesn't generate any stars. So if you need want to utilize the crit damage and even the gains, because you need to actually have stars to get you could use the absorb as well. You will need a bit of external help, so that will either limit your options, or you could just ignore this as well. Up to you, but yeah. Anyway, only passive 10% arts up. Great. I mean, 4 arts cards. What more do you want? So that's while it is the only one, it's a good one at least. She's anti-archer, which I don't think I would bring her in neutral, even as a support. No, not really. MP has been buffed, AoE damage, then does a minus 20% defense on all enemies for 3 turns, and then a 60% chance on base overcharge to tick 1 down on all enemies, individual calculations, scaling up to 100%. So you only get the guaranteed drain if you have a max overcharge MP, otherwise, good luck, have fun. Which I like, no, again, I have to say this, I'm not a huge fan, because especially because it's an AoE MP, because again, they are not like all hit or all whiff, they all are counted individually. So let's say you're fighting like 3 assassins that have 3 bar MPs. If you landed on one of them, well, you know, it's good, but at the same time, now they're all desynced with their MP timings, so it's especially annoying on an AoE MP. The defense down, while it would be nice to have before damage, at least it's some form of ramp up for bosses. It's cutesy. So I feel like she's now with this second skill buff, she's fine, but I feel like she still has some ways to go if she wants to be a proper big AoE DPS. What do you guys think?
Here's the out of all the 4-star AoE casters, which not a lot, I'm gonna be honest. 4-star AoE DPS casters, she's definitely very serviceable, and there's a lot of like servants you can pair with her that help her, like, you know, Proto Merlin's NP generates stars. If you're fighting against like lawful enemies, you pair with Janako and it works very well. You pair with Jufu up stars. It's not impossible to get stars for her to crit with. I've seen a couple.
But the question is it worth it over something else that you could bring to support her? Because I feel like her crits are not very impressive.
It's more a matter of if you choose to bring her, and if you choose to like use her, like if you want to use her, she's not going to be terrible. Is she going to be better than, you know, Caster Guild? Probably not. No, but you know,
she has weaker Van Gogh synergy. It's not the good kind of Van Gogh synergy. It's just like, well, I mean, they're both childs, so like 20% charge, I can get you that first NP. She can also work with Pretender Abby, I guess. But people aren't a huge fan of that character, so.
I mean, she was released with Lohi, so can you blame people? That's pretty brutal.
I will say though, like, one of the better pairings with her is Benny Enma, because that way you have like a bunch of servants that are like spamming 20% AoE charge. So like in a multi-core scenario, it makes a lot of sense for them to be used together.
Yeah, I think that buff actually was a very good buff for her. I've tested it with her a few times, and I think like she farms fine. I mean, she's an AoE caster, so like you gotta like, even the best ones aren't, you know, in the 4-star area, aren't going to be like doing the most damage. But you know, like I don't think she's bad. I think she's above average at this point.
Yeah, she even has a bit of multi-core value because of this buff. Because, you know, I mean, it is tied to traits, but yeah, it's still something worth mentioning.
Kentucky gets an NP damage buff because he's in Fairy Tales.
Oh, right. I
guess it's kind of funny, though. There's
Japanese
like
Fairy Tales.
There's like 5 or 6 Fairy Tale servants that have non-damaging NPs, so it's like, oh yeah, Pretender Abby has double. Wait, no.
Yeah, there's like Miss
Crane can get NP damage buffs from her. Amazing.
Plus, she isn't an art servant, and so having the HP recovery and debuff removal tied to her second, tied to her NP charge, does mean, like, you know, like if you're using in a boss fight, you don't necessarily have to use that battery on turn 1. You just save it for like turn 2 or something like that after debuffs has been applied and remove them. Like, I don't know. I think it's fine. She has ramp up with the defense down on bosses.
Yeah, this buff really, it was a big one that definitely, I think now she's at least usable. If before this buff, I would really never consider using her.
Oh no, yeah,
in this day and age.
Before this one.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple, like, people did like the Super Karna with her and like the Lost Belt 5 Super Recollections with her, which I think is kind of funny. Like, so I've seen a couple things from her.
And she maybe B tier.
I thought was funny.
I think B.
Yeah. I mean, she's definitely going up from last year, so good on her. Very cool.
Oh, yeah, there's a great point of comparison between her and the next one. Right.
Right, yeah.
Who
I guess there is some
far.
comparison to be made, yeah. Okay. So yeah, on that topic, we're going to talk about Helena Castor. We already covered her summer variant of the Archer one several weeks ago, which not very impressive, but let's see. We got Castor now at least. Okay. So 8.6k attack on this AoE DPS and semi-support, I guess. Again, it's the same number as all the other ones so far, so it's ever so slightly above average when it comes to 4-star casters. There's this good old caster deck of triple arts again, and much like, some previous ones, gains are not very impressive. The one quick card is kind of cutesy though, but besides that, it's not the best deck when it comes to gains. Or numbers, rather. Then the first skill, oh boy, 7-turn cooldown, 20% AoE battery. Like, people have been asking for this to be buffed for so long, because there's so many skills that have power crept this, even among 4 stars, and we'll see one later as well, which it's really sad in comparison. Very, very sad. It's like, it's not even funny. So yeah,
several actually. I can think of at least 2.
I'm just thinking about the absolute worst case scenario for Helena, but yeah, there's several for sure, yeah. Even among 4 stars. Yeah, it's not a very particularly good skill. I mean, to spread 20 is a great effect, but if that's all it does with a 7-turn, then I don't know, man. Ugh. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 5 stars per turn flat for 3 or 5 turns. She gets, or rather, has an 80% chance to get 50% MP damage for 1 turn. So it's like a weird mana burst with chance on it. And then she gets 30% battery on use. Like, why? It's like, it's such a big difference if you don't land that MP damage. It's 50%. And it's also 1 turn. Ooh, and there's barely any stars.
You have to use Tesla with her to make sure it lands. All right.
It's disgusting.
Because that's 50% is a lot. It's a shame if you whiff that. She's not going to do a whole lot of damage if you don't land that with her MP. Right. But yeah, worth mentioning that now with the first and the second skill, she can get 50% from her own stuff, which definitely helps a bit in getting her MP. 50 is a good number. Then the third skill is a 7-turn cooldown. The party gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns. I hate this less than the first skill, at least. I mean, it's not amazing, but, you know, it's kind of cutesy. It's fine. It's interesting. Again, cooldowns. They even had to reduce the second skill cooldown. It was 8 before, without the battery. Like, what were they thinking? Thank God, at least it looks a bit better now, but I still don't like this skill. They could have removed the RNG if it's 1 turn anyway. Like, there was no point to keeping it. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of her skill set. There's some okay things going on, but a lot of still really awkward jitters here and there. 10% arts on the first passive is great because she's full arts again and also a DPS. 8% debuff success rate up is actually okay. Her MP does some debuffs that are, you know, semi-nice to have, so that's cool too. She's anti-archer. I guess she hates her summer version too. So it's like, why did you make me so bad as an archer too? Why? Still not a great append though. Very bad. I would not bring her on neutral, even as a support. You can do better than that. AoE damage on the MP. Ignores defense. Cool utility. Nice to have. Then the overcharge. We have 3 different AoE debuffs for 3 turns. So on base overcharge, all enemies get minus 10% defense, crit chance, debuff rest, all scaling up to minus 50%. I actually kind of like how the OC scales, considering the all AoE 3-turn effects. And some of them, especially the defense down, are nice to have. It is after damage, but I honestly don't hate for MP effects-wise. I think it's totally a fine DPS MP. It's good.
Like it scales on overcharge pretty good, but I just hate that like every server that has debuff resist down has it at such low levels.
Yeah,
like it's always like 10 or 20% down. Like damn,
like
really
and yeah, I was about to say the one exception is one server that really doesn't have a lot of other selling points. Meanwhile,
and then he has it like up double the duration.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So weird. It's so hard to get his
most servants have 10 to 20% debuff resistance, so Like you don't need that much. But Helena,
but it also
some
can be
AIs
used
that-
as a buff success or debuff success rate up. So if you have RNG debuffs, it can help with that too.
Yeah, it's just like the best use case for debuff.
Yeah, to land like
debuffs
charms
is,
and
like,
stuns
the
that are not guaranteed.
lower chances. So like
Yeah.
like you have a bunch of like 40% or 60% stuns and charms and such. Yeah, I wonder who I'm making reference to this time. We'll talk about her next week. I keep
But
hearing to her.
I think yeah, go for it.
Helena at one point, I think, like if you ask like year 2, year 3, people say, "Oh yeah, Helena's like top tier 4-star. You gotta have her. Use your 4-star ticket." Now I would say avoid at all costs. Don't waste your time on her. There's so many better options.
Yeah,
now.
That's what I was about to say. She suffers not only from having jitters, but also, man, there's a lot of other options nowadays to really. It's gonna be so hard to justify bringing her because her own damage won't be amazing, especially if with the MP damage, and even then it has a long cooldown. Otherwise, you're just gonna bring her for some like debuffs and some team wide stuff, which again, a lot of downtime as well, though. So I don't know.
I just don't think her support is worth bringing nowadays because 20% charge and 20% card buff, I just don't think is worth it over any other support. Like there's better free.
The funny part is this AoE Rainbow actually synergizes one of the servants that actually made her less relevant. That we're gonna talk about much later as well.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's funny how it goes.
Yeah, who does it better? Yeah. Like even if you're not like talking like you might just want to pick better like niche supports to go along with targeting your specific like servant instead of this general one. I don't know. I just think she's just not very useful, and I'm not going to get spishtarred on her freaking skill 2 if I want to DPS with her. It says 80% of the time, but it's going to miss 90% of the time.
Oh yeah.
That's my experience with every single one of these things.
I forgot, but I guess her Bonsi is actually not bad. It's team-wide AoE assassin damage, 20%. That's actually usable. That's very usable. Weird. Yeah. That's not a bad one at all. Weird.
Yeah. If her second skill was guaranteed, she would be like so much better. But that's like just because it's chance based, it means like her damage could be pretty decent to just not good.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Because like she has worse gains than Nursery Rhyme now, and Nursery Rhyme can loop, but not like the clean. It's not like super amazing. So which means I don't think she could loop at all. Like really, I don't know. It seems like it was kind of disgusting.
It was possible to because she has split charge, so like her refund isn't really that great, but it's just the damage isn't really worth it. And then you got better options. Like you have a better AoE Arts looper in Evocation.
Yeah,
it's like one of the first things that got added. So.
Yep.
So, soon there's just not really.
She's like a jack of all trades, but it doesn't really feel good to bring her. That's the problem. I mean, she's not a hopeless case, but again, just not very. Doesn't honestly, stand out.
Like, the thing she does isn't all too bad. It's just she doesn't do it nearly as good as the like 5 other characters that do it in her rarity.
Yeah.
See, this is why I wanted to cast her Liz in D+, because I wanted to put Helena in C.
I was going to do C or C+ for Helena, I think. So should we do C+? Because it may be a little bit more pickable than Liz. I don't know. Or is it? Or is it the same?
I think she's very slightly better, but I don't think she belongs in C+. So.
I think she could be C+, but I don't know. What do you think, Otto? Lower? Higher? Or not higher, but same?
I think C or C+ is. Yeah, sure, C.
So should we keep is it fine to keep them at the same tier, or should we bring Liz to D+? I think it's fine, right?
It's fine.
I feel like we might bring her up later because like now that I think of it, like the ones that we're comparing her to, like I'm thinking a lot higher.
So, yeah, because then there will be like way too many gaps, right? Yeah. Okay. You know what? Let's just do C+. Let's just do it.
I was looking at the list and I just realized I completely forgot about a piece of garbage on here. And so, you know what? I have to recontextualize things. I think you know who I forgot about, but you know, I blocked her out of my memory. She's so bad that I've forgotten. But anyway, yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna do C+ for now, and then we'll see. Because again, even as is, it's gonna be big gaps between some of them.
2 of them.
Right. Alright, more America Servants. Story log this time. We're gonna talk about Mr. Edison. AoE arts. Not really a DPS, his damage is kinda sad, but he's an interesting support, actually. Kinda underrated, I might add. Sadly, his attack at 7.9k, pretty bad, especially even as a caster, is just very low. So that's unfortunate for his own damage. But luckily, he's not all about damage anyway. Triple art stick, as always, so far at least. Gains, again, just not very impressive at all, so you're gonna have to make do if you want to MP with him. But luckily, his skills actually are quite nice, so you might not even need his MP sometimes. Now, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target gets...
Sorry.
Oh.
I heard someone open their PC box.
Oh, interesting. But yeah, target skill, they get 30% defense for 3 turns and -1 turn of cooldowns. Basic, but actually pretty interesting. Yeah, not bad. I kind of like it. It's cute. Second skill, on an 8-turn cooldown, the party gets, he gets the buff for 10 stars per turn for 5 turns. Party gets 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns, and 20% MP damage for 5 turns. While it is a high cooldown, the uptime is actually not bad. And you can even use cooldowns on himself if you want to, but you're probably going to use it on your main DPS. But still, I actually like this skill a lot. This is just a nice skill that just, you know, keeps things rolling. It's just a nice little, like, I like, it's actually really matches the skill name of mass production A+. It's like a factory that just keeps going, right? You can just imagine that. I like it. It's a nice skill. Third skill though, 6-turn cooldown, another targeted skill. So the target gets overcharged by 2 steps for 1 turn. So there's no time limit, but obviously because it's targeted, it's basically might as well be 1 turn, because no one's gonna really MP 2 times in 1 turn. That would be weird, at least unless I'm forgetting something. That's not a thing you can do.
Anyway, 2 stages, so it's overcharged by 2.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Like, it's 2 steps instead, and then it's 1 turn instead of like 1 turn. Because again, they would be redundant because you can't MP with more than, you know, once per servant per turn. So it's fine. But yeah, anyway, you also get, or the target gets 30% star gen for 1 turn, which that effect kind of sucks. I like the targeted overcharge, but man, that other effect, especially if you give it an art servant, is probably not going to be very meaningful. This is the one skill that is not very interesting, but the first 2 are actually pretty cute. I still think the skill set overall actually pretty decent for a 4-star. Not too shabby. See, sadly doesn't have EX rank passives, so he has 4% arts up and 4% debuff success rate. Both good passives because he has debuffs as well, but sadly the numbers are not very impressive because he's, you know, fake like that. Once again, anti-archer. Is it all because of Tesla or something? I don't even know. But yeah, they all hate him, and which is really unfortunate for these casters, because it's not a good case for them. MP has been buffed, so it does AoE damage, and then all enemies get skill sealed and MP sealed for 1 turn on a 100% base chance. I guess 104% base chance because the passive. And then on base overcharge, all enemies get a -10% crit chance and attack down for 3 turns, getting up to 50%. So much like Helena, again, starts small, but actually ramps up okay. It's a utility MP, really, but it's nice to have if the fight goes longer, obviously. But I really feel like his skills are kind of the nice thing about him. But I think he's actually not a bad support. Would I pick him often? Maybe not, but I think he's actually legit.
He's like a toolbox that has like pretty much a little bit of everything. I actually think he's like super good because he can slot into some weird teams. Like, for example, with the way his skills work, if you want to do the funny like double Balvon Summer, you stick him in the middle.
Yeah, these
and because
extensions.
they extend durations of things of like stars and MP charge, he also gets his charge, so he can spam his NP.
And more
more
importantly,
often.
he also cooldown reduces them.
Yeah, he cooldown reduces them, which is what keeps the engine going, which is how it all works. But also he works for like if you're taking into challenge quests, having targetable defense, cooldown reduction, NP damage, and even overcharge. Like if for boss fights, there are some servants whose overcharge is really strong, and he gives kind of
Yeah, he's a
everything.
Tonelico fan, by the way, Chad.
Well,
Yeah,
but yeah.
there's
By
definitely
the way, he works
synergy.
very well with Tonelico. Yeah, I know. But then his NP also like stops skills. It stops NPs, which depending on what you're needing, if you need them to not happen that turn, good to have.
Yeah. The one thing,
So I
unfortunate thing
think
about the
he's.
MP is that it's a one hitter, so it barely refunds anything. But yeah, it's
Oh
nice if
yeah,
you do
no,
get it though. And if the fight goes on, you will basically get it just from the skills alone, which is nice. And also
yeah,
worth noting that Overcharge, if you want to use the third skill on himself, is not the worst, because then he gets 30%
Yeah.
minus crit chance and attack down. And at that point, basically no crits unless they buff their own crit chance. And 30% attack down is not small. That's a good amount of mitigation as
Yeah,
well if you
and
do take hits.
yeah, and it's 3 turns, and it's that stacks with his first skill. So someone gets 60% defense for 3 turns
Mm-hmm.
effectively. It's
yeah.
something I do pretty often with him.
Yeah, like
Like
it's not
I
he's not a bad
if the
target for the
others don't,
overcharge.
like he has a better overcharge than a lot of servants.
Yeah,
Purely
for
because of
sure.
that.
he is one of my most hated designs, but I cannot say his kit is bad. I hate his design so much. It offends me on a spiritual level, to be honest. As an American, I'm offended. No, I'm just kidding. But
As an American, I am also offended. Why did they make the only American president someone that's not
a
even a fucking
furry.
president? like,
Yeah,
like this is supposed to be all of them,
Mm.
but they put it on a
yeah.
servant that isn't even a president.
I don't like him. His appearance, his later appearance is funny looking, kind of neater looking, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah,
But no, I think he's good.
I would say A rank at least,
A.
right?
I
Yeah,
would
High
say
A.
A.
It's actually very
He's
nice.
super good.
Mm. Sadly, he's gonna rare because he's not permanent, so he doesn't have a lot of rate ups, and
I
most
feel
people
like he
don't roll
gets like
story.
I feel like he gets like 1 or
Caster.
2 a year.
Yeah.
Caster's
I
having their
see
rate
him
up
every
soon,
now and then.
right? In JP.
Yes, they're the
Yeah.
next class. Yes. So yeah, soon you can get an Edison if you want one, I guess. Anyway, he's good. Next up, welfare type again, and it's a servant that I used to consider one of the worst welfares ever, but they did try and improve her a little bit. Which was that buff already last year or not? I want to say it was.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was. So she's not a hopeless case anymore in my eyes, but I'm just gonna say I'm still not a huge fan. But we're gonna give her a coverage here anyway. So Irisviel, she was mostly like a healer, guts giver thingy that wasn't very good at her job, especially when a 3-star did it so much better. But at least now she has a little bit something else to share. So her attack is actually not bad, but honestly, you'd prefer it to be lower if anything, because again, she's not going to be there for damage regardless. Full caster deck, there it is again. And man, oh man, are those gains bad. It's like, bad is like almost an understatement. There's just no. Now, the first skill, here we go. This is the thing here. So on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a 100% healing boost for 3 turns. So all the heals that she dishes out will now do double heals. Then she gets a 50% battery, much needed, because man, have you ever tried getting her MP without a battery? Yeah, it's not easy. And then the party, besides herself, gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. That's cool. That's a good chunk of MP damage. So the cooldown is fairly hefty still. I feel like they could have brought it down to 6 turns as well. But it's an alright skill though, you know? It kind of works with her, because now she doesn't only just bring defensive utility, she has a bit of offense in there too. Now, the second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn and then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. This definitely helps a little bit with her horrible MP gain. But yeah, it's like a band-aid, because on base it's so bad. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Targeted 3k heal, and that's it. But at least with the first skill, it's a targeted 6k heal, I guess. But man, this needs to do more. It is just not much at all on a 5-turn cooldown. Or make it like a 3-turn cooldown. Even then it would be just like, yeah, okay, and then. I don't know. Not a huge fan of the skill set overall still. Passives, 8% arts up is cool, because full arts stick. And then she has a useful divinity. The flat damage of 200 is meaningless, but 20% debuff res is a cool bonus. Because she's basically exclusive to bosses where, debuffs happen. She's Anti-Avenger, which not only does she do 0 damage, it's a class you almost never fight, so that's a good joke. The MP then, so normal effect, considering it's free MP5, it only does a 3k heal and that's it. And then on base overcharge, all the party, including her, gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a base 1k revive, scaling all the way up to 3k revive. I don't like the MP at all either. It's good for the full party-wide guts, of course. If it's a way to kind of survive. It's a bit sketch though. But it does nothing. It's like so little. Like even with the first skill buff, I still don't really like her. Maybe you guys have some better use cases for her. But man, it's very similar to Medea Lily. It's just very one-dimensional on a reactive, skill set. The only thing that's not reactive really is the MP damage.
No, she's bad. Like it helped her to get that 50% battery, but like,
she's for those Arash challenge quests where you have to survive his MPs.
Why bother?
Yeah.
Like they did this, and then like 6 months later, buffed Asclepius, and you're like, well, thanks. Now she's out of a job again.
Man, he's not even on this list, and he's just terrorizing it.
He really is. Yeah.
Like, sometimes it's nice having a guts giver that is a lot more durable than Asclepius, because to be fair, like he only has like a guts. He has a guts on a 7-turn cooldown, whereas she applies it to herself, and then she also has the end one. But aside from that, like I don't think she contributes enough to the team unless you specifically need that. Funny thing though is she did kind of get her solos got a buff recently with
oh god, not the solo.
with a certain craft essence, because there's a craft essence that came out on the Valentine's event that now if you have that and you proc guts, you get 20% charge.
Oh yeah, that one.
So so it gets her closer to being able to just NP every turn.
That's funny. It's full attack too, right? So it helps with her a bit of with her damage too.
Oh yeah, and it's also like 20% NP gain or something. So
much needed for her.
Pretty decent.
Honestly, yeah, the effects kind of match her really well. At least on solo. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still sadly don't see Irisviel being all that good. I think she's D tier or maybe even E tier. Maybe we can put her next to Medea Lily. What do you think?
You can put her next to Medea Lily.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Unfortunate.
She's not worse, but she's not.
Yeah. Apples and oranges. Anyway, more DPS time. Where is she? There we go. Gonna talk about the Nitocris next, the OG. First of the 3 variants this late into the lists. How about that? She favors the latter side of the classes, I guess. So AoE, arts, DPS, but I definitely want to say mostly a farmer. Her DPS potential is not very impressive, but she is in an interesting spot for sub kind of farming. 9k attack, actually, is that like the highest so far of 4-star casters? So that's not bad, actually. It's decent, for casters that is. MP gain on the triple arch deck is not very impressive on base. Just kind of okay. The extra is okay at least, I guess. But besides that, not the best. But it's Nitocris, so her skill set, yeah, they help a little bit. So yeah, speaking of the skills, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 100% instant kill boost for 3 turns, 20% arts for 3 turns, and then a party-wide 3k heal. It's alright. Definitely, the funny part is the death rate actually can help in farming, so that's nice actually. But if you need her to loop, then obviously it's a problem. But to be honest, even without this skill, it wouldn't matter too much because she might still insta-kill anyway. So, I don't know. Although, wait, did they change her? No, they didn't. She's one. Dude, why was she not changed as well? Whatever. Anyway, I digress. So yeah, it can be a good or a bad thing depending on how you're using her to farm.
Not this one.
Yeah.
She's the only Nitocris that doesn't have that going on.
Wait, did they change it for assassin? They did, right?
They did, yes.
Oh yeah, she was it was that way around. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the arts boost is cool because, again, main card type. And Party 3k heal can be cutesy as well for bosses. But again, I feel like she's mostly just used in farming, so eh. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown, 120% battery. Most people just leave it at level 8 or something, or even less if you go for the second append. So yeah, it's a free MP, basically. Utilizes Black Rail if you need to do damage, or otherwise if you need to insta-kill again. It's just a free MP, and that's it. Free MP. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 2k revive and cleanses all debuffs from self. Sadly doesn't do much for farming either, unfortunately. But, you know, it's a decent defensive skill if you are actually doing bosses. Both are, you know, defensive effects, so it's not super awkward to use. Although, you kind of want to pop Guts early, you know, if possible, to get more out of the cooldown, so that might mean you don't get a lot of value from the debuff cleanse, but, you know, chance you're probably not going to pop it turn 1, so maybe you can still get value out of it too. It's a kind of a bare bones skill set though, really. But, you know, 10% arts on the passive is great. 9% debuff success rate up is okay if you actually, again, going on bosses because she has debuffs on her MP. The divinity doesn't do anything as always, it's just a tickle. She's anti-caster, which I would not neutral DPS with her. Buffed MP, AoE damage, then on base normal effect, or actually not flat normal effect, 20% minus crit chance on all enemies for 3 turns. And then base overcharge before damage, 50% chance to instant kill enemies, scaling up to 100% on max. So again, that's a reason why she can't really loop with damage, even if you don't use the first skill, but you definitely want to use it for the arch boost anyway. So yeah, you're just going to farm with her either by just trying to do damage with maybe like a Black Rail or something, or trying to land instant kill. But she, even with her first kill, correct me if I'm wrong here, she cannot sadly reach the Dolmen levels where she could like guaranteed insta-kill all silver mobs, right? Which is a bit unfortunate.
Well, actually...
Wait, can she?
There's a funny team comp that works well with her.
Oh.
Nitocris with 2 Vitch. Because she has 100% battery.
Oh,
right?
you're gonna cool down.
And then on turn 2, you 100% charge her, and skill 1's back up, so she double stacks it. And then turn 3, she has her
I guess it's fine to bring Vitch because she's not gonna do damage anyway. It's gonna be instant kill. That's funny.
Yeah, so it's instant kill. So on nodes that are instant killable for all 3 waves, even if the last one has higher death resistance, she's at like 250% by like turn 3, and you can even bring the Tsukihime Mystic Code or whatever for extra instant kill down, because you don't need Atlas. Wait, do you need Atlas? No, it's with a Pen 5, it's 6. It's 4, 6. Yeah, so it works. So yeah, it actually does work as a team comp. It's really funny. But it does no damage.
Yeah, you just rely on instant kill. Also, worth noting that even if she didn't have the awkward instant kill before damage on the MP, she would still not be doing amazing damage compared to some of her peers. So while it is, you know, sad, it still wouldn't make her like the best farmer ever, regardless. Unfortunately.
But when you do need, she is still very good for that like 1 wave instant kill, you know, thing.
Or if they're like assassins or berserkers with low enough HP, she can just clear a wave too.
Yeah,
but a bit niche because she doesn't really help the team a lot, so it's gonna be hard to justify in multi-core. But yeah, she sometimes, you know, sometimes you might use her.
I mean, for like I know like on the Bleached Earth like QP quest, you just it's like Doman Nito, and you just like clear out that really easily for a 90++. You know, It's one of those things that like it's there. There's use cases for her. It's a little bit restricted, but there's never a downside to having, you know. Plus, it doesn't really matter what her MP level is. So like
True.
just having one copy does what you need her to do, and so you know she's always worth having.
Also, Plushy in the chat mentioning that Dolman is more expensive. So I guess she has a little bit of an edge, even if her instant kill on base isn't as good. But yeah, worth noting, I guess. I mean, she's interesting. She's, you know, kind of a special case, but not a hopeless case. This is going to be a hard evaluation. Is she a B tier? What is she? I don't know, honestly.
I think, like, B plus.
Oh.
It's like she's useful. Like, there's never... There's always going to be times where you can think of, you know, throwing her in a team, right?
I guess she has really easy accessibility because the MP1 permanent, it's worth something, right?
Yeah.
It's I'm not a huge fan because it's like, okay, she has like the instant death, and like I guess she does have pretty good like survival, but her damage outside of that is just not that great. But like she's all right. She does her thing pretty well. So
I think it's value to the account. She's more valuable than pretty much everyone else we've seen so far, other than, you know, Edison.
Yeah. I'll go with B for that one. We can maybe bump her up later. We'll see how the list forms. But yeah, she has some value for sure. Oh boy, the next one. This is a nice trophy, if anything. We're going to talk about Summer Marie. So it's the first Summer Servant from Summer 1. AoE Arts DPS? Definitely not a farmer. I would not honestly even call her a DPS, but otherwise I have nothing DPS to call her.
Quotation marks.
Yeah. 9k attack is not bad, at least among 4-star casters, so that's something, even if on the grand scheme of things it's not amazing. Triple art stick, as always. No one has broken that mold yet. Her MP gain is, I mean, it's not great, it's not bad. It's just funny if you get like a really fat arts crit on an overkill, then it actually can be okay. But otherwise, it's just kind of funny to see a lot of hits with the ball going.
Her arts cards are all right.
Yeah.
Like her base number is small, but she has a 5-hit arts card. The other cards though are really bad for games.
Yeah, really bad. That's a terrible quick. Oh no.
But I mean, she's kind of the type of servant you wouldn't pick any. Like you'd always go blue with this servant.
Oh yeah, blue or nothing, and even then it's like okay. Right, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets, well, 19.5% attack for 3 turns, and then male allies get 41% starch for 3 turns. So we're back to this skill again. Good old early summer charismas. I mean, arguably it's still better than a charisma, but does that really say too much? Not really. And most of the supports you're going to bring with her preferably are female anyway. So, and even if you brought male supports, they'd probably be supports that don't even make use of starch in a lot regardless, so... It's just like a whatever skill. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then she heals herself by 1k every turn for 3 turns. 7 turns, really, huh? On this skill? Even on 5 turns, you would be like, okay, it's not very impressive. Like, what? This needs like 2 or 3 more effects if it's gonna be 7 turns. Oof. Yikes. Third skill, we got some Marie patented defense. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 3 attacks, no turn limit, and then 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. Actually a good defensive skill. How about that? That's the one nice skill she has. But you might notice, where's the damage? Yeah, there's like no freaking damage anywhere besides like a little bit of attack. And what is she gonna do with stars anyway? She's not gonna do any crit damage either. So if anything, it's just gonna be more refunds for the MP that... Sadly, also doesn't do the most damage, so... Anyway, before we get to that, passives, 10% arts, great, again, you know, main card type, high amount, so that's good at least. 4% debuff success rate, does she even have debuffs? I don't remember if her MP does, but...
I think
it does, okay, it's the same as Nito, okay. Anyway, speaking of Nito, same anti-append, anti-avenger. Actually, no, Nito was... Wait, who was the anti-Avenger? Was it Nito? It was someone we covered. Oh, no, it was Irisviel. Yeah, okay. Not a great append, obviously. Terrible. So, the MP. AoE damage, all enemies minus 20% crit.
Laughing at her.
Minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns flat. At least that's a cute effect. It's, some kind of utility. I like it. I like crit chance down. And then also on overcharge, party gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns on base, getting up to 40%. I don't hate party-wide crit ramp. I just don't understand why it's on her. Like, why? Okay, here's a question. Why would you ever bring her? She's not going to do any damage. She's not going to crit. She has a bit of utility. She's kind of semi-easy to keep alive, but why? What is the purpose of this servant? It's just such a nothing burger of a kid.
You were desperately coping for Marie Alter for 5 years, and they hadn't put her out yet. I don't know. She has no value. Like, honestly, like, absolute garbage. There's no reason to ever use this character as a DPS. She has
I can't imagine any reason you would bring her. You have to dig deep.
It's grim. It's over, guys. Sorry.
Yeah. Even it's bad when Otto has nothing to say to like think of some cool, clever use. It's bad then.
Yeah, because like her. Like I want to defend like the defensive side. It's just like there's not really like art servant, whatever.
Yeah, you're like the local devil's advocate here.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like you look at her NP and it's like, okay, well she can ramp crit, but then like the numbers, like it's 20 to 40, and then you have Gilgamesh. She just as a side effect has it like starting at 30, and it's just like static 30. So it's always going to be better. I just can't.
It's really funny because her skill set is so very close to her rider form, yet her rider version is just so much more usable than this.
Yeah. This is E tier, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's a bit harsh, but I mean, I just can't imagine a single scenario where you bring her over someone else.
If there's anyone you have to put at the bottom of a list, it's Marie Caster.
Yeah. At least Alter is better, and Ryder, so that's something.
Yeah, Alter is I think quite good.
It's funny. Alter has, I think she has anti-caster, and it's just so much better on her than anti-Avenger on caster.
No, she's anti-rider.
She's anti-rider. Oh yeah. Well,
yeah. Alternate versions tend to be anti their original class.
Edgy. Anyway, next up, speaking of which, now we get a bit of an upgrade, needless to say. We're going to talk about Caster Gilgamesh next, or Casgil, shortened. AoE, arts, DPS, support, kind of farmer. He can do several things, which is pretty impressive for a 4-star. Attack is ever so slightly below average when it comes to 4-star casters. Full caster deck at triple arts. Lots of hits on them arts cards. Again, they're not as bad as they might seem just because they have a lot of hit counts, but otherwise the MP gain is
literally the same thing as the last
one. It's exactly pretty much the exact same thing.
Yeah, they both have 0.32 with 5 hit arts cards, except he has a Buster card that does. It's weird.
At least it synergizes well with his star gen buff, so there's that. So it's worth something.
Yeah, when he gives the team star gen, he's not sexist about it.
True. Speaking of which, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets 30% battery, the full party gets 100% star gen for 3 turns, and the full party gets 20% gauge. So he himself gets 50% from this, everyone else gets 20, and then that's star gen buff. Great skill. It's a long cooldown, yes, but it's pretty impressive for a 4-star to have a skill like this. Like big self-spread others. It's usually just like a limited SSR thing, if anything. So, yeah, it's a nice buff. I can kind of understand why the cooldown didn't come down. Like, I still like this skill, leave it as is, even with downtime on it. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 21% attack for 3 turns. So again, literally a base charisma. It still could be worse, but it's just kind of what, it's just there and you're like, okay, thanks, and then you move on. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 30% arts for 3 turns and 30% debuff success rate up for 3 turns. Now this is better. It is a longer cooldown, yes, but it's a card type effectiveness on also 30% over 20, and debuff success rate can be a cool support utility to have as well. And it works for himself too. So hey, I actually think this skill is fine too. So overall, it's a pretty effective skill set. It doesn't have a lot of effects going on, but it is effective at least. Certainly, you feel impact when you use these skills. Passives, 10% success, debuff success rate, so he has more of that for himself as well. Cool. 10% arts upgrade, again the main card type for arts cards. Divinity B doesn't do anything besides tickles the enemy. Anti-archer, there it is again. Honestly, it could be relevant for a bit more tickles if you bring him as a border or something, but otherwise, not really relevant. Buffed MP, AoE damage, then the full party gets 20% defense for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then base overcharge, all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 40. It is after damage, but it's a pretty good base amount as well. Pretty good MP as well, actually. That's 3, besides the damage, 3 some very solid effects if you're going up against bosses. For farming, they're not really relevant, unfortunately, in most cases at least. But on bosses, hey, you kind of like to see some of those effects, actually all of them, in fact. And honestly, the funny part is that, yes, he's full arts, but because the first skill and because his MP is a 10-hitter AoE, he can actually generate a good chunk of stars too on his MP turns. Even with a little bit with his face cards too, especially with that Buster card. So he's good, right? He's just good. Very flexible servant.
He's pretty good. He did get a little for some use cases, especially if you want to crit, pushed aside by Lan Ling after Lan Ling got his buff, because Lan Ling gives 50% crit and does give a star gen buff to the target you want to be doing DPS. Whereas Gil is kind of spread out, so it's understandable. But I think he's good as a support. He definitely, but like I definitely think he's more so when you'd use if you were also intending to use his NP at the same time.
Oh yeah, you would bring him as well if you need a bit more damage too. Yeah, not just for supporting.
Yeah. That's his best use case. Like you use him as a second DPS. Like there's a lot of situations where it's like you're in an AoE situation, but you got like one big target. So you use him in tandem with like a single target. He NPs, they NP. He gives them like over 40% attack because of his NP, and
get a bunch of stars.
Yeah, you just pair him up with another art servant. He functions a lot like Helena in that regard. Like it's just he's a really good servant to have there on the side, like buff like the whole team a lot, and then clear a wave. And he's just Helena but better. Like the only thing Helena has over him is like you can have one turn where she might be able to outdamage him, but that's only because like 80%
that's only one
if
you get
lucky. It's one turn in like every 6 turns, and then it's RNG.
But yeah, they both have the AoE defense down ramp, but his is better. He also ramps his crit, and he makes a bunch of stars instead of just making 5 per turn. It's just he's just so much more useful.
Yeah, it really is. Is also, you get? Oh, keep going.
Also, he's like one of the few debuff success supports out there.
Right. Yeah.
And he's like the only one that actually has team debuff success instead of.
And it's 3 turns too, which is nice.
Yeah, I wish it was 40% because everyone settles at the 60% mark for some reason. So you're gonna be with 90s, but
is fine. I think A+ probably.
I was about to ask, would you guys? I was thinking A+ as well.
Yeah, like if there is a 4-star caster on here, that I like, as far as like DPS caster, I almost said casting. I mean, I guess they're casting. Then like he's probably the closest to EX in my opinion.
He does have a useful bond C as well if you bring him as a support because it's increased party MP damage by 20%, which isn't bad when he's on the field. So like if you are using him as a support,
yeah, because then you get attack, arts, and MP damage from him, which is nice.
41% attack, 30% arts, and 20% MP damage. Yeah. Only downside of that is now you have to try a little harder to get his MP, but like.
But at least now he has a 50% battery, so.
Man, if only there was an art support with splash 30.
Yeah.
With his bond C, you're probably not going to use his NP very often, but like
Yeah.
I
mean, you still use it for debuffs and debuffs, though. But yeah, you want to at that point you won't expect it to do crazy damage, still. But again, it's an option, which is just nice to have. So that's the cool part.
Yeah.
Anyway, A+ for him. Good. Next up, single target stuff. In fact, is this the first single? Because we didn't have low stars, so no Medea. Yeah, first single target caster.
There are not very many.
Yeah, unfortunately, not only are there not a whole lot of single target casters, I feel like unfortunately a lot of them are also pretty unremarkable.
They're also mostly quite low caliber as far as.
Wait, aren't there only 3? Hold on a second. I'm trying to think of like.
There's 4. There's 4 low star not low star. 4-star ones.
Oh, Shuten! I forgot about Shuten.
Yeah, 4. It seems like it's 4. Yeah.
Shooting.
Anyway, on that note, let's talk about Circe, and also on a previous note, again, it was Kurnanos. I guess their name is supposed to be like Kirke, but yeah, everyone says Circe, so whatever. Greeks will be mad regardless. Can't win. Okay, anyway, single target Buster DPS, I guess, with a slightly mismatched deck, if anything. 8.6k attack, just above average among 4-star casters. And much like I mentioned, the triple arts deck is real, and man, they were this bad, yeah? Oh my, oh no. Really? I mean, I remembered her not having great MP game, but yeah, these are bad.
Yeah, she lost one of the hits on her. She lost one of the hits on her arts card to the next caster.
That's insane. This has to be one of the worst MP games on base in the entire game, right? That is atrocious.
Yeah,
top 5 worst.
Is really bad. I don't think it's top 5 worst.
Wow,
it's just
that's
she
crazy.
she doesn't have anything to help.
Also, it doesn't help that her best case scenario is against assassins who refund really badly as well.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, that's not good, needless to say. Anyway, first skill, we're back to this. On a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 120% of battery. So yeah, free MP on command, and that's it. Nothing else. There you go. Enjoy. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She does a 1k poison on all enemies for 3 turns, and then a minus 20% defense on all enemies for 3 turns. The defense down is nice. The poison for herself doesn't really do much, but I guess if you're crazy enough, you could use some kind of other synergy. But again, even subservients that could like take poison damage, like Locusta or Bishona, you can do much better. So, nah. And also, I'm curious as to both the effects being AoE when she's single target. So is it supposed to be like you want to bring an AoE and her? Like, you know, one of these caster kill situations you were talking about, maybe? Otherwise, it's kind of weird for herself in particular. I don't hate it, though. The defense uptime is still okay, but the poison is just kind of... just not much.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. Like, there's... It's like I mean, I guess it's better than a lot of charismas, but charismas will at least last after the enemy is dead, if they die.
Yeah, so it depends on the scenario, too. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns and a party-wide cleanse. It's cutesy, but again, this just pales in comparison to cast skill. Yes, it's 1 turn lower cooldown, but man, you lose out on a lot of stuff. And again, star gen in her particular, also not very good. She's very arts focused on her normal deck, and her MP single target doesn't have a crazy amount of hits. It's just, what is this skill set? It's like, where's the damage? Where's all the good stuff? What is the skill set?
Oh, they forgot. You know.
It's so nothing burger, really. Anyway, passives, 8% arts. I mean, you know, she has triple arts, but yeah. 10% debuff success rate is pretty cutesy because you definitely want to land the like, if anything, you're going to bring her for the debuff of the MP, right? So It's nice to land that a bit better. She's anti-caster, which I would never bring her on neutral. She would do almost negative damage at that point. MP buffed, cool, does damage, and then does the unique stun of pigifying the enemy for 1 turn. So it's basically a stun, but just a different thing. So, you know, cool. We like hard CC. Removes all offensive buffs from the target. Also pretty cool utility. And then does a minus 10% crit chance down on them for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 50. Like, at the MP at least is good, right? FX-wise, it's good. But that's like... she's just her MP, right? And even the damage won't be like crazy, from what I remember.
Well, there's one good thing about Circe, and it's the best thing about her, is her theme from Samurai Remnant is like one of the best tracks in that game. But aside from that, there's really nothing else.
She's pretty cool in that game, actually.
Yeah, I like. Actually, she's fun to play in that game.
She's really good for farming normal mobs because she can round them up together with her tornado thing.
Yeah, she's a fun character in that game. She's terrible here,
and she can ride the giant pig.
Yeah.
I can't relate to this. See, for some reason, I was not. I was just excluded from the group of streamers that got the game for free.
Oh, that sucks. Well, did you contact Tecmo? Because you had to do that.
I applied for it, and like I just didn't count.
No, for me it was like I applied for the forum as well, but I don't think I ever really got a reply. But then on Twitter I sent them a DM. It's like, hey, can I get a key? And they're like, yeah, okay. Kira-chan told me to DM them, and I did, and it worked out.
Do you think it's too late to do that now?
You know what's crazy as well? That not only did I get a key for the game, they gave me a key for the deluxe edition. So I got all the DLCs when they released too.
Yeah, same.
It's cool.
That's what I got as well, and so I didn't have to pay for the DLC.
And a couple of weeks ago, I finally finished all the DLC as well. So I'm finally done with the game. Let's go.
Yeah, I put in like 100 hours into it because I ended up playing it like twice or something.
I played like 5 times. I missed like a few achievements, but yeah, I'm not going back for those anymore.
Oh no, like twice as in like I played it all the way through, and then I switched it over from the test version to the live version, and somehow deleted my save. Yeah. I'm like, I got to do it again, and so yeah. Anyway, Circe here is like discount Sanzang or however her name is. I don't know how to say her name.
Yeah, Sanzang is fine.
Like you only use her if there's an assassin that has like low enough HP for her pathetic damage to knock out. Like I don't know, it's really bad. Her damage is so bad.
Her NP is pretty cool. The only issue is there's just a lot of servants, just a lot of enemies in general that just randomly get immune.
Wow, I didn't realize the list was this big.
There's a lot of bosses that just get immune to Pigify as well.
I mean, most of these servants don't matter, at least, because you would never bring her neutral anyway. But yeah, still, that's quite a bit.
There's a couple assassins here, though. Like
yeah.
Tez, Kama, and Berserkers. Like, wow. Actually, you know what? There's a lot of dangerous things on here that you might want to stun for a turn. Like Arjuna Altar.
Well, at least in the hardest version, he's immune to stuns anyway, but yeah.
Well, to be fair, though, he has offensive buffs he gets that can be removed.
True.
He's still gonna, like, destroy you.
Yeah, he's gonna one-shot you anyway. Like, even a non-crit of his Buster in that hardest boss fight is still gonna one-shot you if you don't have Giga defense.
Yeah, I wouldn't use her in that type of scenario, so...
I've used her a couple times for farming. Like, I think there was 190++ where I used her.
I guess having the AoE defense could be a thing, because, you know, you can have, like, an enemy wave that has one enemy, and then another one could have, like, AoE. But again, if you don't use it to boost your own damage, that also might be a problem. So it depends.
Yeah, ultimately, I think I think her biggest problem is she just doesn't have much damage.
Or much effects either going on in the skill set.
All she has is, like the little rinky-dinky 20% defense down. That's it. She also has an NP upgrade, but you don't feel it. Like, her damage is worse than the next servant who doesn't have an NP upgrade, which is crazy.
That is kind of crazy.
If they buffed high-speed Divine Words to have like a 50% NP damage buff for 3 turns, maybe then we can do something here.
Yeah,
But aside
fuck
from
Helena.
that, yeah, I just hate Helena so much.
Just fix her in the same patch. Anyway, Circe
like,
ranking C.
I don't think she's that bad though, because like when the pig does work, like sure she does have issues like getting her NP really often, but it's like
I feel like that's why they gimped it. Like nowadays we have Count of Monte Cristo who doesn't give a shit, but back then we can't have someone that has a 100% stun have her MP up all the time, so they gimped her numbers so bad.
I do think C+ because she does like there are times where you just need like that one NP to go off like in a.
Yeah, maybe she shouldn't be. I was thinking maybe C, but maybe she shouldn't be below Helena. Unless we're gonna bring Helena down to C as well. They should probably be on the same tier.
We could bring them both down.
We could.
I feel like she's more useful than Helena.
Oh,
she is. Actually, you know what?
Honestly, do we just do this now where we bring Helena down?
Yeah, bring Helena down, bring Liz down, then we got a nice
Poor, look at the gap between Helena and Castiel. It's so brutal. But honestly, it's kind of realistic.
Yeah, that's the thing I was hesitant about, because like I didn't want to drop her too far down below him, because I feel like she is still very comparable.
Ask yourself, in your heart of hearts, are you ever bringing Helena over Castiel?
Well, I don't think. Like, okay, so they
don't dodge the question. Look deep into your heart. Ask yourself.
Well, obviously not, but I'm gonna pick Castoria over like most things, so it's not really.
Yeah, it's all relative, really.
But like, I'm not sure if she's like 2.5 tiers below him.
All right, we'll keep her at SZ+ for now. Okay, again, subject to change. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's Circe for now. Yeah, next up, another single ticket caster. They were also released super close to each other. They were both released with Salem, right? In different banners. So yeah, Queen of I think it's pronounced Sheba, right? But I always say Sheba. I don't know why. It's just it always stuck to me. But I'm pretty sure it's Sheba. Okay, or just Midrash.
Favorite character.
Yeah, Otto is a big fan at least. Honestly, I like her too. Like aesthetically, I think she's pretty hot. So I'll give you that.
Top tier.
Yeah, she's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Anyway, single target arts DPS. So we go full blue this time. Actually, well, not in terms of deck, but MP type at least included. So the first caster do not have a triple arts deck. Attack wise, she's just above average among her peers, and yeah, the deck. Her arts card is actually pretty good, so that's nice. Actually breaking them, not just changing, not being triple arts for once, but having decent gains cards. So that's cool. Bit of a change. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and she gets 30% battery. So it's just a better charisma. That's exactly what it is, because it's above charisma too. It's okay. I don't hate it. It's okay. And that's about it. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and an invul pierce for 1 turn. So it's like a crit mana burst, I guess, that can be used with her MP too if you need the invul pierce. I don't like the downtime though, and I feel like it is. Well, I guess she has a star bomb too. But even like the caster absorb on base is also not the best. It's pretty low actually. So you're gonna have to probably have some help with that too. Anyway, third skill on that note. 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% the red and blue for 3 turns, and then 10 stars on use. It's just alright too. I mean, this skill set is definitely better than Circe's for what it's worth. It doesn't really say too much, but it is better. I don't really hate it, voice crack, but I don't love it either. It's fine, that's what it is. Passives, 6% arts is cool, it's her main card type. 20% debuff rest, pretty rare for casters, I guess, but she has it. So again, considering she's mostly, maybe if you're auto, you might use her in farming, but I feel like most people that would only use her on bosses, so having debuff rest is alright. Anti-caster, probably not super relevant for her. Like most casters, I would not do neutral stuffs. If anything, I feel like caster is one of the worst classes for the third append in any case, just because the class is very underwhelming as a DPS class.
Unless it's Berserker.
Yeah, Berserker, that's like the one example maybe that it could be good. Yeah. But yeah, the MP, so yeah, like I mentioned before, it's not buffed. It only does damage on the normal effect, but overcharge, we have some debuffs. So on base overcharge, for 3 turns, the target gets 10% defense down, 10% attack down, 30% healing down, scaling all the way up to 30, 30, 70 respectively. So I don't love the MP, but I don't hate it either. I feel like it's only damage on normal effect. They probably could have bumped the base numbers a little bit higher on the overcharge, because on base they're not very impressive, and especially because the defense down is after damage too. But again, she spams her MP fairly okay, right? So
there's a relatively new boss we're definitely applying who's weak to casters and applying reduced healing. Maybe 2 stacks of that. Definitely can help when your frontline gets.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Bad advice.
Yeah, I'm not a.
I watched that hour-long video you put up, and I'm just sitting there. I'm like, don't listen to them. They're telling you wrong stuff, and I'm like, oh no, that was so funny. I was just sitting there at work, out in the background, hearing you get angrier.
So I assume Otto has the most to say about her, but personally, I'm just kind of okay on her. I don't think she's amazing. I don't think she's terrible. I think she's just okay. She's definitely better than Circe, at least. But how much better is the question?
Actually, I think she is better.
Oh yeah, I mean for sure. I don't think anyone's gonna disagree on that, at least.
Her second skill is kind of like a red herring. Her crit damage isn't really that great. Like, I feel pretty decent crit damage, but I'm using one that's like way better than average. Her being a caster and having like meh attack stat for a caster it does not help, and she's a 4-star. So even though she has like 20, 100, it just doesn't total out to that much.
At least she also has 2 busters to help a little bit with more crit potential. Something.
Yeah, there is that, but like she crits to get her NP. Like her NP gain is incredibly good. Like
it's 2.4 in the double arts.
It is really weird because like she does have like the buster, like the buster arts, like the saber deck in P gain, except she has an extra hit on her arts card, which is why I always say that about her and Circe, because Circe is like 1 hit below average, and she's 1 hit above average for it.
And they were released like back to back as well. It's crazy with the contrast.
Yeah. I guess they fudged the numbers or something. But yeah, she spams really good. Her NP even has a bit of refunding. It's not like the best single target refund, but like it's good enough that you can do a plug comp and have her like do 1/1/1 stuff. But her damage is ultimately the biggest problem. She just her damage just isn't really that great.
I feel like an MP upgrade could help her a lot.
Oh yeah.
Because the skill set is kind of fine. I'm okay with the buff to the charisma. I don't hate the skill set. I think it's totally fine. But if she ever gets a nice MP buff, she could be actually really good.
I will say, her having that buster on her 3rd skill is pretty nice for like Yui. Even though she doesn't have the quick, which means she misses out on some attack, she's still gonna get like an extra like 20 or 30% NP damage.
Yeah.
Set up like that, and she synergizes with her. She helps her get her NP with, because like that's another great thing about the 3rd skill, AoE arts buff. Like even though we meme on it because it's like AoE 20% hearts for 3 turns, like it does help the rest of the team get their NP. Like it's 20% NP gain for arts chains. So
yeah,
I think she's like okay, but it just boils down to damage issues. Give her like an NP upgrade or some sort of something. Please don't do this thing that a lot of people suggest and like buff a skill to make her more crit oriented, because I don't think that's worthwhile. Unless
I think it's the same thing with Nursery. Like crit is not the main thing that they should be going for.
I mean, if you invest in class score in a Pen 4, you can have 180% crit on those arts cards.
Yeah, and if you give her like 17 Grails and like 2k foes and a shit ton of paws and so on and so forth, and like you can feel like she's all right. But that's like
you can pretend, we can all pretend a lot of things.
I would say B tier, personally.
I think so as well.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate that they
Honestly,
haven't done anything
she
with
and
her.
Nursery are kind of comparable in like one is AoE, one is single target, but they have some similar things going on too. Post buff Nursery.
I'm fine with B right now.
Yeah.
Should Nito be there then? Like, should Nito be above? Because like,
I feel like her
for
use
your
is. I
account,
mean,
do you think Nito
because
is-
she's not used all the time. She's just someone that's kind of nice to have. So I feel like putting someone like that higher than B is it needs some real like convincing.
Well, I'm not a huge fan of like instant death because, like, I mean, when it works, it's a free wave clear, and she has like a free NP. But like, if it doesn't work or it's inconsistent, then I don't want to use her at all.
I feel like B is fine for him. Again, we might change it later, but for now, I'm still vibing the B.
You had her an A last year, by the way. Just saying.
I mean, I feel like we had everyone higher on every list last year, so a lot of stuff is moving down. So if anything, it's like a normalization now. Yeah, it's definitely not just Nitocris.
You have Helena. Wait,
I think she was like B or something, right?
Yeah, wait, hold on. You're right. You had her higher. Never mind. I thought she was lower. But
Yeah. I feel like everyone was basically higher besides Nursery.
You know, good point. Fair point.
Yeah, so it's like it's not just her. Trust. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Next servant, another welfare. Gonna talk about the blue AOE guy, also known as Sieg. I guess he has a name. 8.3k attack is a bit below average when it comes to 4-star casters. Has the same double arch, double buster.
Someone's gonna get mad at me saying for saying this, but he is on Ark's battlefield right now. It's supposed to be
I can
like
see it. That's funny. Yeah, I can see it.
Isn't it?
True.
Yeah, the reverse side.
The reverse side of the world. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, same as
it does look like Millennium Castle Field though.
True.
Sorry.
The ground especially. Double buster, double arts, much like Sheba. So, but unlike Sheba, he misses the 3-hit arts, so his MP gain not very impressive on base. So unfortunate for him. Luckily, his MP refunds a lot, so and that's kind of all he is. So it's not the biggest problem ever. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns and 2k max HP for 3 turns. Again, I guess you can use him on bosses, but I really feel like he's better in farming though. But yeah, the MP gain at least helps in farming. But if you're doing bosses, max HP doesn't hurt, I guess. It's just kind of a vanilla skill, but it's okay. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 36% arts for 1 turn. Talk about an underwhelming skill though. Yikes. So it's just like, one of your MPs now does a bit more damage. There you go. The refund doesn't even matter all that much because he's already pretty okay on refunds. So yeah, pretty underwhelming. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 100% anti-dragon damage for 1 turn and a 30% battery. So at this point, if you do hit a dragon, his MP can actually do some solid damage. If not, just some alright damage really. And the battery can help with, the loops. Very bare bones kit. Again, very much implying that this man just wants to MP. He doesn't even care about his face cards. Just press the MP. That's about it. Passives, 12% crit damage though from independent action EX. Very misplaced. Obviously it's a lore thing, but yeah, sadly it doesn't really have much at all to do with crits. 6.5% arts is nice, and then 6.5% debuff res. It's something. Probably would have been better if he had territory creation for a higher arts up, but oh well. It's something still. Anti-saber, which again would not neutral with him. Surprisingly, not really. MP hasn't been buffed, but it's a free MP 5, so on base normal effects it just does damage, AoE damage, and then on overcharge is actually good, the one effect it has. So before damage, all enemies get 20% defense down for 3 turns, and it's getting up to 40, so hey, he actually does get it before damage. Good for him, very good. So yeah, he's just an MP spammer, but he does surprisingly decent damage though. That's the funny part. But man, he doesn't really do a whole lot much else besides just MP damage.
He's just a farmer.
Yeah.
He's just your free AoE caster farmer.
Until you hit higher MP levels of some of the 5 stars.
Yeah. And unless you're against a dragon enemy, he's
I guess that's one use case too, to give him some edge.
I mean, dragon isn't the least
his
common thing.
his refund is incredibly good. Like,
yeah, the MP.
Holy shit! I just got deafened by Valve.
Oh, what happened?
Sorry. You know how if you open like TF2, it's like boom.
Oh,
Yeah,
was your like
always
master
way
volume at
too high.
100%? Yeah.
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 Yeah, dude. Like last year, I was playing Pizza Tower like through half of the tier list. So
I am
Nice.
always 100% focused. Otto, it's a difference between me and you. Focus.
But like he has like without his NP gain buff, he has almost as good refund as Murasaki, and Murasaki has like some of the best AoE arts refund out of the like AoE casters.
Yeah.
And then he has a 30% NP gain buff, so he stomps in that regard. He's just really good at like refund looping. Like his cards are like all right, and then like that's really all I see out of him. I don't like
Yeah,
his
he lives and
DPSing
dies
is
by his
kinda
MP.
whatever.
That's it. But it's not a bad case because it's still okay.
He is
He's boring but
an
effective.
arc-looper. Yeah.
He's boring but effective, but like also free. So like when you're going for evocation, I think like he's probably like out of all the free, if you're looking for a caster of all the free ones from evocation, he's probably the best pick. Well, hold on. Except for Santa Martha. But like if you're looking for DPS.
Yeah. Wait, is
like,
Martha there yet? I forgot. Is she there yet?
No, we haven't gotten to her yet.
Okay,
She's
yeah, for now though, then
they just added her. They just added Santa Martha, I think, like this month or something like that.
Oh yeah, that was the batch that had 0 buffs, right? Because they were all pretty decent already. Yeah.
Because they were all good.
Yeah.
So they didn't need to buff any of them.
Funny how it worked.
But yeah, like as far as like DPS, he's probably the best of the evocation casters.
Well, at least the easiest and use, and it's just someone that brings like guaranteed results.
Yeah.
Just very straightforward.
Yeah. He's a very low bar for looping. Like I know people hype up Chengong looping and all, but that like you need to bring like 5 servants for that, whereas with them it's like 2.
And his refund is so good that I mean you still want to bring Castoria because of the damage, but you don't even need her for the refund. So he has options for that too.
Yeah. He's just a pretty decent budget farmer.
I think he's B+ or maybe even an A. What do you guys think?
I think B+.
I think B+ is all right.
We can fill that slot.
I think
now.
he's more applicable than Nitocris because, like, if you can single core, then yeah.
So. It's a decent argument. Yeah, okay, B+ for that. And probably will be. Next
almost
up,
back to back, 2 of my favorite characters.
Hey, but the D+ spot might not be so empty anymore, Otto. Soon.
Anyway, yeah, back-to-back welfares too as well, actually. We're going to talk about Shuten and Castor next. So we're going to cover the Assassin next week, but this is the welfare version now. So single target Buster DPS Castor. So one of the rare single targets again. 9.5k attack is actually good. At least Shuten faces, Shuten servants, they always have a good attack among their, class. She's not an exception here either. So that she does well in. Not well in terms of the entire servant, picture, but at least among 4-star casters, it's good. Triple art stick gains not super impressive, but not terrible either, I guess. They're just fine. Sure, they're fine. Alright. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Single target MP seal for 1 turn and a 50% crit chance down for 3 turns. So with that, the enemy definitely won't be critting unless they stack a lot of crit. So that's at least cute. I don't hate this skill, honestly. MP seal is also a nice effect. Who doesn't love delay? Like, even if you might be min-turning, sure, fine. But if you're not, then, MP seal is always just nice to have. Just delays the enemy. Second skill, though.
I don't hate this skill that much. A lot of people
like the first one?
I mean, it's just they don't crit anymore button.
Yeah. I mean, that's worth something, yeah, for sure. And she's not arts per se. You can obviously bring Castoria with her, but because she's not arts fully per se, survival is not always a guarantee, so it's nice to have for sure. However, the second skill though, oof. 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Arts and Buster for 1 turn and 500% Absorb for 1 turn. This, however, ooh, I don't like this one. This is pretty weak. Always the best case scenario is like, you get your MP and then, you refund with Arts crits or something with this up to get another MP off the next turn, but even your damage won't go up terribly from this, especially the MP. I don't like this skill a lot. A lot of downtime too. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and she herself gets 50% anti-demonic power mod for 3 turns. It's alright. Again, it's a better charisma. And demonic is not the rarest trait to fight, even on bosses, so this one also is okay. Even if you don't hit the power mod, it's still a charisma, so it's a passable skill at best. So, could do a lot worse. Again, not a whole lot going on in this kit, but there's some utility too, besides some, damage stuffs. So I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. 8% arts is okay, because again, she's triple arts, and her arts cards are not terrible either. 8% debuff success rate up is cool, because she has some pretty decent debuff, so if enemy has some resistance, it's nice to have that bonus chance to land that stuff. Divinity C doesn't do anything besides tickles, and there it is, the first anti-append against Berserkers, so actually a good scenario. There it is. The MP then, so free MP 5, and besides damage on the normal effect, she gets a sure hit for 1 turn before damage, cool, and then on overcharge base, 1k poison for 5 turns on the target, scaling up to 5k. Pretty worthless. She has no other dots, synergies, so that's just basically a worthless overcharge. But, sure hit is cool at least, so it's not just that in terms of the effects. I feel like Shuten is not amazing, but, you could do worse. Do I still prefer her to Circe? Maybe. I don't know actually. She has the stun, though, and this buff strip. I don't know.
When you're up against demonic, demonic assassins and demonic berserkers are pretty common, and in those instances, she is like one of the better options you have. But she's just not like her skill set just kind of sucks. She's carried by free NP5.
Yeah.
The thing is, I would like most of the time. If I'm gonna take a single target 4-star like this, I just need them to do 1 MP, and Circe's gonna at least be able to do her MP versus this one who has no battery, and so you'd need to dedicate like turns to getting charge if you're trying to use her for farming, which you're not gonna.
Yeah, you're not gonna use her for farming at all.
Bosses and then she's gonna, if they're not demonic, she has a 1-turn burst, and it's just kind of like she's unfortunate. I don't know why they design they have like 2 different skill designers at the Sengo. One of them makes good kits, and the other intentionally messes with the player base. And this was designed by the latter, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Otto?
She's like, all they have to do to fix her is like buff her second skill to be 3 turns, and then add a
this could be 3 turns.
She will be completely fine.
Yeah.
3 turn duration on a 6-turn cooldown is just like normal. We have Sheba who has team wide 20% for 3 turns. Why can't we have 30% for 1 servant? Honestly, her 1 saving grace is just how she gets to be selfish where the others are usually just not selfish at all. So she can, even if her buffs aren't really that great, she can she can total something that is a decent number, which is just a bit of an issue with a lot of casters.
Yeah, if you gave her a 3-turn buff and then 30% battery, I think that'd be great. But
I think she'd be able to, especially if they made the absorb 3 turns, because she's also chaotic evil. She can do some stuff that way. And she has the highest attack stat out of the casters, so like the chaotic evil might actually mean something, unlike on Liz. Especially since like you'll have multi-core scenarios where she'd be a really solid just nuke one like demonic enemy. Like I used her to kill the other Shuten and the 90++ for the which one was it? Was it it wasn't the maids event, it was one of the other AoE quick servants from last year event. I can't remember.
Anyways. One of the many AoE quick servants from
the Mihoyo one, yeah. Yeah, the one with AoE quick caster, yeah.
Yeah, Alice.
There's only so many of those.
Anyway, I think Shuten is at most C+, or just below Circe at C.
I think putting them on equal levels is fine.
Because the free MP5, maybe?
I don't think she's as bad as Liz.
Yeah, probably not. Let's go with C+ for now. Sure. Alright, next up, back to supporting. We got an interesting contrast between two parts of a servant. So, talk about Miyu next. She's a support caster, 4-star. Attack is actually surprisingly high for a support. It's actually like just above average or around that for a 4-star caster, which I guess her skill set might want to imply that, oh yeah, she can do DPS too, but I would still only bring her for support. Triple arts deck, there it is, back to the standard caster deck, and on base her gains are just passable, I guess. They're fine, nothing crazy, just okay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, so here we go with the skills, okay. 30% art stuff for self for 3 turns, and then 30% crit damage for self for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So yeah, this is a bit unfortunate, because again, she's kind of meant to be a support, but then she has this selfish stuff going on. The arts helps with getting her MP at least, but she's never really gonna do much damage. I mean, I'm sure there's people that have like the crazy 120 copies that try and do solos with her, in which case, yeah, maybe you can do some damage, but she's not really meant to do damage, is the thing. So it's really weird with this design. Anyway, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 2k revive, debuff imbued for 1 time 3 turns. I mean, it's a decent defensive skill at least. It's easy to use, has longevity, you can just pop it, you're gonna be okay. This one at least is fine. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted 30% battery, and also gives the target 40% buff a success rate up for 3 turns. I mean, targeted 30 is nice, but depending on who you target, you may or may not get any value from the buff success rate up, which is a bit unfortunate. I wish it had some other effect, in something maybe a bit more generic, but at least her MP works for that. So yeah, can't be too bad. And if anything, you maybe are gonna use it on herself, because if you're gonna bring Miyu, you definitely wanna MP, because that's the one really nice part about her. So yeah, depending, I guess you could use it on her easily. So the skill set is not very good. And I mostly have issues with the first skill in particular, being just self only, just kind of weird. Okay. Passive, 17.5% debuff is nice for bosses, because again, you only use her for bosses. And then she has the Aprilia passive of 4% gauge per turn, which is also very nice, because again, she really wants to MP as much as she can. So anything that helps with that is always welcome. She's anti-ruler, which is a very good joke. Luvia, I guess. She always messes up everyone. I love it. Best girl for a reason. Alright, the MP buffed. Good. So, she gets this unique per turn buff for 3 turns. So, every turn, the full party gets 10% gauge for 3 turns. They get, on base MP1, they get 10% attack for 3 turns, and then 1k heal every turn for 3 turns. Both scaling up to 20% attack and 2k heal. And then on base overcharge, you get 5 stars per turn for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 25 stars per turn for 3 turns. So that's just one application of the MP, which is, a lot of people love to compare it to Merlin, which is understandable. It is basically a Merlin MP, but you know, if you can manage to stack it as well like Merlin, it can do a lot, really. And overcharge is not terrible on her either. While it only affects the stars, it still increases, because on base is not very impressive. And if you have some MP levels, the MP is pretty decent, especially for a 4-star. It's actually good. So the MP I like, but the skill set I feel like could be a lot better. So I feel like a lot of people just don't really bring her. Which, I get it. She's not, there's so many other supports nowadays. Like, if you only have a good support MP, because a lot of people, if anything, they prefer skills over MPs, right? Because that's instant. I mean, an MP can be instant too, arguably, but it also takes a card slot from a chain.
I think as far as, like, I think she's only valuable to take over if you have her NP5, because at NP5 the values are high enough, because 2k heal, 20% attack, which, by the way, if you keep her NP rolling, you get 60 to 80% plus attack. After by rolling, I mean, like, you're going for fights like 5-10 turns, like, and you're keeping up the NPs, right? You can have like a rolling 60 to 80 to 100% attack up, depending on how many NPs of hers you get.
It stacks really well
for the party, which is nice, but you have to have her at a high MP level.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, because of the way it works from her unique buff, this doesn't work with Summer Vinci, right?
It does not, no.
Unfortunately, yeah. Because it all activates from the clock buff.
Really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be cute.
But it is useful in that situation. So, like, at MP5, I would say, like, if you're going for like a turn fight, you might take her like over, like, as a more offensive choice over like Asclepius or like Jufu, because Jufu is only a targeted heal. Like, as like a good option, like you'd Castoria and your DPS. I think that's fine. But her biggest weakness is, if all of her skills were targetable, she'd be outstanding as a 4-star support. But they're not. What type of...
Or at least make the first skill targetable. I'm okay with kind of having the self-defense thingy, but yeah, at least this one should be targetable, the first one.
Yeah, there's some kind of madness that drove them to make it. Also, the crit is 3 turns, which I think people, like...
Yeah,
forget.
It could be like 50% easily.
3 times. Not even a good number.
Yeah, her NP was so funny back then.
Oh, with the demerit? Oh.
Yeah, you had to have her NP5 for her to not die. Drain. Because
it drained 3,000 and it would heal 3,000 over so she would keep other people alive, but she damage.
And that's not even factoring in enemy hits coming in.
Yeah, so you would have to like pair her with Merlin, so you'd have 2 healers. So like your main DPS would be super healed, but she would get less healing than everyone else and would still die slowly. It was
Thank God they fixed her and gave her the level scaling attack buff as well, which was used. Like, this is a really good buff. Very good.
It is a very good buff. It's just hard to find places to like use her a lot.
Again, it's one of those cases where she's not bad, but it's hard to justify bringing her against other options, because there's a lot of good options nowadays.
Like, she has a targetable 30%. I don't think she's that hard to justify. It's just she doesn't have like immediate offensive value.
It takes a while.
But when you use her NP, like, if you have her like NP2, like after 2 turns it's 30% attack. Like, that's already a pretty considerable amount.
When I was new to the game, and I didn't have any of the meta supports.
When you were nude?
That's what it sounded like.
Are you telling me you're not now?
Whoa.
No, I'm in fact wearing pants. Thank you very much. And
fun fact, I don't wear pants.
Wait, what?
Yeah, but regulars of the stream, no. I don't actually wear pants inside the house, including on stream. I mean, I'd still wear boxers. I'm not naked down there, but yeah,
crazy.
I don't like wearing pants indoors. I'm more comfortable in boxers.
God, you really are the Germa of FGO.
First thing I do every day is put on socks. I can't not wear socks.
Yeah.
So I wear socks, then I put on pants, and then like the only time I take pants off is when I'm showering. Right?
Wow.
So once every 2 or 3 weeks. No, I'm just kidding.
I only put on pants when I leave the apartment.
That's crazy. Anyway, when I was
why it's so comfortable without pants? Why is it crazy?
I don't like wearing pants. Like you're sitting in your chair and like I don't know.
I have a very expensive Herman Miller, so my ass and thighs are enjoying it.
I don't know. I can't do it. My dignity, what little I have of it. I need to wear
Alright,
pants.
fair enough.
But yeah, I was new to the game and I didn't have any meta supports. And I do have a Grailed Miyu.
That was a great segue.
Much to my shame. Yeah, a little bit distracted. But much to my shame, I do in fact have a Grailed Miyu. Because I was like, I'm like, of course you grail good supports, which nowadays I'd say no. Why would you do that? Slap myself in the past and go, let it, don't grail supports. It's useless. You get no value out of it. Anyway, but no, I actually do have a Grailed Miyu, much to my shame. But I still think her skill set is just meh.
Yeah,
she's fine.
But her MP is so good that she actually has uses. That's the bottom line, basically.
She does.
So where will we place her? B plus, A?
I think she's like
B plus.
Like
I feel I'm okay with B plus at least.
B plus or A, yeah.
Yeah, she's good. Just, not so... the problem is she's not amazing, so people mostly don't bring her. And also she's kind of rare as well, but she's not bad at all. Just skills are kind of whatever. But MP is really good.
Buff that first skill, though, to make it targetable. And then she's, like, probably, like, as a sub-support, probably, like, the best option you have as a 4-star.
Well, we have another one later as well that we might still take this out. We'll see. But they would actually at least do different stuffs, kind of, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, B plus for now, maybe even A later, we'll see. And now, let's move on to another servant. Summer type again. We had a break from Summers, I think, because, Caster maybe not the most common class there, at least on 4 stars. Or anyhow, so Charlotte Caster. Single target arts DPS. More single target stuffs. 8.4k attack. Lancer, a little bit below average among her peers, unfortunately. Triple arts deck is back. Standard Caster. And MP gain on base is not super impressive, but she does have some battery action going on, so it's not the worst thing ever. Overall. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns. Does a confusion on all enemies for 3 turns with a 30% chance to skill seal them for 1 turn. And her confusion actually is not success based, so it can actually proc multiple times, I believe, because it's just 3 turns flat instead of like 1 time 3 turns, which is very important because she wants skill seals. And then the full party gets an evasion for 1 attack 1 turn, so it's a bit awkward. I mean, it's great to have that, because again, that can eat like an AoE MP, of course, or something like that, but it's on a skill that you probably want to use immediately if you're going up against bosses, because you get your main card type up, and you get this thing that makes you do damage as well, or at least in the future turns, not immediately, of course, because of the way it works, but yeah, it can be a bit awkward to use sometimes, but granted, she is art, so maybe you can just toss and evade out, because card type is so good. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 100% chance to skill seal an enemy for 1 turn. So with this, you can actually get it immediately. Then you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. So a bit of multi-core there as well with the MP damage. And speaking of multi-core, the third skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, and then you target an ally who gets 30% battery, and you can actually target herself too if you want 60%, but she gets minimum 30, and then whoever you choose gets another 30. It's an interesting skill, actually. It's very basic, but I kind of like the flexibility of it, even if it's super basic. So yeah, obviously, well, I guess we should, before I talk about the skill set more, we should talk about the MP, because it's very much tied to the skill set. So yeah, before that, passives, 5% arts up, and then 10% arts crit damage. The arts up is cool. She doesn't really have a ton of crit focus, but sure, it's the main card type that she has 3 of in the normal deck, so it could be worse. 6% debuff success rate up is great, because again, she really wants to land her skill seals. And then 10% star gen. Also not the most relevant thing for her, but the debuff success rate up is good. Gisanta Alter Ego is also very not great, because, it would be interesting to bring a caster as your choice for Alter Ego. Unless you have a great copy, then, because of her super effective, I guess you could make it work. Anyway, MP, single target damage, get 20 stars flat on use, and then the overcharge is a super effective against skill sealed enemies, space 150 to 200 range, the standard scaling. So obviously if the target is skill sealed, then she can do great damage. If not, then she doesn't do great damage. It's a big difference. It really is a big difference. But luckily, she actually does have two different ways of getting skill seals. One, you can get it instantly from this. There is a bit of downtime though, unfortunately. And then you just have to praise RNG for the confusion to work. So she's in an interesting spot, right? Like, she has work and stuff, but a bit inconsistent, right? If anything. And might have some downtime depending on if you land these RNG terror, or not terror, confusion procs or not. So go
here's
ahead.
the thing. People like to say, oh, she has such great damage.
Mm-hmm.
If the confusion doesn't hit, she does worse than Circe.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
I'm just saying,
she
is. Oh, I said if the confusion doesn't hit, she hits worse than Circe. So like, and you have one guaranteed every 6 turns. Aside from that, you are at the mercy of a 30% chance to activate to get that skill seal to do any actual damage. Other than that, you're probably you're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Which is too much. Like I think that's too much because you're literally gambling on and it's not even like it's not even 30% every turn. It's 30% for 3 of the 5 turns you have to wait between your other skills. So you still have like, what is it, like 30% of the fight you just don't have that if you're going more than 3 turns. So like,
and it's not even cumulative. Like, you could get 0 skill seals out of this application. You could get 0. It doesn't guarantee a single one. You could get multiple too if you're really lucky, but you could also get 0.
So like, I've never liked her kit because I feel like what it should have been is the skill seal. It should have been like MP damage for 1 turn, and it should have been on like a and the second skill. It should have been like a 3-turn cooldown, and an MP damage for like 1 turn, right? That would have made her like far more consistent. And
she really is like a casino servant.
Yeah, I love gambling.
Yeah.
Let's go gambling.
I don't think it's that bad. Like, there's a decent amount of like skill sealing servants. Like Summer Murasaki, like Matahari. You could double up on confusion with our boy Domon, I guess.
She's not chaotic evil.
She does have chaotic though. It's a bit of value, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. But a lot of the skill seals you're going to be seeing that you could combo with are like NP skill seals. So you could have someone like Taisuri. You could have Taisuri actually doesn't skill seal on NP. Right, it's on the second skill. Whoopsie. But yeah. Like, there's some servants you can
bring a 5-star caster that people like to meme me with, that we're gonna talk about later on in this list, that does skill seal on MP.
I'm gonna build a team of. I'm gonna start.
Aren't they like rivals?
Probably. They were the same summer event. Yeah.
I'm gonna start with K-Scope Nobukatsu to apply confusion. Then he's gonna die, and Doman's gonna come in, and I'm gonna have
double or triple confusion
also, so that way I can have 4 confusions up at the same time. Maybe then it'll proc.
How funny would it be if 0 procced on a turn? That would be so funny.
What would the chances be for 4 over 3 turns for 4 confusions to proc? Never.
And I think some of them might have a different rate as well. I think sometimes.
No, they're all 30%.
Is it always 30?
30%
okay.
Chance to activate. That's just how confusion works. It's not like there's terrors that have like different.
Oh yeah, terror was the one that it can depend.
Which is weird that terror has different like some of them. Actually, hold on a second. I'm looking at the terrors and I don't see any percentage chances. That's weird.
Like, they definitely are, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Terror, these skill effects are weird. There's only 2 good terror in the game. And confusion is a worse version of terror. So yeah, it's Vanguard and Alice are the only good
she has good potential, but yeah, it really is pretty inconsistent. So how are we gonna rate Summer Charlotte?
Now, if I wanted to make people bad,
C plus,
I would
B?
say B. I would say C. Yeah, well, C.
I think you're being way too harsh on her. Like I don't think her damage isn't that bad without skill seal. Like she has.
Is it not?
Circe level. It's Circe level.
She still has like 30 NP damage. She has 30
Right.
arts. Like I know it's not great, but like it's
I just
not
ran the numbers.
unsalvageable. And also she has like 30 targetable, 30 self. Like that. This is.
Right, so
she definitely has a better
Circe. You can put her in B then because she's a little bit better than Circe, I guess.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Ooh, welfare and a nice one too. Support. Someone I use a lot on my free-to-play. Because I don't have a lot of options, but she's nice. Santa Bartha, let's go. Very interesting support. I'm not a huge fan of her, card focus, being quick based kinda, but I like her effects. She's kind of a generalist in terms of effects at least, so that's great. Her attack is actually higher than it needs to be. It could be way lower because again, you're not really expecting her to do any damage. And she's the first caster of this list to have a double arts, double quick deck. And her gains are actually pretty good. Way better than a lot of the other ones we've seen so far. Not the best, but certainly fine gains. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown is targeted. Target gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 2k max HP for 3 turns, and 20% battery. I mean, it's just nice. You just boost someone and they're going to be happy about it. It's a good welfare skill. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get MP sealed for 1 turn and minus 20% defense for 3 turns. Again, great. Gives her the flexibility of also working with AoE servants better. So another pretty decent skill. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill again. Target gets 5k absorb for 1 turn, 10 stars on use. And then she gets 30% battery herself. That's not targeted. So you can make someone crit a bit better on a turn, and then it gives her a bit of an easier chance to get her own MP, because otherwise her own MP is not the easiest to get, because you probably won't be using her face cards too much, and you probably won't be using her first skill on herself either, because that's kind of a waste. But yeah, it's nice to have some self-battery action too. Overall, it's a solid welfare skill set. Like if Miyu had this, she'd be like so much better, for instance. But yeah, it's a good skill set. 8% arts up on the first passive is pretty good. She only has 2 arts cards, but they're not terrible. 4% debuff success rate up helps with a bit with her second skill at least, so that's good. 12% quick up, actually not the worst either. Her 2 quick cards they're fine too. So honestly, she might have the best passive so far, or at least one of the best passive sets we've seen. She's anti-ruler, which again, you don't expect her to do damage, but definitely not on ruler, and it's a rare class. It's like the absolute worst case scenario. Well, I guess minus rider, but yeah. Alright, the MP, support MP. So the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 50% power mod against demons, divine, or undead enemies for 3 turns. Again, this is demon, not demonic. This is sadly the more niche case. You get 20 stars on use, and then on base overcharge, the full party is healed by 2k all the way up to 4k. So on the power mod, the demon and the undead parts are not the most common. At least undead you can kind of work with another sermon we're going to talk about later. Actually, very soon. Is the next one even? Maybe. Anyway, but the divine one at least. I mean, divine is common, so that's a good one. And it's 50%, so it's not nothing either. Couple that with the attack up and some of the other skills. Yeah, she can actually amp your damage a good amount. So I like her. I think she's really good as a welfare. I think she's just super good. Like, as good as it gets for a free support.
She is probably the best free support in the game. And there's actually a funny thing about her. If you look at like her actual like NP, like in like Atlas and stuff, it's very funny how it looks, because it says apply special damage up versus divine or demon or undead, or divine or undead or demon. Because when she first released, the buff she applied was against divine or demon or undead, which is in brackets, which is a single trait. But then they started doing things like some bosses would have divine added to them, and it wouldn't work on them. And then
so weird.
They didn't fix this until Wu Caster came out and be able to apply undead to things. And so then they fixed her NP to do divine or demon or undead and divine, comma, demon, comma, undead, which is very funny how that worked out. Because
I assume it's here in the notes as well.
Just didn't work.
Yeah.
Just as a weird. They have a note about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those weird quirks about like how the game is built that I think is super.
I did not know that actually, but that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, you probably would never because it was only in specific sites where they, like for example, in Lost Belt 5 when they made Chiron, I think it was Chiron who became divine. I'm not sure. It was some fight in a boss fight in the story, but yeah, no. Aside from that, though, weird quirk. I think she is the best 4-star like support, pretty much. Well,
at least of the free ones,
I'm pretty sure. Like, well, of the free ones, and like depending on what you're doing, sometimes she is just the best option. Like her value.
Yeah, if you hit the power mod, she's a really solid option.
Her value. There's a thing I remember tier list very long ago. Back shortly after she came out, and I had her just listed as absolute garbage. Like, because I but then here's the thing. The game at that time, traits really didn't matter. No one paid attention to traits. And then they started doing super recollections, and suddenly every giant HP pool was divine, right? There's so many.
It's the most common boss trait, probably.
It's the most common boss trait, and suddenly every problem was solved by her. Like her damage amping was so high, and since then, like the game's just become more and more about paying attention to traits. They keep making it easier to like view traits of enemies and view your own traits and track stuff down because and they design characters around that, so it's clearly a greater focus of the game. So her value also has just skyrocketed because of that. Was like,
Yep.
She kind of gives a little bit of everything. She gives, attack up, charge. She gives.
Yeah, that I mentioned that too. I love about her that she's a generalist. She can be used in any card type at all.
Yeah.
So so much more flexibility.
If you're up against divine, like she just has the most damage that she can offer you. So another thing that makes her damage really, her damage support nice is it's just all multiplicative to card buffers, and like a lot of the supports you're going to be pairing servants with, it's like, okay, you got like a Koyan who's like, okay, here's a bunch of buster, but like I don't have attack, I don't have special attack, and that's just going to boost all of your damage. And it's going to be more of a boost because it's just multiplicatively as advantageous as possible. But yeah, especially now that we have mighty chains, that was one of the things I was a little apprehensive about at first, because starting a chain with a quick card was weird up until mighty chains, and now her NP, like you can use it before cards, you can use it before an NP, like it's all fine.
Yeah, definitely help with that too.
Her NP into a Buster NP into their arts card is pretty good.
Yeah. I would say EX.
I would, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's definitely at the top.
I think that's the same as last year, but yeah, it's deserved. She's amazing. Like even not just for like people that don't have a lot of options, it's also good for everyone really. Like everyone can get really good uses of Martha, even whale accounts. Like she's just universal. Such a good one. One of the best welfares in the whole game.
There's just no one that does what she does. Like there's similar things. Like, as I mentioned, like Janako is a similar thing. Awful, actually, numbers. But Janako's a 5-star.
Yeah.
And it is more unwieldy to field in a team.
Indeed. Although I use her in teams a lot, but I use Janako in everything. So yeah.
You might be. I think you're being a little harsh here.
Okay, if I have Janako on the field and I'm going to go into a little Minturn thing, if I want to get Janako off, At level 70, she has 16,000 HP.
Yeah, but she also
she's
has
not
her own
going
taunt.
anywhere.
Yeah, but she
Right,
has her own
that has a
taunt,
defense
so
up.
it
She's not
has a damage
leaving.
cut.
Damage,
Look,
whatever, same thing.
Look,
One half doesn't the other.
You time it for when they have an NP. And there you go.
I know, but she's harder to use than.
Yeah. The taunt, it's a damage cut on the taunt, not a defense up. So MP will definitely shred her.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's in a few weeks, I guess. Anyway, EX4 Santa Martha, well deserved. Got a few more 4 stars left, and all very interesting actually. So next up, it's gonna talk about the rats. I know they're about mice, okay, but it's more fun to say rats because rats are cool. So we got Daikokuten.
Rats. They're rats, aren't they?
They're mice.
Come on, rats are funny. You can do rat jam. Any rat jams in the chat? Anyway,
I reject this.
It's so awesome. So AoE, a quick DPS farmer support, kind of a versatile servant right here again. Funnily enough, 8.6k attack, around average among 4-star casters. Same as Martha, we got the double arts, double quick deck, and the gains are fine on base as well, but they get better with the skills for sure. But on base, they're not terrible either. Pretty cool. Skills, oh boy. First skill 5-turn cooldown, they get 30% quick up for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and the full party gets 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. I mean, it's just a very good skill, right? I mean, come on, that's just really nice. Great. A lot of nice effects. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, they get 30% battery, and then the full party gets 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. A bit basic, but still works for sure. You know, you gotta love the team-wide stuff as well. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets an evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns, and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Another just a good skill. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a good skill set. It's just a lot of self and team love right here. What's there not to like? Obviously could be a bit more higher on their own damage, but, you know, still good effects. Passives, only 2% arts up, unfortunately. Could be higher. 4% debuff success rate up is fine to help with the MP a little bit. Guarantee the debuff a bit easier. And then Divinity E-. I forgot it's E-. That's funny. Like, it's not even 3 digits of flat damage. So it's like less than a tickle. It's like a small amount of wind. They're anti-moon cancer, which not really relevant though. Unless
lore-wise though.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, the MP is pretty cool. So before damage, they do a minus 20% quick res down on all the enemies for 1 turn, which helps not only with the damage, but the refund, the star gen, etc. The full party gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns on every MP, and then they do super effective damage on base overcharge 150 to 200 range. Earth attribute as well, very common, as people should hopefully know by now. I feel if they hit their trait, the anti-trait, they do good damage, but if not, the damage is not going to be very high. But they still do other stuff besides damage, which is the nice part. Like, they can honestly be kind of a crit support too. That helps with MP.
I feel like that's their biggest issue. Like, they just don't have a lot of things that go into their damage if they're not hitting Earth.
Yeah.
But they do have, like, the best quick refund ever.
Yeah.
There's...
It's insane how well it refunds.
Out of the quick AoE servants that can effectively use Black Grail, there's like, what, 4? And they're one of them. They're one of the ones that effectively use Black Grail. As far like for like swapless, I mean. So like with swap, it's not even a question. So like they are
they refund so much.
And 2k foes and class score. So I use them pretty effectively when I use them. But one
like
funny thing. Yeah. One thing that I think they are nice for, and it's a weird team, and this was before I had them 120, is I do like to actually use them when the node allows. Daikokuten and Draco on 90 pluses does work if they're against assassins, because then you just have rolling like 40% charge per turn on Draco and stuff like that. And it's really funny. I've used that team like 3 times. I think there's been like 3 90+ pluses I've been able to do that team. But no,
so, someone also said it. One funny part that I'm not sure how relevant it's going to be, but they are fairy tale servants, so they have a bit of synergy with the nursery rhyme. They don't have the child trait though, but it's something.
They are sky and anti-earth, which sky does have a 1.1 against earth, so they really do well against earth. I think the worst part about Daikokuten, though, and maybe you experience this as well, is sometimes the game just locks up when they do a brave chain.
Yeah, their cards soft lock the game sometimes.
There's something wrong with them, by the way. If you do a brave chain with them, sometimes the offlock.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. It's very strange, and I cannot figure out how to stop it. And I'm not the only one it happens to, because Otto mentioned it happened to him. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not the only one. Yeah, they crashed the game.
Interesting. I don't think that's ever happened to me, but interesting.
I mean, how often do you use Daikokuten, right?
Not often, but sometimes. I used them a lot during the Bunyan event because they had a big damage boost.
Yeah, I like them. I think that they're good. I don't think that they're amazing.
Yeah.
I really like them because I like the art. I don't know if you've ever I've been following like Rio's art since like.
I mean, Super Bunyan is one of my favorite servants. I've always liked Rio art.
Since he was doing like Idolmaster stuff, and this art, the art on Daikokuten is closer to his like older style like Idolmaster art than his newer FGO, and so I really liked that, especially like in the eyes and stuff like that. So I'm like, ooh, I really like. Kind of what got me to invest in them is nothing gameplay wise. It is all the art and design of them, but I think they're good. I don't think they're amazing.
I would put them next to Edison.
Most people use them. Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's funny because now the A tier is only like it's a lion and some mice.
Kind of funny. Animals allowed in A tier.
Yep. Apparently.
That's why it's A tier.
Yeah, it's funny because they actually have pretty good synergy too. They both
true
the whole team and
lots of nice AOE effects.
I remember trying to do a team setup where it was cat, mouse, and dog, and I was using Bargas because she also has team recharge.
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
Cat, mouse, and dog. I like that actually.
So wait, that's 35% charge per turn. If you run all three of them?
Yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah, and if you go even further beyond that, you can like
Prisma Cosmos.
The elephant because mice scare elephants and elephants scare dogs. The elephant has charge for team, not charge per turn, but it's close enough.
Yeah, I see what you did there. Anyway, Daikokuten is solid. 2 more 4 stars left. Last of the summer 4 stars, we got Wu Zetian. Pretty interesting case. AoE, Buster, DPS, and interesting support too. So 9.4k attack is great. Definitely above average when it comes to 4-star casters. Also has the double Buster, double art stack that we've seen a couple of times now. Gains on base are also good. So, all the numbers wise here, she is doing well. That's great. Then some skills. So first skill on 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 15% attack and Buster for 3 turns and 20% MP gain for 3 turns. I mean, that's just a really good skill, right? Especially for a 4-star. Like, it's just really good. Very nice. It obviously is tied to a card type as well, but still, it's a very nice one. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, all enemies get a tick drain from them, and then the full party gets 30% anti-undead power mod for 3 turns, and also 20% battery. Pretty cool. I assume the cooldown is like 7 turns instead of 6 because the guaranteed AoE tick down, which obviously makes the uptime of the other stuff worse, but fair enough. But it's still, all the effects are good, especially when the MP is in play, of course. So it's a good skill still, especially for a 4-star. I keep saying that, but it's true. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown. All undead enemies get stunned for 1 turn, 100% chance. Full party gets 3k heal, and also a full debuff cleanse. So it's a pretty interesting utility skill, but all effects can be very solid. And again, the MP definitely helps with this one too. So honestly, it's a pretty solid skill set for a 4-star. One of the better ones of all the casters even. I quite like it despite it having downtime. Passives, we got 10% arts, which is nice because her arts cards are pretty decent. 10% debuff success rate also helps quite a bit. You want to land her that one debuff at least. She has mental debuff immunity, which is just very nice to have because there are some pretty annoying debuffs on that category. So passives wise, also very solid. She's anti-foreigner on the append, which you can maybe make a bit use of if you bring her as a support in some cases, but otherwise not so much. So the MP then, so before damage, all enemies get turned into undead trait for 3 turns, so you definitely want to land that because of the skills and whatnot, so very good. Then she does super effective damage against man attribute. It's a flat 150 or normal effect, but still a good anti-attribute to have. She does a 20% defense down all enemies for 3 turns. It is after damage, but still, that's just a nice bonus to have there, like really good. And then before damage, on base overcharge, she gets 10% MP damage for herself for 1 turn, scaling up to 30%. So it's not ramp up, and it doesn't even scale that well, but you know, it could have been like a burn or something that wouldn't be significant. So does a lot for a 4-star AoE MP, really. It does. And especially because not only does the undead trait the MP applies make her own skills better, they also, again, there's several, even Martha just now, but a lot of other servants that have anti-undead gimmicks. So that's why she also has bonus relevance too. She's just a very nice servant, right? Like, just besides the undead stuff, she's actually not bad at all, even as is. Downtime is the one thing that's like the one, like, and maybe her damage, if you're not hitting man attribute, is not the highest. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, she's overrated, but in like a sense of like, she's really good, but she's not like the craziest thing that I think some people think. Because like, there's a couple servants where, specifically Gray and Skahak, who like, and Ibuki Saber, who like really can take advantage of that, right? Because it's not so much the 30% anti-undead that she gives the party, it's making things undead. I mean, it's just like, you know, anytime you have like, you know, so like Moriarty ruler who can make things evil, or George who can make things dragon. They may not be like the best support like in general, but like for the characters who can take advantage of that, they are like the biggest damage boost you can basically get in the game.
But yeah, she does so much else as well.
Yeah, I think if you use her as herself, she's actually very good. As a generalist support, she's not very good. As a support, she's very good. But I think people like kind of go like, oh, put her like, they want to like pretend it's more general than it is. But it's not.
I mean,
her support is more niche than.
I mean, she still has like team heal, team debuff cleanse, team stun.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Team charge. She still has like a bunch of general
defense
down.
Stuff.
She's not going to be like a long-term support like Merlin or something, but but if you have anti-undead, she is generally going to be one of the biggest boosts to your damage. The fact that people meme on her so hard though, like thinking it's actually a meme though, it is like like you got 3 turns 50% special attack against undead with Ibuki. You got 3 turns 100% on Skaha. They're not even she's not even Buster, and she still gets a big boost. And then also, if you want to use her as a DPS, she's still pretty solid. And then you can just like put Martha with her, and that's just incredibly big boost of damage for something she always does.
That's one of the things though, is because like you see her like pair, like people always say pair with Martha, but you're at that point bringing 2 4 stars, and she does. Her biggest problem is just firing off her own MP, which is why I think like if she's your focus, that's not a problem. If you're bringing her as just like a niche support, you know, to where you're sticking her with like a K scope and you're having her just fire her MP off to apply the trait and like help, you know, the DPSs that really do it, then that's good. But like if you're bringing her like if you're not sticking a K-scope on her and like you're not like using her as the main DPS, I think she really struggles there, unlike some of the others, because her charge is only
she doesn't have the biggest batteries,
like 20. And on a Buster Servant, my opinion is 20 on a Buster Servant might as well be 0. Like it is actually the worst. Buster needs 30%, otherwise you're practically doing nothing. Arts can get away with 20.
Okay,
but Quick and Buster need 30.
But if you have 10% from something else, then it's fine.
Yeah, well, yeah. If your main DPS spreads 10, then you're fine. But man, I just don't like 20% batteries on Buster and Quick. Like Arts, I feel like can get away with it. But like, yeah. So I'm like, I still think she's very good. I just don't think she is like people like to like put her like on the same level like as Martha. But I don't think she's.
Well, Martha is just way too. She's universal, so that's way more.
Yeah, and even if your DPS doesn't have an anti-undead niche, she still does give you a pretty substantial boost in damage because it's like 35% attack between the NP and the first skill, and then 15% Buster, 30% NP not NP damage, 30% special attack.
Yeah, and bonus MP gain too.
More than a lot give.
Oh yeah. No,
oh yeah, for people asking, the undead trait is considered a debuff. On the MP, which the passive helps in applying as well, and also it is is it 500% chance to apply? It is not.
It is.
No, traits are not considered debuffs.
Wait, are they not?
Unless it's Roman. That one's considered a buff. So
if you see the purple diamond, it will always apply. Debuff immune cannot stop.
Oh well, that's great then. Honestly, even better.
So that's why her.
So you can use it on
Moriarty and Nito Alter and George all can apply their traits on debuff immune targets, so it's actually not an issue. So that is actually
that's a good point then.
To be aware of. The only one is Roman because
it has its own icon.
Code, I guess. And so like it's special, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, ranking for Wu, I'm still thinking like another A tier, honestly.
I thought we were gonna say A+.
I mean, I'm not mad. I'm down for A+ too. Honestly, I don't mind that either.
I think A+ is good because like she.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Honestly,
a lot of good. She enables like really strong characters.
And like Otto said, even if she doesn't do that enabling part, she still offers a lot.
Also, Zhu Fu is anti-undead, by the way.
Oh yeah,
people don't know that. People forget that part, but like Zhu Fu also applies 30% anti-undead and 30% crit damage, like on that arts buff that you're using for looping. So
right. She's a pretty good general support. So like, if you're already using her, then there's a little more positive.
Yep. All right, let's talk about the last 4-star. Again, not a new one to this year's tier list because we only had new 5-stars this year, but certainly a very big one regardless. We're going to talk about the Yui Shosets next. So an interesting support that can have a lot of buffs for you. So the attack is obviously very low, but that's completely fine. In fact, you want it to be like that, so the HP is higher. Unless you're going for some kind of sack strats, then boohoo, I guess. But on a general use, you prefer higher HP than attack, obviously, on supports. Full caster, art stick.
HP scaling works out actually pretty well at low levels.
Interesting. The growth curve, I assume you're talking about, yeah? But yeah, triple art stick, the standard caster deck. On base, the gains are just okay. Nothing too remarkable. But again, the skills help with that too, luckily. Speaking of the skills, so on a 6-turn cooldown, the first skill, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 3k revive. She gets 1k healing per turn for 5 turns and a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns. I mean, if you need her to be alive or just otherwise protect her, this is a really solid defensive skill. It's just, again, very easy to use as well because of the longevity of the buffs, so just nice defensive skill. Second skill, so yeah, remember that Helena skill? Oh, it's not even funny. But yeah, 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% gauge. Alright, Helena, there you go. But then, Full party gets 30% MP damage besides herself for 3 turns. She gets 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, and all enemies get a minus 20% attack for 3 turns. Talk about power creep, though. Like, that's an insane
all of
difference.
Helena's kit and a skill.
Like, yes, there's downtime, but honestly, it's still a very good skill. That's a very, very strong skill. Like, that's so much stuff it does. And on a 4-star, too. Like, wow. You can tell they really like her. All right, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Targeted skill, one ally gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and 30% battery. So another just a really solid single target boost. There it is. I mean, yeah, it's a great skill set already. Without even talking about the MP, it's a really good skill set. Passives, we got 7% arts, pretty cool. Her arts cards are okay. 6% debuff success rate can help with the second skill, I guess, so not too shabby. 20% attack down is not nothing. It's actually a good chunk on AoE too. She's anti-caster, which again, she doesn't do damage, so irrelevant. Then the MP, so it's pretty basic actually. So it's a lot of buffs that are given out on conditions. So it gives buffs to all allies. So if an ally has quick up, they get, let's just use MP1 numbers for now. They get 20% attack for 3 turns. If they have an arts up, they get 30% crit damage for 3 turns. And if they have a buster up, they get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And then what always happens is that on base overcharge, everyone gets a 3k heal on base, getting up to 7k on max. Now, obviously, she herself can guarantee the arts buff on your DPS at least. But then, obviously, if possible, assuming they have a damaging MP, you'd prefer them to have a quick up and maybe even an arts up as well. I guess depends on the servant, but usually the quick and the buster ones tend to be the ones that people at least like. But again, you just want everything, right? And there are a lot of we keep throwing the word or the term Yui synergy around a lot for a reason, because if you get all buffs from her, especially with some MP levels added, she gives you a lot of freaking damage. Like a lot of it too, so yeah.
NP1, it's only like the Mystic Code buff basically, but at NP5 it's like 30.
Yeah.
30. So it's
60
a total of 60%
effective
MP damage,
and it's mixed buffs too.
30,
yes,
and 3 turns.
80% crit at MP5, 60% MP damage, and then 30% attack. Like at MP5, her numbers are crazy, and it's not that like she has like no attack, but like her NP gain is good enough that like she can usually probably get off a second.
And she has split batteries totaling 50 for herself. If you want to use this on herself.
The only major downside when your DPS buffs are off, her NP is just a heal. So like she does need to take advantage of that. But she does synergize very well with quick units, because Summer Skadi gives Buster and Quick. She gives arts, which means quick units always have full access. Like that's the thing. Quick units always have full access to her buffs. Arts units are actually the hardest to use with her, because arts units it just don't have a lot of
quick up is so hard for arts.
Access to Quick and Buster. There's just not that many. There's a couple that have it, and especially Quick, they just don't have a ton of them. Buster, there's a couple.
I think I misworded it to correct myself. The third skill, the battery is only for Yui herself. The arts and the crit damage are targeted. So again, that goes with what I was just saying. I just misworded earlier. Yeah, she has split batteries for herself as well. So helps a lot, because it's honestly better than having just a 50 for self, because then you can split them if needed for more MP uptime. So yes, small correction there.
Yeah, there's Durga, Moriarty Ruler, Bakken, Chiron. Those have like rainbow buffs as arts, but like
Rambo buffs.
Yeah, rainbow.
I mean, to be honest, when you pair them with Yui, they basically become Rambo at that point.
Yeah, they're going off to.
They just tie the bandana, grab the M60, and start blasting.
Yeah, no, it's also super good.
It also increases the synergy between Bakken and Ruler Moriarty, because Bakken has anti-evil, so she's able to buff both of them at the same time, because it's not really targeted. It's just whoever on the team has the thing. And that's another thing that's really nice about her. Like she just fits really well on teams which where you have multiple DPSs. And like you have the team buffs. There's a lot of servants out there that just randomly have like team multi-card.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Buster, it's okay because Buster always gets NP damage and crit, which they don't, mind getting more crit. Quick up is a little sometimes harder to get, but But no,
Yeah.
like as far as it goes, funny enough, Arts is the hardest one to use her with, as far as getting all her buffs. But that's fine. Arts has enough buffers. They don't,
Yeah, that's kind of the funny litmus test. I noticed that with a lot of people, like when she first came out, people were like calling her an Arts support. No, she is more of a quick support than an Arts support.
It really is.
You pair her with like Ruler Skadi, everyone gets all of the buffs, or at least the one that matters gets all of the buffs.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, no, I did want to mention because I do have 80 and a level 60. She is reverse S, so like from 40 to 60, her HP doesn't really. So like it's not a problem keeping the spare copy. I wouldn't recommend most people to do that to keep a low copy though if you're just rolling one because you want her MP level high. So like if you're
it gets so much better when you get MP levels on her.
Don't do what I do. Because like she's fine to keep her on the field. Don't follow my example. But I do like that about it that she's reverse S thankfully for my need. But yeah, no, it's a good NP, good servant. I definitely think
EX tier.
Probably the best. I think more general than Santa Martha, as well.
Well, mostly because she Martha gets best when the trait activates, the anti-trait. But yeah.
If you're looking for someone to just push maximum damage, like I prefer her over Oberon in a lot of scenarios because
I don't blame you honestly.
Is just gonna kill you off.
If you have if you see with Oberon, even on an art servant, if you have Yui on there and you give the Oberon Buster buff, you can use Yui on the last turn to get more MP damage. Doubles.
True.
Or it doubles her total to 120. So Yu's given 120 with Oberon. She does work with Oberon if you want to pair her with that. Yes.
True. Anyway, yeah, she's really amazing. Well, so yeah, that concludes the initial placement of all the 4-star casters. Again, there might be some movement happening later on. You never know. But actually, it looks pretty balanced. Actually, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's very balanced.
Yeah.
Unless you want to move some of the Bs down to D+.
Yeah. Well, again, we'll see later. Really but so far, it's actually one of the more balanced lists we've seen. Anyway, next up, we have a lot to go still. Because we have 17... 5-star casters to talk about, so buckle up. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. Right now, we actually go to day 1, the only gold day 1 caster. Probably the best servant that was day 1 in FGO as well. Maybe not so much anymore, but... Oh wait, and JP. Oh yeah, I was stuck in NA, but yeah, JP. Yeah, skills. True. JP wasn't the case. Okay, that's true. Anyway, let's talk about the good old waiver. There he is, Mr. Zug. Definitely can't pronounce Gydes. I just do it as a joke, but yeah. So yeah, he's a generalist damage support pretty much, and he's still a fairly decent guy. There's nothing too wrong with him. He might not have a ton of shit in his kit, but he's still waiver. So again, his attack isn't super high. In fact, it's only a little bit below average when it comes to 5-star caster, but obviously it doesn't matter because he's a support, so it's fine. Full triple arts as you expect from most casters, and his MP gain is actually it's okay with that one hit arts card. That's the funny part. It's actually fine. It's not amazing though, but it's okay. Like if you've ever done an arts crit with him on overkill, you can definitely see his MP jump a bit. That's the funny part. So then, waiver skill set, the good old. First skill targeted on a 5-turn cooldown, ally gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 30% gauge. I mean, it works. It's fine. It's good. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 30% defense for 3 turns, 500 damage cut for 3 turns, and 10% gauge. It's just a better version of the Rhinus skill. Yeah, it's good. It was good on Rhinus, it's good on Waver. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 500 flat damage for 3 turns. That's like nothing. And then 10% gauge as well. There it is. So if anything, this is like the weakest skill because the flat damage is not very impressive. But, you know, it's a skill set that makes sense. He's got spread 20 that you can also split. And then he has a single 30. So it just works. It's basic, but it works. Passives, we got 10% arts. Helps him get his MP a bit more if you're going that route. 8% debuff success rate up can help a bit with the MP. Because it has one debuff that you would like to land if you actually do it on a boss. Presumably, maybe not always. He's anti-caster, which again, no, because he's a support. Buffed MP, so all enemies get a -1 tick down, 150% chance to apply 1k curse on them for 6 turns, 150% chance to apply on MP1 -30% defense down for 3 turns, all the way up to 50 if you have a fat copy. And then on base overcharge, 50% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. Individual calculations scaling all the way to 80%, which I guess you can always add this, what is it now? 8% on top. His MP is, for 5-star support MPs, is not one of the best ones, but it's certainly not terrible either. The curse is like just whatever, and that's not a good effect, but the other effects are still good. And especially if you happen to land some stuns, it actually can make a difference too. Because it's not a bad delay MP. It's a guaranteed tick down, and then, you know, enemies missing turns can save face for you too. Like, I mean, Waver is just always, he's a good servant. He's never like top tier, but he's just good, right? Like, I've always said this about him. He's just a good servant.
He's power crept by his sister. Like, I don't see a reason to take him really anymore. Like, Rhinus is just so much better.
I still pick him sometimes, but yeah.
I don't think I've used him in years. I use Rhinus.
To be honest, I tend to pick him when I want to bond some other supports too. Because he can be used in a lot of things, even if he's not as good as some other supports in some things.
Yeah, I just don't take him. Like, he's general, so like that's good and all, but like, I don't know. We have the specialized supports, and then we have just a better skill set. Like, he's not bad, but like if someone was like new and like they would take it, I don't know if I could recommend him as like the one to pick.
I think he's still a good option for that.
Is cutting out for you too, or is it just?
Yeah, he's cutting off a little bit.
Yeah, you're cutting off every few seconds.
Occasionally, like for a word or something.
That's very. You know what? I wonder. Let me go into Discord and turn off their.
Is it the automatic like? Yeah, no, yeah. I can't have that on myself. It fucks my mic too. And you have the same mic, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I turned it off just now. So let me know if it cuts out again, because like like I can see my audio out. It's there. I'm not cutting it. So let me know if it happens again, and I'll poke around in Discord some more.
Yeah. Yeah, Waver's, he's good. He's just good. Yes, there's probably better options, but he's good. That's Waver, right? that's just him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's all right. He's sort of like my baseline for like decent crit boost numbers. Like if you have 30% and like 30% attack, 50% crit, he actually, like, it is decent numbers. He doesn't really have anything to help you crit, which is a bit annoying because he's like, you know, a support. But like 50% charge is still pretty useful. He's just not like exceptional because the bar has shifted so far, and he hasn't really shifted.
A good thing to say though is that none of his charge is tied to skill levels, so it is just 50% charge. If you're a brand new player, you pick from your brand new pick thing.
Like, he's such a huge boost for a brand new account.
Yeah, like from a brand new account, he's really good. But it's just that once your account's developed, I think he has the biggest fall off of any. Unfortunately,
Honestly, it's all Castoria's fault.
Just because he's
back to that, yeah.
You know it is Castoria.
Yeah.
We should all hate Castoria.
Castoria is just like she just does everything he does, but better, basically. Like, sure, like he has crit support, but like, who cares if you're like NPing more often and stuff, like whatever.
Anyway, waiver, I would say at least at A tier, maybe an argument for A+, but I assume you guys would go for A tier.
I'd say A, because like he's good and usable, but like I don't think he's special anymore.
We're gonna go for lower order or something? I would never put him all below A, at least.
Yeah, like I feel like it makes sense to. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. God. He's just waiver. All right, the next one also, I mean, maybe a slightly underrated, but also someone that, you know, was not treated super well after, you know, the release of Castoria as well, as expected. But yeah, we're going to talk about Tamamo next. So yeah, another classic support from year one, not day one, but year one still. Very unique type of support as well. I mean, she is kind of tied to arts, unfortunately, but her MP is still pretty interesting. So again, attack is low, but it's good because she's not going to do damage. So you want more HP because she's also someone not really used for esports. So especially in this case, you kind of want her to be high HP because she's in for usually for the longer fights. She's triple arts, as most casters, and her gains are fine on base. Especially if she gets some crits, they can be better, but they're fine. They're totally fine. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one enemy minus tick down. It used to be RNG, but if you max it, then it's guaranteed, thank God. And then the full party except her gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. It's good. Like, it's a low cooldown to begin with for a tick down, and then with the MP it gets even better. So, while it doesn't have a lot of effects, again, keeping in mind the MP, it's actually a pretty good skill, I want to say. Most often, you're going to have like 100% uptime on that MP damage. Maybe even stack it on some turns if things go really crazy enough. So, I think it's a good skill. Second skill on the 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% defense for 1 turn and then another 30% for 3 turns. So it's like Nursery Rhyme, but not buffed. You know, for the first turn use, you get 60%. Depending on what else you might have for debuffs or buffs, you could maybe even tank some MPs. But again, it's only for herself, so it's just a defensive buff, and that's about it. Could use a buff for sure. Third skill is 5-turn cooldown. Target ally gets 50% arts up for 3 turns and a 2.5k heal. It's totally fine. Again, this will have a very good uptime as well. So yeah, it's good. Basic, but a very high number on that arts. I think her skill set is fine. I would like to see the second skill buffed, of course, but otherwise, I think it's a good skill. Again, obviously, it gets better with the MP, so yeah, taking that into account. 6% arts is pretty good. She has pretty high hit counts on her arts. That's nice. 200 flat damage, no thanks. Anti-moon cancer, not relevant because again, she's not a DPS. Buffed MP. So whenever you use your MP, all allies get -1 cooldowns. Full party-wide cooldown reduction. Ain't that beautiful? Then on base, MP1, it's a 2k heal for everyone, up to 3k on backs, which not even honestly that great of a scaling, really, when you think about it. And then on base overcharge, the full party gets 25% gauge and up to maximum 50 on max overcharge. So more often than not, when you use her, you want to use her MP as late in the chain as possible because it doesn't even improve your damage to begin with. In some cases, you might use it first. Like, let's say you bring Castoria and you really want more hit stacks of special invul, for instance. But more often than not, she is the last of the chain. And again, emphasis on chains because your MP really does get better if you do overcharge it in chains. You can use it on base too because the cooldowns are still big. But yeah, depending on you, it's chained a lot. Tamamo is good. Castoria did not completely put her out of commission because this team-wide cooldown thing is still a very unique thing for sure. Like, she's still a good servant, right?
Yeah, she's the secondary one. So it's like, depending on how you're building your team, you know, Purin or Tamamo is your choice there. You just pick between one of the two, depending on what you're going to do, and how you're going to play it out. I think she's definitely held up a lot better Because she...
Did you cut off there again? I'm not sure if that was just pausing or a cut off. That may have been a cut off. I'm not sure. If you were constantly talking, there was like a 1 second of just nothing.
No, I did pause in the middle.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, no, she's held up way better. The waiver, probably because she is tied to a card type. They do. I wish they had buffed the cooldown reduction to 2 turns though. Think about that.
Ooh.
If she had 2-turn cooldown reduction,
that would be a bit too OP, I think. Because it's party wide, including herself. Ooh.
Yes, it's too much. People want a buff for her second skill. It is she should not get a buff. Well, if she gets a buff for her second skill, it has to be something very weak because it's just too much.
Yeah, I'm not screaming that she needs a buff desperately, but I would like to see this buff.
I see people talking about how to give her 80% battery for herself. No, that's
on a 5-turn cooldown with her MP as well, because they would not increase the cooldown. That would be impossible. Okay. Honestly, any battery would be hard to justify.
Here's my proposal. Team CDR1.
Wait, like a skill that also does -1 cooldowns?
Yeah, Team CDR1. Yeah. No
way. That's way too strong.
Look, if Buster can do it.
Yeah, but it's Tamamo. It can't work.
But you can use her NP back to back.
Yeah, and.
Yeah, it should be something you actually have to kind of work towards.
You have to use 2 Koreans to do what she does broken, okay? Tamamo can use her cooldown reduction more than once every 8 turns, okay?
Well, look, it's fine. It'll
I'm right.
allow for funny teams.
But if they do an NP buff, I could see something.
I mean, her MP has been buffed, but it's really sad. It only buffed the heal.
Yeah,
they can double buff NPs. They've done it.
Yeah, they can. Yeah. Because this is not a buff. This is nothing.
I could see them doing some sort. They could do some little damage buff on her NP, and maybe another 10 or 20% NP damage on her NP, and then she'll be fine.
I don't like the idea of stacking NP damage because he already has it on the skill, but yeah, something could be done there.
Yeah. She's already.
But yeah, she's good. People just don't talk about her much because she's not really the fastest servant ever, but she's good still, yeah, believe it or not. So,
I mean,
A+?
I still use her all the time,
I would say A+. What do you guys think?
I think I think A+. Good. What happened to her face?
Don't worry about it.
It's bootlegged. You think that's the real Tamamo?
You've been baited. Anyway, yeah, she's really good. All right, now a bit more of a straightforward case next, I guess.
I'm sorry. Someone just randomly started talking in game with a fucking auto tune, and I don't know.
No,
these people are crazy.
I can't believe you're playing Team Fortress 2 right now.
Yeah, why not?
What's wrong with you?
Well, I mean, he's probably got some free. He can do stuff with his hands, I guess.
For some reason.
Yeah, want to hop on Overwatch?
No, I don't. The last thing I need is to get mad while doing this.
Fair enough. Yeah. Anyway, next up, a pretty bit simpler case. We're going to talk about Sanzang, the first of the 5-star single target casters. There are going to be some of them, not that many, but we are going to see several though. So yeah, single target Buster DPS 11.
That's it.
Wait, is there only 2? No, there's Ilya as well, right?
Oh, I forgot about Ilya. Whoops.
Yeah, okay. Because I assume you remembered Okuni as well, because I did. Yeah.
I did remember.
Anyway, her attack is actually pretty good for a caster. 11.6k is like quite a bit above average when it comes to 5-star casters. I feel like it's also brought down by a lot of supports though. But yeah, still, it's pretty good on her category. So she still has the standard caster deck though of triple arts, and her gains they're okay. They're just okay. Not sure if I still like her having triple arts, but oh well. First skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets 80% battery and 20% MP damage for 1 turn. That MP damage really is kind of a fart in the wind, isn't it? It's a 6-turn downtime and it's 20%. I mean, it helps for sure, you know. But and obviously it's kind of a cute little because when you press this skill, it's not 100% battery, but if you don't get your MP with this, then you probably did something wrong. So it kind of at least ties in together well with the big battery, but it's not much when it comes to the damage part. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets a taunt for 1 turn. She gets a 1500 damage cut for 1 turn, and the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's like a charisma that, mitigates some damage from your team and also helps her spam a bit better, I guess, because she's going to receive attacks. 1500 damage cut is a lot, so unless they're critting hard or MPing, you're probably not going to feel too much damage. Maybe with some berserkers, they could hurt you quite a bit, but if you're going assassins, you're not going to feel anything. You're going to be totally fine. So I kind of like it. It's not bad at all. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. The full party gets 30% MP gen for 3 turns, 30% star gen for 3 turns, and debuff immune for 1 turn. It's not a terrible skill. The uptime on the 2 first buffs is pretty good. The star gen one is not the biggest deal ever, but 30% MP gen on good uptime is actually pretty nice. And debuff immune, it is party-wide. It's sadly only 1 turn, but if you time it well, you can get some good value out of that too. I feel like it could have been 1 time 3 turns if it was designed nowadays. That would be a bit better. But yeah, I think the skill set is fine. I don't hate it. I think it's fine. Okay. 11% arts up. I guess is good because she has that triple arts deck. So a bit easier to spam MP. Just a bit of flat damage on that divinity doesn't really do anything. And yeah, she's actually anti-berserker on the append, which is good. Again, the taunt is a bit scary there sometimes, but it's still a good damage scenario for her. The MP has been buffed. Normal effect-wise, it only does damage and ignores defense, but hey, it's cool utility to have. And then base overcharge, there's an minus 80% crit chance down for the target for 1 turn, scaling up to 120%. That's such a weird overcharge. I mean, I don't hate it, but like it's so overkill, right? I guess they really want to make sure the target doesn't crit that turn. It is really big on that minus. So
I guess we're fighting assassins with her, like they're buffing.
Yeah, but even then, this base 30, and yeah, they would have to buff a lot, even on base overcharge to because again, it's 80 on base. I mean, it's good that it's high, but it's kind of weird.
Yeah, they're not gonna crit, but it's just for 1 turn. I guess it's kind of as a combo with their second skill, because their second skill, that also combos with her third skill, which helps her get more defensive NP gain, and she's able to loop better. She's just quite good at looping.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning on that note as well that the debuff immune is even kind of better with the taunt, I guess. Helps.
It would
with
be
that
so
too.
much better if her NP was 3 turns of 20% or 30%, even just 20%. I think it'd be better for that. Sort of the same issue as Abby, but it's you don't it's just not that it doesn't have much of a point, I guess.
She really is just Circe, but a higher attack stat, because they both, Circe has 20% defense down, she has 20% up. The only additional thing she has is that 20% MP damage. That's it. Yeah. So look, the fact of the matter is, rail Circe to 100 level 113, their attack stats are the same, so therefore they're the same servant. That's not fair comparison.
Although Circe still has the stun though, and the offensive buff tree, but yeah, I still, I do prefer Sanzang for sure, but
Sanzang just higher damage.
Yeah. She has the way better numbers and a way better skill set too overall. I think she's good. She's not Izumo good, but she's good for a single target caster. If we compare all single target DPS in the game, she would probably not rank super high. But as a single target caster, not that there's a whole lot of competition. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, it's a single target caster. There's so little competition that it's almost insane.
I would say only one of them is an actual really good servant.
Yeah, and it's not Ilya.
Yeah. Anyway, Sanzang, I don't know. B plus maybe.
I think B.
I think she's still really solid. It sucks that her NP damage is only 1 turn, but being able to she has very easy access to her NP. like back to back, like over and over.
Yeah, for Buster DPS, she's kind of on the safer side, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I wish she had 2 Buster cards though.
Yeah, I think I would prefer that too. But at least the MP spam is now decent.
Well, no, her MP gain is her.
It's not that bad.
Actually, it's okay on base, and her MP gain uptime on the skill is pretty good too.
No, if they gave her a Buster Art stack, and she'd have the same NP gain stat as like all of the other Buster Art stacks for the time, and I don't like that. I'll be honest, I'm just not a huge fan of Buster Art stacks, like Buster NP, Buster Art stack, and like.
Why?
Especially,
why do you not want
dude,
to the Brave Chain? It is an.
She can Brave Chain, and she gets more NP gain because she's using arts cards instead of Buster cards.
She can't Buster Brave Chain. It's an active detriment to her.
Dude, who the? It's just dude. Like
I kind of like the idea of being able to at least do it, but then you can still have decent games with 2 arts cards too. But yeah,
yeah, but like
if she only had 2 arts cards, her MP gain would be higher.
Yeah, they would definitely compensate for it. They wouldn't they wouldn't keep these numbers as is if they were to do that.
But I hate having turns where I just don't have any NP gain in my cards at all. And
so you'd rather have middling NP gain more often than good NP gain some of the time.
It's not middling. Like she has
with this third skill active is actually above average.
Yeah.
Right,
she
but
has
it could
pretty
be
good
well
gains.
Above average for the turn. So like if you have,
I just don't
2 arts cards.
I just don't like Buster Art stacks. Like there's no Stargeons in them. There's no
there's a servant where you can see their ideology perfectly fine in how they absolutely destroy NP gain by.
So it would give more Koyan light synergy with the refund as well, and then you could trade it out for more damage.
Yes, right when you were about to say the most important thing in that sentence, you cut out.
Like, because look, they took away like a third of Alco's MP gain when they changed to triplets, and so imagine.
It's definitely cutting.
Well, she also got like NP refund as a result of it. She didn't have a damaging NP before the first one, before the second one. That's what I mean.
Anyway,
I get what you're talking about, but
yeah, I can see both sides too. B plus or maybe even an A in really, but I feel like B plus is fun.
I think B to B plus is
I'd like A.
I'm not opposed to A necessarily. I'll start with a B plus and then do remind at the end shuffle because I might be willing to move her into A. We'll see. I just want to see the full picture first, but yeah, might just go up. We'll see. Okay. Anyway, next up, AOE time. It's Da Vinci, who painted the Mona Lisa. AOE arts DPS. I guess if you're crazy enough, you could farm with her too, but I feel like she's way nicer on bosses though because of, all the stuff she has going for her. 10.5k attack, or basically 10.6, puts her a bit below average when it comes to 5-star casters, so not very generous, unfortunately. She's got a triple arts deck as well, of course, and her gains on base are just fine too, but again, the skills help a lot too. So, not the worst thing. I just wish the attack was obviously a bit higher. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill. The target gets an overcharge boost by 2 steps for 1 time 3 turns. They get 30% defense for 3 turns, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. That's a pretty fat support skill, huh? Really good uptime on everything, and depending on who you target, could be really good too. Assuming, again, they take use of overcharge really well. Yeah, it's a really nice buff. Was this last year already? I want to say it was, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's just a really nice skill, though. Great. I mean, if you bring her, chances are you're probably going to use it on herself, but, it's nice that it's fully targeted, like everything is on it. Second skill...
That was, NA gets that in, like, a month.
It's... Okay, yeah, then definitely, yeah, okay. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a debuff immunity for 2 turns. She gets to 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns. I'm not sure why the debuff immune is 2 turns. It could easily be 3 turns, but you know, sure. But otherwise, it's another good skill. It just does quite a bit. I like that the art up is also party-wide to, you know, help your supports and or if you happen to bring another DPS. Good skill. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery, invul pierce for 3 turns, and 10 stars on use. So it's like the same as Tesla, Drake, you know, stuff like that. Good skill though. Honestly, like her skill set is good. That's the one really nice thing about her. Like I really like the skill set. There's a bunch of nice effects going on here. And even if there's no like actual hard defense, I mean, you know, she's arts, so it's not even a huge problem. Pretty cool. 10% arts on the first passive is great. She has 4 arts cards, so that's nice. 10% debuff success rate up is okay. Her MP has, you know, it helps with the MP a little bit, I guess. She's anti-alter ego, which is a pretty unfortunate case. Would have to sell hard to go or pick her against alter ego. Buffed MP. So on normal effect, besides damage, she ignores defense, which is great. She does a minus 30% crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns. So even on assassins, that's basically base crit chance gone. And then before MP damage, she gets a 30% MP damage boost for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling all the way up to 70%. So it's not ramp up, but you know, a good boost for her damage. The one awkward thing about the MP is that it's a 1-hit AoE, so looping it not very easy, but you know, on bosses you at least you have face cards, so they definitely compensate, and the second skill helps too. I think she's pretty decent for sure. Maybe not for farming, but I feel like she's not bad at all for bosses. What do you guys think? No one really ever talks about Da Vinci caster.
I think that for bosses, she's actually pretty good. Because she has like all these like tools in her kit. And with that, you don't really have to worry too much about her NP only being 1 hit when it's bosses. Because I think I've seen it like her damage is surprisingly high, like as far as you know, AoE casters go.
I guess she can even Black Grail loop. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, she can because like what is it?
She
like,
just has so much charge.
Yeah, with
like,
the append she can do it.
Shit refund it makes up.
Yeah,
for
the skills really make up for a lot of it.
50% battery, then like 10% recharge.
Some arts up.
It works out.
Yeah.
I think she's genuinely one of the best DPS AoE casters. Like she has such a good mix of offensive and defensive utility. Like she's always doing damage if she's using her NP. And then she has some of the highest like AoE caster traitless NP damage. And then she's got like debuff immune. She's got such good survival. I still feel like most of the time I'm gonna use that skill on herself. But you can do like weird farming setups with like Arash and stuff.
Yeah. I think she's underrated.
Actually, yeah, with Arash, that's funny actually, because she has the targetable overcharge and guts, and Arash loves that both of that.
And MP damage. He doesn't have that either.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of, I never thought about that actually.
Yeah, right when they buffed that skill, I saw some setup, some multi-core setup with like Oberon, Koyan, Arash, and Da Vinci, and she cleared like wave 1. Then they had Arash and P twice.
It's a shame the overcharge is only 1 time, but at least the MP damage can be used in more than 1 MP with him.
Yeah.
They never give multi-turn overcharge. It just, or multi-use overcharge. Only 1 CE has that, and that's it. Aside from that, it's always 1 time.
Yeah. I mean, Da Vinci, honestly, is very nice. I agree. She would probably be on one of the better AoE DPS casters lists.
I think A plus.
A plus, yeah.
Honestly,
is it? Do we go A plus? Just say fuck it.
Yeah, it's like she's really good DPS.
Yeah.
Like
okay, maybe people will appreciate her more now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Better than her Rider version, that's for sure.
Ooh, honestly,
he really hates her.
I
Just
don't like her
because
Rider
it's
version.
like a small version of her, so you expect
Just
him to like
because,
her more.
look, Otto, you all right? Just
Look,
because
he had to go there.
Look, we're over 3 hours into the stream, and I don't think I've done that yet. Okay, so
You had to slide one in there.
I get at least one.
Implicated a child joke at you.
It's the freebie of the week.
Speaking of children.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you said there. Okay. All right. So yeah, the forgotten single target caster, I guess.
I know why you said that, but I don't like how you said it.
Right. Let's talk about Ilya next. Then, so much like Sanzang, single target the Buster, a DPS caster, 10.8k attack. So she definitely, unfortunately, loses on that department. Only slightly higher than average on 5-star casters. Same deck as well. Triple Arts. Has more hit counts though, but the MP can obviously compensate it. So I would say they're kind of similar. Depends. Maybe Sanzang with her skill active is a bit better, but you know, I would say not a big difference in their gains. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 50% buster for 1 turn. That's it. It's just a mana burst with a different name. Not a huge fan. I mean, she can obviously have occasional really good MP damage, but man, this skill, I don't like it. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn. She gets 28% MP gen for 3 turns, and then a 50% battery. It's a bit awkward sometimes because it's her main defensive skill, but you know, at least it helps with the MP spam, because again, that's kind of what she just wants to do. Although the MP does have some demerits too, but yeah, it's alright, even if it's a bit awkward sometimes to use. Battery was much helpful and needed. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. The target gets a 70% chance to get a Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1k revive. Also a 70% chance to get debuff immune for 1 turn, and then they always get guaranteed 3k heal. Just a weird skill. No reason for those to be chance-based besides the Kuro lore thing, which was stupid to begin with. So yeah, it's like, even if you land that stuff, it's not the best defensive support skill, I want to say. It's a lot of downtime for the debuff immune as well. It's not the worst, but again, especially if you whiff some of that, it's just a heal. It's like, what? So I'm not a huge fan of that skill. That is not the best skill set ever. In fact, of all the 5-star casters, this could be the worst. I'm not sure if anyone has a worse skill set than this of 5-star casters. Maybe I'm forgetting someone. I hope I'm not. So yeah,
it's not like there's much competition.
Yeah, true. Like that's the one thing 5-star casters at least tend to do really well. They usually have really good skills. Illyasviel, the exception that breaks the rule. Oh well. Anyway, passive, 17.5% debuff versus fine, because, you know, I guess she could have a bit of use in farming, but I want to say mostly you would use her in bosses, so it can be useful there. 3% gauge per turn also helps. You never hate stuff like that. Just good to have. Anti-archer on the append. She doesn't really have any anti-traits, so I would not bother neutral. Then the MP, we got a bunch of normal effects. So before damage, she gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and 20% star gen for 3 turns. The MP gain at least is pretty cool. Star gen, maybe a bit mixed value, but at least it can be stacked too. Then on the flip side, she gets 10% attack and defense down for 3 turns as a demerit. Also 500% chance to land, so no debuff resistance can help you with that. You have to immune that. Granted, she can have sometimes immunity from her own skill set if you land it. So it can, at least for 1 MP, get rid of that. And then before damage, she gets 20% buster for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 100%. So while it's not ramp up, it actually scales pretty well. So again, she can have these MPs that hit pretty hard. But it's not always going to be the case. Especially if you have some of these demerits going on, you don't have the first skill up. Then it's like, okay, dude. I don't think Ilya is a terrible servant. I've just never been too fond of her. But now that I say that, I just get flashbacks of that one Ilya segment from a previous year's tier list.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean? The Ilya segment. What happened?
Wait, you don't know about that?
I got in a fight with chat. I think that was the point where we got upset with spreadsheets because like
yes.
Yeah, just like the way I mean I don't mean any like disrespect to people who made the spreadsheets, because that like you did more work going into this tier list than I did. But it's just it had a very like cut and dry way of weighing what she does and like how her damage was calculated, because like it ignored things like command codes, because you're going to use command codes with this servant.
Yeah.
You kind of
And
have
that
to.
just greatly changes it. And then you have like Castoria who can remove debuffs. Her gains are really good. Like she
Yeah,
has
between the
ramping up
second.
NP gain, and then she makes stars, and like I don't think her NP is all that bad. Like it is a little annoying that you have to work around a debuff, but like I feel like the other effects are quite solid.
Yeah.
Also, another thing I think that's another thing that it was kind of discarding. It was just, since it was measuring like double Vitch damage with her versus double Vitch damage with Sanzo. Sanzo just like looked a lot better because she has attack. Like
Yeah.
she just had an attack buff. Whereas Ilya, like, she has better burst damage independent of that. And like if you switch up the supports to have something like Rhinus, where you're skewing more attack centric, then she actually ends up doing more damage, because like we're talking about 70% buster versus like 20% attack or 20% P damage.
Mm.
Well, I've seen like I wouldn't say a ton of stuff, but like in the super recollections, I've seen Ilya show up. I don't see Sanzang show up. That's the thing, is I don't see her ever show up on the lists of people doing runs with her.
She's kind of
That maybe
anti TA though, because like
she may just be
part of
unpopular as well. But like I see Miyu show up, and of course you always run, at least 2 or maybe even 3 cleanse codes, just so you can always get rid of the attack, down should that happen. Like, so I don't with command codes, I don't think that's a demerit that's held too strongly against her.
Yeah,
and
we have
like,
so many command
yeah,
codes that can deal with that now. Like you can
yeah, and
put one on basically every card now.
Yeah, something
like,
that would deal with the attack now, because there's like
Merlin
offensive
gives it-
debuff removal ones.
because like Merlin gives attack up. 110 Summer Skadi, should people use her with Buster all the time? There's no reason not to. Like she provides, a lot of good stuff for like more Buster crit, attack up and stuff like that. I don't know. I think as far as like usability, I think Ilya's better than Sanzang. And she also just refunds way better.
I would personally, I would probably put them on the same tier. On hindsight now, because I used to kind of put Sanzang slightly higher, but I've come around a little bit. I can totally see them on the same tier.
Yeah,
really, really, all they got to do is like if they do something with their first skill or with their third skill, I think she's
at least buffed. Yeah, just I hate the first skill. This at least should be changed.
I don't think they would, because it's on with a Pen 5. That's on a 4-turn cooldown. With Vitch, that's coming back up the same turn you use it at.
But it just feels bad as is, right? They can put something that's a bit more chill into it. Just do something else.
Yeah, they don't have to do a lot. Like they'd probably do something like 3 times 3 turns, which wouldn't really be that disruptive, because she only has one Buster
card. So, and you probably want to use her arts and quick card anyway. So making it 3 times 3 turns probably would be fine. Though I would also say maybe just buff her third skill, 1, so it's guaranteed, and 2, like gives
make
her
this 3 turns this debuff immune as well.
Damage up, yeah. Give her MP damage up as well on it instead.
I feel like damage. I'm not sure.
She's kind of loaded on damage.
Is her issue.
Yeah.
Because it's just like her first skill is only 1 turn. Like if they fix it so it actually applies more off, like it, so you can have more than 1 turn of value with it, then it's, then I think she'll be fine. Like I could see them doing something like buff success on the first skill, but if they do that, Chloe's buff will be even more retroactive.
But they kind of gave up on it anyway, because they Citonizing, so it's already they're going down that route.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, so it gives hope for Ilya at least, which is interesting. Anyway, we'll go with the same tier of B+ for the Alpha Sanzang, and we'll again see if we move stuff later. Right. So this is not only just a big servant, but it has received a buff. Yes, compared to last year's tier list.
Oh,
it's
boy.
an interesting thing to say, but yeah, they did buff Merlin. So yeah, there he is, the flower mage himself. Very infamous, just a very nice support. Obviously, mostly paired with Buster. If not, you just bring Lady Avalon. If you're quick, then you do something else. But yeah, Merlin is he's Merlin. He's good. So his attack again not super high, but it's fine because he's not gonna do DPS anyway. HP being higher is nice. Triple art stick on that standard caster light up. Gains on base, they're just okay. Again, just kind of boring, basic, not bad, not great. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 20% AoE battery. Talk about an upgraded charisma. Yeah, it's good. It's basic, but it's good. 5-turn cooldown on that is very nice. And here we go. So we get a buff. So second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets a 1-turn invul. 50% star gen for 3 turns. 50% crit damage for 3 turns. 10% AoE gauge. And all enemies get a minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns. This was a big buff, huh? I mean, the skill wasn't bad to begin with. It was basically, oh, you're safe for the turn on command unless, invul pierce and buff removal happens, but...
They changed 4 things.
Yeah, not only did they add new stuff, they made
effects.
Existing lines better. And the cooldown came down too. Like, this is honestly a really big buff. On a skill that was just fine as is, right? It wasn't amazing, but it was fine. And now it's just like, okay, it's just amazing now. Wow, that does a lot of stuff. The only downside is, again, if it could be one of your main defensive things, so you might want to still save it for the invul, but as a skill, it's still really nuts. It does so much stuff. So much stuff. Just very bonkers. So now he can do spread 30, which, again, for Buster, that's, like Rio was saying earlier, is even way better than 20, so yeah, good. Third skill, the infamous lore skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target gets 50% Buster for 3 turns, 3k max HP for 3 turns, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So there you go. If you crit with Busters, you're gonna see big numbers, but even normal crits can still do a lot with that 100%. And of course, it's kind of a pseudo heal that you can use on max HP as well, because of the way max HP works. Yeah, it's a really good skill set, huh? Especially with this buff now. Probably just top tier. Yeah, very good. Passive 6% art's good because you really want his MP to have as good of an uptime as possible. Same with Miyu. 6% debuff success rate, helps a little bit with the second skill. Because now that it's 3 turns, actually no, it was always 3 turns. This is the one thing that they didn't change, but yeah, it's nice to have this crit chance down. 5% gauge per turn is just amazing. Just really good passive, especially on someone who wants to MP as often as possible. He's anti-berserker, which again, if you have a fat copy, sure, go for it. Don't let your dreams be memes. The MP, never been buffed, of course, but yeah, it's good. Full party gets healing per turn for 5 turns, anywhere from 1k to 2k, depending on your MP level. Full party gets 5% gauge per turn for 5 turns, and also on base overcharge 5 turns, or 5 stars per turn for 5 turns, scaling up to 25 stars per turn for 5 turns. So while the numbers are not insane on base, they all run for 5 turns, and it's a pretty easy MP to have uptime on. So it really can actually just start to make you go so much more with, all your servants. It's just a basic but really nice support MP. I mean, yeah, he's just top tier. He's amazing. You can even kind of use him in farming sometimes, but yeah, especially on bosses. It's Merlin with a buff. I don't have much to say. I don't know if you guys do, but yeah, it's just really amazing.
This time last year, I kind of considered Merlin at this point in the game.
I think it cut off there. Again.
Really? It's cutting off. See, that's it. Maybe I need to hold on. Maybe it's a region thing. Because, I have,
well, it wasn't a problem before. And I think we've always been on auto, so I don't know.
Right. Hold on. Let me change my region.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I feel like we don't have much to say, but yeah, let's have you say what you have.
My region.
Okay, let's see.
So you can hear me right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, once again, I hate 20% charge on Buster. I think it's useless. So like him having only 20% charge was bad. The bust rope was nice, but the crit being only one turn meant that you basically had to save it for turn 3. And I would rather have Oberon come in on turn 3 and use his NP damage multiplier, right? And so like I did not value Merlin. I thought Summer Skadi was better. And she was at the time for Buster. Summer Skadi was better than Merlin. That buff really all was 10. Like the main thing was 10% charge and 50% crit. Like having 50% crit active at all time for all cards. It was something Buster lacked because Vitch's Buster crit only, Merlin's crit was only one turn. So like giving like a consistent crit, making it a 30% charge so that your Pen 2 can finally be useful. Like it made him actually extremely good. It took him from being what I considered to be kind of mid to like,
I just realized on hindsight, this kind of makes Waver look slightly worse too with the 50% party.
It does. It also makes Waver just useless.
Yeah, I forgot about that too.
Also, they reduced the cooldown. Yeah, it used to be 7. Now it's 6. With the Pen 5, it's 5. So think about that for a second.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a ridiculous skill.
There's not much to say, right? Unless, do you have something to add, Otto?
Tamamo actually mentioned it. It's something I actually made note of back when he first got this buff. He sort of, like, in some Buster looping setups, he kind of fits a, it's almost like a caster Skadi instead of Oberon scenario, where you can take him and you can have better waves 1 and 2 damage, which is a bit of a problem sometimes with Buster looping.
Yeah.
In sacrifice turn 3 damage, because you can just use him as like 30% charge, but that only works if you're that only works in certain scenarios, like for example with my Ibuki. For that to work, I have to have my second append maxed, I have to have my fifth append maxed,
so it can be a bit tricky, but it's an option.
Yeah, it's a thing you can do.
More flexibility.
Yeah, he's just incredibly good. Like the second skill buff is just so broken.
It was such a big buff too.
Yeah, like it just completely if it adds Matahari to his kit, basically.
It kind of does.
like Team 50 now. Team has Sergeant.
He just doesn't have some defense down, but yeah, it's still basically there.
Yeah, but he has the attack buff, so
yeah, true.
It'll work. That it also helps him out, and just like you can do a full team of just supports, and you're still going to make work happen because like the team is getting,
there's so many numbers for damage. Yeah, he's top tier.
Yeah, a full team of supports. I count Causer drop as a support.
Okay. Well, again, more on that in some weeks to come. But yeah, Merlin top tier. No one's gonna argue that. Easy. Okay. Yeah. Next up.
I will argue this next one. I don't like her.
Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, gonna chill a little bit here, and maybe not a terrible servant, but coming from Merlin, we gotta chill a bit. So Scheherazade is up next on the chopping block. AoE arts, DPS, and kind of a farmer too. The one unfortunate thing is the attack stat, though. That is 9.2k. That is a 5-star caster. So needless to say, that's probably, besides her niche being a bit niche, this is one of the biggest downsides of her.
She has an effective attack of 8.1k. That's like a low 4-star normal servant.
Yeah, unfortunate. Anyway, standard caster deck of triple arts, and her gains are just okay on base. Again, nothing remarkable. Pretty stuff what we're used to seeing by now. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Single target skill reduces the target's MP gauge by 1 tick. She gets a 30% arts boost for 1 turn, and then a 30% battery. I feel like they could have made the arts buff 3 turns, but oh well. And also, since she is AoE, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for an AoE tick down. So I feel like the buff could have been a bit better. It's not a terrible skill. It kind of still works, but I feel like it could have been better within reason. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 60% chance on base to charm all male enemies for 1 turn. Again, individual calculations, that doesn't factor in resistances. And chances are, because it's male-based, a lot of the targets will have innate resistances. Also, she gets 40% defense up for 2 turns. Not 3, but 2. I feel like they could have made like 30 for 3 turns. That would have been better, but, you know. Oh well. It's not the best skill, obviously. Again, adds to her being a bit more niche. Again, not only with, you know, RNG, and also, you know, the target requiring a gender as well, so, Third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 3k revive. I at least like that the Guts uptime is really good on herself, so that's cool. Then allies besides her get a Guts as well, but only for 1 time 2 turns with a 500 HP revive. So definitely not as good in that case, but you know, still a bit of party love, I guess. And then 1 king enemy that you target gets minus 50% attack for 1 turn. Which again is, I mean, it's cool, but it's so niche. Like, King is not a common trait, really. And especially in her scenarios, if this was like, let's say this was like an archer or something, it would be a bit better. But it's a caster, so there's not a ton of amazing targets for her. Anyway, passive, the only one that she has is 11.5% arts up, which is really good though, because, you know, 4 arts cards, so at least it's nice. She's anti-berserker, which also is nice, so some things are going her way. Buffed MP, she has one of those. So before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn flat. Helps a bit with her low attack as well. She has a 500% chance to reduce the debuff rest of all the enemies for 1 time 3 turns. So again, it can help with landing the charm as well, because now it's 110% base chance, but it still requires male targets though. And it only works on 1 time for 1 debuff. And then her super effective is huge. But again, it's anti-king, but it is a 200 to 300 range, which is absolutely bonkers massive. In that case, she will do really good damage despite her low numbers, but if not, then her damage is still, it's not the worst, but it's certainly not very impressive either. She's just kind of like this double anti-king thingy, and then the anti-melt. And I feel like this buff could have been better. There's just a lot of cracks in this. No pun intended.
Like 200% extra damage does mean effectively she does single target damage when she is hitting trait. It really does just come down to her attack stat, because even when she's hitting trait, she's doing less than like other traded servants like Alice and Murasaki and all casters on their trait. Which
she does refund at least really well. That's the one thing she also has going for her. Her refund is good.
Which is why their attack stat so bad. I don't know what they were doing. Like,
they wanted to because they wanted to make her like super defensive, because lore-wise she's scared of death. So they want like, oh, we have to give her giga HP, but then we have to reduce the attack too.
But like, I swear, isn't her attack like lower than Janako's, but her HP isn't as high?
Yeah, I feel like it's because of the class though. But yeah, fair.
Yeah, she has. Actually, hold on. No, she does technically have more attack than Janako, but like 2,000 less HP for 100 more attack, which then gets, by the way, just ruined by caster mod. That's not fair. They should have given her more attack stat, or like
they could have given her 10k for sure.
Unfortunate. I just think her her gameplay design is just really unfortunate, because they've buffed her twice, and it's.
Yeah, of all the AoE casters of the arts kind, she doesn't look as... I mean, there's another one that I'm also not a huge fan of, ironically. It's a bit easier to use, though, but Scheherazade, I don't know. It's just... I'd rather probably use the other ones.
I just don't see...
she's not terrible, but...
I don't see a reason to take her. She has a very cool MP animation, though. I will say.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
MP animation is very cool. You'll never see it because you aren't going to use her, but you know what?
I use her on my free to play. Nice. I actually did get her on my free to play, and I have a ton of options.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if she's what you got, you're going to use her. But,
yeah.
You
know. I think she's fine. Again, she loops fine. Her damage is not amazing, but it's not like the worst ever. A bit niche in places. Has some defensive utility. Numbers could be better. I think she's like B tier. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Like I think she's like she's basically her NP. Because like she's very tanky and all, but like a lot of people just don't really care for tanky.
And on arts especially.
And then her first skill is just very annoying.
Yeah, why is it not AoE on the tick down?
Yeah.
That's
and the
weird.
arts should be more than one turn, but
that too. Both of them should be like AoE and then 3 turns, and then it would be nice.
Good NP though. Like she has the highest AoE super effective of like anyone out there, because she can go all the way up to 300% instead of being like 150 to 200%. She's 200 to 300%. So
yeah, it's a crazy number though.
Actually, she's not the highest. She's tied for the highest with Romulus at 10 stacks.
Okay, dude. Okay, that was his freebie of the week. Now you're even.
Wow, it's you know, like critting all of those times over and over again.
It's not that hard to get 10 stacks. It's not that hard.
It's easier to get 500% charge on her. 500% overcharge on her.
No, it's not. You got to charge her to 300% and then add like 2 MPs in front of it.
I think OC buffs are pretty easy. Then you get free OC from ordering MPs.
Yeah, just use Rhinus. Like,
use
Rhinus and
you could even bring Da Vinci, honestly. Like, it's maybe not the best, but she's a viable option because she's also AoE arts for the buff. You could give her the overcharge boost. Also, there's a bit more kings than I thought there was on Assassin, especially on Berserker. So it's not the worst thing ever.
Actually, is there anyone else that hits 300%? I actually don't.
I think there may have been. I forgot who it was, though.
I don't think so.
I feel like there was, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, they gave her higher super effective to compensate for her lower attack stat, I guess. Then they gave her an NP buff because it was clearly not enough.
Yeah, she did so bad damage before the NP buff. But I still not amazing,
like
though.
as for refund, like she basically has the same refund per hit as Anastasia, but she has an extra hit on her NP. So
yeah, you can see like they're right next to each other on this sheet. You can see it's a big difference.
Which means she can actually refund, unlike Anastasia, who struggles at times.
Unfortunately,
but Anastasia at least has like 20% more battery, I guess. She has more skills, I'd say, but not as good of an NP.
Anyway, I would say B, or maybe even B plus if we're generous. What do you guys think?
I think B.
If
I'm being generous.
Yeah, she's not a lost cause, but many awkward things about her. Right, it's summertime again.
I think she has a lost cause, but
okay, fair enough. Summer 2, we got Umu Summer next. So AoE Buster Caster DPS. 10.8k attack puts her a bit just above average among 5-star casters. So hooray for her. She's got the double Buster, double art stack, and her gains even on base are actually pretty good, but they can get even better. But yeah, actually not bad at all on that front.
2.4% arts cards at base. It's actually just.
Oh, wait, I was counting 2. Yeah, it's 6 hit, not 5. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's definitely very good then. I don't know why I thought it was 5. Okay, I'm too sleepy or something. Yeah, it's very good. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 50% battery, and then if she happens to be 50% HP or less, she gets 50% MPK. Now, if this is active, just 1 arts crit and she's good to go every time. It's maybe not the easiest thing to work with, obviously, but. Yeah, and it's one of those that doesn't snapshot, so it's a constant check. So it gives you the buff no matter what, but it's, depending on your HP, it's either active or not active, which is how it should be, honestly. At least in my opinion. I don't like snapshots too much. Alright, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack and defense for 3 turns, and then she nullifies her class defensive disadvantage for 3 turns. Actually, no. Yes. Dude, I really need more sleep. It's exactly how it is. So yeah, she now, like Riders, would do neutral damage to her, but you would not bring her on Riders anyway. If anything, it helps on Zerks. That's basically it. So yeah, a bit safer. But at least you still get a good amount of attack and defense on a good uptime, so even if the third effect might not always be the most useful thing ever, it's not bad, honestly. It's basic, but it's fine.
It's good for Berserkers.
Yeah.
Because you're already doing double damage to them, now you take neutral.
Yeah, very true. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown. Targeted. Target gets Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1 HP revive. So the Guts part of the skill is pretty bad. The uptime sucks. But hey, the target does get 50% attack for 3 turns, which is very surprising. Like, it's not even 40, it's 50. So yes, there's downtime, but that's a big target attack buff. Now, granted, you're probably going to target it on herself, but that doesn't make it any less impressive, though. So she just got 80% attack on her skills, I guess. Which is honestly good for Buster, I guess. So it's, you know, it's fine. Yeah. This skill set is alright. It's basic, but it's alright. Because it has, like, pretty high numbers is the thing. She's got 8% quick up, which... her 1 quick card is just okay, but it's not that important. 11% arts up is really solid, though, because her 2 arts cards are very good. She gets 10% more healing, which can be relevant. You know, Buster has some healing tools, like, you know, Merlin, who we just covered. If you bring him, you know, get some bonus heals, I guess. Anti-Ruler is super unfortunate. Would never bring her against Ruler. MP with no buff, so before damage, she gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn. Great. Not a whole lot of casters actually have Invul Pierce, I've come to realize. Or remember, rather, because we've done this so many times by now, so that's nice. AoE damage, and then before damage also she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 60. So it's not a ramp up, and the scaling isn't the best either, but it's still a decent effect. It could be like a dot or instant kill or something that you would hate. So I still kind of like the MP. It's basic, but you know, it's just a monkey MP, and there's nothing really wrong with that. I think she's good, but maybe not amazing. But she's good, right?
Yeah. She's okay, and Append 5 helped her because before Append 5,
the third skill, right?
She can't use Black Grail. So Kucaster beat her with Black Grail, but after Append 5, because now she can double stack her 50% attack up on turn 3. She is now 2nd place. It is still a distant 2nd, but it's now
Tonelico can use Black Grail.
That's right. That's right.
More on that later, but yeah, true.
But yeah, it's really funny. My brother plays this game, and he likes Nero Casting. He's like, they should buff her NP and give her the same extra effect that Draco has, because she has the 7 crowns skill. And I'm like, that would make her busted. If they did that, if they gave her like a power mod against every class, that'd be busted. Don't do that. Don't make her.
You sound
better.
like Kaiser, my editor, or your brother does. That is, he's a huge Umu fan as well.
Yeah, but no, I think she's good.
If anything, I kind of like her more on bosses than farming. Even if she doesn't have a ton of, you know, interesting stuff going on. It's just high numbers, and the Invul Pierce is cool too.
She's very
and a good amount of defense up.
Like I think she's kind of also useful, like to like throw her own NP at a weak wave, and then throw her 3rd skill on like your primary DPS and like multi-core. Because it's a 50% attack up and it's targetable. Like, you know, like that's a good thing to have. I don't think she's bad. I don't think she's like the most common character you're gonna, you know, drag out to a fight, but I think she's good.
Yeah, I would arguably say I would not even recommend rolling for her, but she's still a good servant. Like if you have her, you can probably use of her, like make good use of her.
If you have her and you like her, she's not unusable. She's just not someone who I would go out of my way to obtain, which is
not a must-have. That's the point.
Well, yeah, because you have Tonelico, obviously.
No, even before Tonelico, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to obtain her. I think she's a good character, but she's not a must-have.
I feel like last year we were too mean to her because she's still like in a vacuum, quite solid. Like she's got a good mixture of buffs. She doesn't have Buster buffs, but she doesn't need Buster buffs because everyone.
She's better this year because of I wasn't here last year, but she's better this year because Append 5 really does help. I mean, like an extra 50% attack up is an extra 50% attack up. Like there's like you can't argue with that.
Then I feel like we discounted the we discounted the ignore invuln.
We did. But I think she's gonna go up this year. which is rare because most servants are going down. I think I'm looking at A tier.
I think A is good. Because like also like the ignored defensive class disadvantages against like all classes, so it's not just berserkers. Like you can nullify like alter egos and stuff like that, and the beasts. Well, Draco.
I'm not still sure if I would bring her an alter ego, even if she can nullify the defense thing. Because while her damage can be okay, I'm not sure if I would do neutral because she doesn't have any anti-trade.
If you've invested in her. Like,
granted, I guess if you really don't have a lot of anti-alter ego things, which could be possible, it's that there's not a ton of amazing anti-alter ego stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah. It is just unfortunate that her append is ruler. I think anti-ruler on a standard class is like one of the worst appends.
It probably, because they can't have the actual worst case scenario. So I would say it is the worst case scenario. It's a rare enemy and you're just doing absolute dog damage.
What is the actual worst case scenario?
Isn't it that? Because you can't have the, like Castor can't have anti-rider, like the actual, no one has that, right? No one has the full counter class, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure no one has that, which is the actual worst case scenario.
I can't think of anyone.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure for at least normal classes, ruler has to be the worst case, right?
Counter class, yes, but like,
they give.
I mean, I guess you have half cases like with alter egos having.
Yeah, they
like,
give alter egos anti-knight classes all the time for some reason, like all the time.
And then you have Khazra drop where it actually makes a lot of sense.
Oh, because Khazra drops anti-moon cat, yeah.
Because she can just like swap to whatever.
Hokusai. Is Hokusai like? Oh yeah, some foreigners are anti-foreigner, but it's still attack advantage though, so it's not the same. Yeah. I still feel like anti-ruler for normal class is way worse. Because honestly, you can totally bring foreigners on foreigners. You don't have to bring alter egos. You can still work with that too. It's a bit riskier, of course, but it's a viable strat.
Anti-ruler on an extra class though, that even if it does neutral,
oh no, we were talking the opposite, Pavel, where we were talking about the worst case scenario that no one actually has like their worst matchup, like full defensive and offensive counters. Some do have the best case scenario, like Steno has anti-rider, Hokusai has anti-berserker. What is best for the class. So yeah, that exists, but the worst case doesn't exist. But bad cases exist. Bottom line. Okay. Anyway, I think A is fine, right? She's good. She actually came up from last year. I think there's B+. Alright, it's time. Let's talk about Anastasia, of course. Did she have a new buff this year, or was that already last year? I want to say it was last year, but I don't remember. I think it was. Yeah, it had to have been last year already, right? I think so. Anyway. AoE, Arts, Caster, DPS can farm a bit too, but honestly, her farming numbers are not very impressive, so if anything, I would just maybe consider home bosses, but that's about it. 10.5k attack puts her a bit below average among 5-star casters, which doesn't help her case, sadly. Triple Arts deck, there it is, the classic caster deck. Gains on base, just okay, though not great, not terrible. So again, if anything, her numbers could definitely be better already, so it's not the best start. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. It's her version of a mana burst, so it's a bit better, but still not amazing. So she gets an invul pierce for 1 turn, 50% up arts up for 1 turn, and then minus 100% debuff rest for 1 enemy for 1 turn who you target. Again, yeah, like I said, it's a better mana burst. I'm still not a huge fan of it. It creates for some okay bursts, because, the combo of the big arts up with the invul pierce, you get the clear path, and then some good damage. But there's obviously downtime, so... And also the third effect actually is not a nothing burger. She actually can utilize that okay as well. It's a bit shame that it's single target, but at least for one of her other skills, it being single target is fine, I guess. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and all enemies get a minus 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's like, you get some, they lose some. It's okay. I mean, it's not great, but it's okay. It just works. And then the third skill, which has been buffed. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% battery, and then 60% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. So this can obviously make this stun way better. I just wish this was now AoE too, because the stun is. So you get the 1 enemy if you land this, that is, which is also 100% base chance, they're basically guaranteed to get stunned at that point because it's 160% chance. But the 2 other enemies, assuming there's like 3 enemies, they still have a 60% chance to get stunned. But then also the skill does a minus 30% arts res down for 3 turns on them. Which is good. It's a good one to have on command, honestly. I was expecting 20, but 30 is nice. And then this cooldown came down as well. So yeah, they really should just buff this now too. I'm not saying make the arts buff 3 turns, that would be too much, but they could maybe make the invul pierce 3 turns and then maybe at least make the debuff resistance down AoE. That would be nice, so you get the guaranteed stun, and then, you know, easier land her other debuffs as well, because she's basically AoE on all her debuffs anyway, besides that one. So, yeah. But, you know, it's a pretty good buff, at least for the arts res down thingy. Passives, 12% arts up, great. She's full arts, so that's a really nice one to have. 10% debuff rest and debuff success rate, also cool. So I guess now the stun is 70% on base. Helps a bit more. And then all other debuffs are 110% on base. She's anti-caster, which, nah, no neutral. No buff on the MP, it does damage, then skill seals all enemies for 1 turn, and also after damage, all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, getting all the way up to 40%. So sadly not before damage, but a bit of ramp up for bosses. The MP is not the easiest to spam of all the AoE arts casters, but it's certainly not the hardest to spam either. I think she's fine. Again, farming I wouldn't not really bother because you can do way better, but for bosses she has some stuff going for her that I think is worthwhile, but there still could be more for sure. That's the thing. Could definitely be more. How do you guys feel about Anastasia?
She's like I like that she ramps. She supports the team a little bit. Her damage is all right. I do like her 3rd skill buff actually, like with the AoE arts.
Yeah,
because it's basically everyone gets 30% arts for 3 turns, and that's going to help people's gains out.
Yeah, that's one of the highest card resistance shreds on skills for AoE. Not the highest because, you know, Semi-Rhymes probably takes that cake, but it's a good, but especially for arts, it's probably at least tied for the highest. So
yeah, but arts is just generally the best type of card buff or debuff to be sharing with the team. Because everyone likes arts cards, except like Caligula, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, even her farming numbers, they're just not as good as a lot of her peers. Like, she can do farming, but yeah, I still prefer her on bosses for sure because of all the utility. Like, attack down is wasted, debuff rest down is wasted, stuns are wasted, invul peer is wasted. There's so much things she would just waste on farming, most likely. So I do find her way more appealing for bosses.
Sorry, my doorbell rang. I had to.
Oh.
I don't know if you noticed, but I was gone for a minute.
Well, I was going through the kids, so usually there's no one else talking at the same time anyway.
Yeah,
so it was a good timing.
We already finished with Tonelico while you were gone.
Yeah, true. Rip Bozo.
No.
We changed the order.
You don't have a chance to talk about it. Talk about her.
Yeah. I remember her refund being kind of tight too on farming, actually, from trying some with myself.
It's a little rough. I've used her a bit.
So yeah, I would just focus on bosses with her.
Yeah, it's also a bit more stringent because she's a caster and you use her against assassins. Granted, there are like a lot of undead assassins, and then you have the opposite thing happen where, like, if you're up against undead assassins, it's better than being up against sabers.
Yeah.
Weird in-game trivia that no one would ever know if they didn't like.
Yeah, some deep lore. Also, I guess she has a bit of cute synergy with Summer Charlotte because of the skill seal on the MP and in the arch res down as well. They can kind of go well together.
Yeah, that's like 40% attack and 30% art, so yeah, it is a pretty notable amount.
It's not bad.
And then you have some good AoE and some good single attack because you have way more uptime on the skill seal.
Yeah, it makes sense.
For Anastasia, I would say B+ at most. I don't know.
I think B is fine. I don't know if I would say B+.
Yeah, I
Do
would
you
say at
think she's
most B
better,
plus.
or do you
She's
think
probably
better
she's
or on
better than
par?
Shez. So you
Okay.
know, I guess B
Yeah,
plus. Yeah.
she just has the upgraded MP as well. So yeah, she's a bit more easier to use, but I don't know. Depending on this case, one will be better or the other, but not a huge difference, right? So I feel like they can be next to each other. Yeah. All right. Next up, a good old classic once again. OG Caster Skadi. There we go. Attack is actually above average, interestingly enough. Honestly, in a weird world, you can actually use her to face guard, but don't do it. Don't do it. Just use her as a support. But yeah, stats are fine. Not that they matter too much. Double arts, double quick is back, and her gains they're pretty good. They're not amazing, but they're pretty good. Not bad at all. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Target gets 50% quick up for 3 turns and 100% quick crit damage for 3 turns. So, you know, there's the good old bread and butter for Summer Skadi. Not Summer, the opposite. Caster Skadi, damage supporting. Yeah. Works with farm, works even better if you face card with DPSing. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 30% defense down for 3 turns and minus 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. It's good. I'm actually still surprised that they actually went 30% on both, which I'm very happy with. Good. Obviously for farming is not the best, because, you know, you can only use it for one wave. That's why Summer tends to be the double Skadi on that side. And, you know, having more buffs helps too. But yeah, it's very nice for bosses though. I like it. It's basic, but it works. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Just a target at 50, but, you know, kind of does the job. So, I don't hate it. It's basic. It could do more since Summer Skadi does more as well nowadays, but, yeah. Someone's drilling again, interesting. Hope it's not too audible on my microphone, that would be awkward. What the hell are those sounds? Do you hear that? That's weird. Anyway, skill set.
It sounded like a dog whipping its head.
It did sound like that. What the hell was that?
My dog whipping her head.
Oh, that was yours. I was like, why would that come out of my apartment? Okay, I thought it was going crazy.
No,
okay.
My dog woke up and she's
Okay, these drill sounds though are from my place. I had to check. I just took out my IEM, so okay. Hopefully it's not too loud though. Anyway, skill set. It's basic, but it's good. Passive swap as arts up is great. Helps her get her MP a bit better because chances are, unfortunately, she won't get any battery from her own kit. So, you know, this helps. 10% debuff success rate up is also nice for landing those second skill debuffs. Flat damage sucks on the third passive, but the 25% debuff res is great because most casters don't have any innate debuff resistance, so having some is cool. Good passives. Anti-caster doesn't matter because she's a support. Buffed MP. So, on MP1 numbers, the full party gets 20% attack for 5 turns. They get 50% crit damage for 3 attacks, 5 turns. They get an evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns. Instant kill immunity for 1 time, 3 turns. And also a base overcharge, 500 damage cut for 3 turns, getting up to 1500. It's a really solid MP, honestly. I remember when they buffed this, I had mixed feelings, but I've come to really appreciate this MP now. Like, even if you don't have MP levels, it's a good amount of buffs, considering the attack buff is also 5 turns. Yeah, it's not the easiest to get sometimes, because again, chances are you just yeet the battery for your DPS instead, but if you do, man, it's actually a very solid MP. It's good. I do prefer, because of the MP, I actually do prefer Caster Skadi on bosses, but I know a lot of people do prefer Ruler because she's a bit faster to activate because her skills are also more proactive. And I get that because you don't necessarily even need the MP of Ruler Skadi. It doesn't even support that well. It's mostly just damage. But I do like Caster myself a lot. And obviously, she's still super relevant because you can be used, and you can do triple Skadi in farming as well. It's totally viable and legit. But yeah, especially for bosses, I like Caster. I do. So I think she's really good.
If you're against a boss, like there's no problem to just mix them and just do a Caster.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Skadi. Because like people like act like Summer Skadi's MP is super hard to get, but it's like it's not that much harder to get than any other one. It's just that she doesn't have spread charge. So like
that's the main difference.
doing a card thing. Like her arts card is fine. You'll get MP, but like there's nothing wrong with, you know, hopefully you have her append to unlocked, slapping a non-MLBK scope on her, and just like using that as your opening hand because, you know, it's crit damage, it's attack up. The attack up is also 5 turns. It's like the longest attack up in the game. Like it lingers. You may not cast your MP for another 5 turns, but that's why it lasts 5 turns. So, you know, it's there to ensure that it, you know, you get value out of it. Also, yeah, I do, because like it's nice because like if you use her with Summer Skadi, you get 100% buster crit up, you get 100% quick crit up. So like you're feeding into the like using all your cards type thing that quick.
Yeah, then the double buster, double quick deck really shines for crits.
Yeah, so like it's super useful. I like using them together. Also, every time they do a restricted fight like Super Recollections, you can't double up. So you got to get you end up with Skadi, Vich, Merlin, and then Arts is like throwing together whatever fits with Castoria and some hodgepodge of nonsense. But like Quick is very structured and it's nice that way.
Yeah. Yep. I like the damage cut and evade combo. The fact that the evade lasts more than 1 turn is also really nice because there's a lot of quick servants that she'll be supporting that have like stuns, and that adds some flexibility. So
or if they have invuls, you can stack those too.
And she'll be overcharging them, so their stun will definitely happen.
Yeah. Ultimately, it's just like getting her NP. That's the most difficult part, but it's not all that bad because you make a bunch of stars, and I have a lot of turns where I'll have like my quick servant. I'll have Skadi start the chain with an arts card, and then then like quick NP. Then quick card or arts card, just boosting the gain as much as possible, and it helps her get her NP faster. There's also like some quick servants that are decent at like helping the team get charged. Like you got Voyager, you got Wangina. They're both foreigners. I guess that's a foreigner thing. There's also like Parvati, but we've talked about a lot of these servants already.
I'm shocked you mentioned Wangina. You're so scared of her FA.
Look, I don't like those weird dogs.
Otto's really scared.
Why do they call them dogs?
FA.
Dogs is such a strange term for feet.
No one calls
that. I've never heard that myself, actually.
I've never heard someone call feet dogs.
I've never heard numerous people on Twitter call them dogs.
What? That's wild, dude. Is that some Zoomer term?
Yeah, like, have you ever heard of someone saying they have their dogs out?
No.
That's what.
That's the Baja man, dude. Who let the dogs out? Yeah, that's what that is.
No, a person with their dogs out is a person who has.
That's wild. That has to, dude. Please tell me that's a Zoomer term, and that's why I don't know it. Otherwise, like I've never heard that before.
It has to be. Like
yeah, it is. I mean.
Okay, then I'm okay with not knowing it. Okay. Yeah. It's not a Zoomer
term? It's not included in the dictionary of cringe.
I've never heard that before.
Like Skibidi lingo.
I've never heard that.
It sounds like Skibidi lingo. I think you need to...
Anyway, Caster Skadi. I would place her in EX, personally.
I would, too.
Yeah.
Unanimous?
Easily.
Yeah. Basic, but amazing. All right, it's time for another one that Otto favors. Let's we covered her summer variant not long ago, in fact last week. So now it's time for the OG caster of Murasaki. Yes, indeed. So AoE arts, DPS farmer, can do some supporting too. Kind of flexible. 11.3k attack is a good start, at least among casters. Quite a bit above average.
The 3rd or 4th highest.
I think it's the 4th, because I was looking at some of the numbers before the list, actually, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, not bad at all, actually. She's got double arts, double quick on the deck, and her gains on base are decent. Yeah, they're fine. No big issues there. So at least numbers-wise, she's pretty good, again, among casters. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies minus 30% defense down for 3 turns. So at this point, it's still the same skill as Skadi's, but then we change. So the party gets 30% anti-demonic power mod for 3 turns. Which, again, not a bad power mod to have, because, you know, even normal enemies, in case you happen to be farming, they can be demonic too, but especially on bosses, it's a trait that appears from time to time. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, single target 80% chance to MP seal for 1 turn. That's the thing I don't like, sadly, but oh well. Then she gets 30% battery and 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Those are fine, they work, they make sense. Just not a huge fan of 80% MP seal though, unfortunately. And also, it could be AoE as well. Also a weird thing. Third skill. Here we go, this is a cool buff. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns, debuff immune for 1 time, 3 turns, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 time, 3 turns, and then separate power mods of 30% for 3 turns each, chaotic and good alignments. Very good skill. Not only does it have really good defensive utility, that damage cut really will mitigate a lot. The debuff immune is cool because it has longevity as well, and the buff removal is also the same thing. But then you might also get a bit of bonus value with the power mod. So in the best case scenario, you would fight like chaotic good that's demonic, and you get 90% power mod for the team. That's the absolute best case scenario. But honestly, even if, let's say you hit 0 traits with this skill in particular, it's still good defensive utility. And if you hit one of them, hey, that's pretty good. Both, amazing. So I like this skill a lot. Good uptime as well on the 5-turn cooldown.
I don't think there is a chaotic good demonic, by the way.
Yeah, maybe not. I'm not sure either, honestly.
It's just Saber Ibuki.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course Otto would know.
Of course I would know.
Yeah.
I love both of these characters.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Right, 7% arts on the passive is great. Could be higher, but, you know, main card type. 6% debuff success rate, also cool. She has some debuffs that you kind of want to land, so not bad to get bonus chance. Helps a little bit with this too, this 80%, but doesn't resolve it fully. She's anti-lancer, which you can maybe bring her as a support, but her own damage still wouldn't be all that amazing, I want to say. Unless you hit, like, again, demonic specifically, then maybe. Speaking of which, the MP, so does damage, then after damage, all enemies get a buff block for 1 turn flat, actually. And then does super effective damage on the base 150 to 200 range on an overcharge. It's a pretty decent super effective to have. And I like the buff block too. It's always a nice debuff to have. In the case that the enemy happens to use multiple skills, like let's say you're fighting one enemy, then it's kind of cool that it's 1 turn. Chances are you bring her for AoE though, but if you fight one enemy, it can actually block more than 1 instance of buffs. Otherwise, it might as well be like 1 time AoE in most cases. But yeah, I like buff block anyway. I think she's good. But, you know, mixed value depending on who you're fighting, of course. Because they, not just for the power mods, you might not always like need debuff removal or debuff immunity, buff removal resistance. But the nice thing is, at least she has a lot of things she could do, you know? Because there's basically never going to be a fight where everything works out, where you get the absolute maximum value of the servant. That's never going to happen. But again, if you just land some of these things, it's cool, you know? It's still use cases.
Yeah, if Ivan was an assassin, you would, because Ivan's 3rd skill is completely counteracted by this skill.
Oh, yeah.
True. NP.
That's funny. Very funny.
But no, also she is tied for 4th highest attack in casters.
It was 4th, yeah, okay. So, still good.
Yeah, well, recently 4th, the newest one.
Yeah, that was the reason why I knew it was 4th, because I did recap on the latest servant.
Yeah, but no, I think her damage is actually really good when she's hitting like her traits. Like you hit 2 out of the 3, and she does like a ton of damage. Like it's
demonic will be the most notable because it's super effective.
Well, and the thing is it's all party. Like there's not a single selfish thing here. Like so like
the only selfish thing she does is NP charge and NP damage.
Like I think she's I have copies of her just for the buffs. Is how I use her mostly. But like I've seen, like I know some people with grailed ones, and I've seen like the damage she outputs when she's hitting traits. So I'm like, yeah, no, good damage there.
Like she's not even far behind Anastasia with 0 traits active.
Yeah, it was 0 traits. Yeah, if it showed traits, like
yeah,
I mean,
even with I'm pretty sure even with just a 30% power mod active, she would already win.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
She also, for some reason, she has like really high like base refund.
Yeah, that's also way better.
I guess it's because all the other ones have like arts mana bursts, but like it's kind of.
Yeah, imagine a 3-turn arts buff being luxury in this case. That's so wrong.
Well, you don't need arts buffs because you have Castoria anyway. So
well, it still helps a lot though. But yeah.
Yeah, she's just really good. Like you don't even need all 3 of the special.
The P mods.
Yeah. The P mods. Yeah. Like even if you only have 2, you have 60% special attack, and then you have 30% defense down, and then you have like some utility effects on her 3rd skill. It's great. She also has like some of the like one of the for a while it was one of the best buff removal resistance applications, because most of them are like 1 turn with like Benienma, or sometimes it's 1 target for 3 turns, or sometimes it's just 1.
Yeah, only down does it better now.
Yeah, but with hers, it just sits there until it does something, and it's 1 time 3 turns. Now Downs is definitely better.
The one thing I just don't like is the MP seal, and it's all I think it should be 100%, and I think it should be AOE. That's the only gripe I have here.
The NP seal is like never like something.
It's probably not the biggest deal. I just it peeves me, you know.
Yeah, it's not that big of an issue. It's just a thing that you have to work around. But it's better than it being like on an NP, because if it was on an NP and it was 80%, then it would be a lot worse.
It can be a bit awkward though, because it's single attack. Again, let's do this scenario. You fight 3 assassins. If you MP seal one of them, they're gonna be desynced. So it can be a bit awkward sometimes too, being single target.
Yeah, but like
again, it's maybe not a huge issue, but I'm just listing stuff that could happen.
Yeah, got a devil's advocate there.
Yeah, because I have to do it on your favorites, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think she's legit. She has a lot of use cases. I would consider at least an A, maybe even an A+. Yeah. Definitely use cases.
I'm down. I'm down. Yeah.
What did we do last year? Last year we did A+. You know what? I'm down to doing that again. Frigate.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Let's talk. Oh, right. Yeah, she's next. Oh, no. Well, we're probably going to not spend too much time talking to her, but let's just get it out of the way. So, hey, it's Castoria. Hey, it's the servant that is, she's Castoria. Stats don't matter. They don't matter. She's triple arts, like most casters. Gains on base are fine, but, they just work. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 30% spread battery. Amazing. Just amazing. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. Target gets 20% battery and the full party gets 30% MP gain. Basic, but again, really, really good. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Target gets 50% arts for 3 turns, 50% anti-threat to humanity power mod for 3 turns, and an invul for 1 turn. Good, very good. The threat to humanity always doesn't work a lot of the times, but it's target and invul, big arts, you're happy. Good skill set. Not crazy, like complicated, but it's just high numbers. It's good. Passives, we got them. 20% debuff res, cool. 12% arts up, very good. Helps her have her MP uptime better, because her MP is that broken. 10% arts crit damage. for people that have the crazy copies, I've seen them DPS with her too. That's the sad and funny part at the same time. 20% crit resistance, actually a huge passive. This has saved me several times. I'm not even joking. There's been many cases where I see a crit miss and where she would have died otherwise. It actually is a very legit passive. Most servants have a 20% crit chance on base at most. Some go a bit above that, but someone like Assassin, for instance, would be a good case for her anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Anti-Saber, nah, don't DPS with her. Even if you can, don't do it. MP, base, MP1, everyone gets 30% attack for 3 turns, all the way up to 50% if you max her out. Debuffs are gone, and then again, order of operations, the debuffs get cleared. Sadly, they're not before the attack buff, so if you have buff blocked, sadly you whiff out on the attack buff. But importantly, the debuff cleanse happens before the overcharge. So on base, all the team's mates get 1 hit of special invul for 3 turns, and then every overcharge level adds 1 hit for the whole team. Yeah, you can't invul pierce, you can't sure hit. There is an anti-special invul pierce nowadays, but they've only used it like once or twice.
Yeah.
So unless that becomes super common, then yeah, I don't know.
Also, it's worse than ignore invul because like you're never against. Yeah, it doesn't go through evade, and
it's mostly going to be on enemy side to punish Castoria, if anything. Which I honestly welcome that. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the MP is absolutely broken. It only has 3 effects, but it is fully broken. You're never going to die with this MP. You're never going to die, and it gives you a good amount of damage and utility as well. Only thing that could mess you up is, again, buff removal or instant kill, but there are ways to play around that with other servants too. I mean, it's Castoria. We don't need to talk much about her.
I know, plus she's not here, and so I've prepared a little something to,
this is what you prepared for?
Let me just
Hey guys, the introduction of Castoria and its consequences have been a disaster for the state of the game. It has greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who operate in boring immortal stall teams, but it has destabilized balance, has made the game unfulfilling, and has subjected human beings to indignities, has led to widespread psychological suffering, in the Quicksell world physical suffering as well because of Mo refund, and have inflicted severe damage on the community. Since the introduction of Castoria, you can turn off your brain, bring Castoria and an arts DPS to 8 out of 10 challenge quests, just like the amount of toes she has, and be just fine. The continued development of looping Brainot will worsen the situation. It has certainly subjected human beings to greater indignities and will inflict greater damage on the perception of farming. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may lead to increased physical suffering among meta slaves. That reminds me of the time when Castoria first had her raid up. I told her how cool it was to finally roll her, but I didn't want to be rude and bother her to farm right away or anything. She said, "Oh, like you're doing right now?" I was taken aback. All I could say was, "Huh?" But she kept cutting me off and going, "Huh, huh, huh," and casting Holy Sword creation in front of my face. I went back to the event and started farming, and I heard her chuckle as I walked off. When I came to start the next node, I started trying to roll on the gotcha with like 1800 St. Quartz. Vinci in the item shop was very nice about it and very professional and was like, "Ma'am, you need to pay for those first." And at first she kept pretending to be tired and not here, but eventually turned back and brought the items to the shop. When Da Vinci opened up the shop to buy the 168 St. Quartz pack, she stopped her and told her to only buy in increments of 5 St. Quartz to prevent any electrical interference, and then turned around and winked at me. I don't even think that's a word. After she started to deliver the St. Quartz to my account, Castoria kept interrupting her by yawning really loudly. Anyway, she turned arts into an unstoppable juggernaut. 3-turn farming became simple, and challenge quests that once required thought and strategy crumbled before the might of Castoria. This isn't power, it's dominance. Whereas the challenge where every node boils down to the same team. We thrive on variety, but Castoria blows all that away, like a pipe bomb did to my annoying neighbor's mailbox. They deserved it.
Jesus Christ.
She doesn't just support, she dictates, reducing the game to the question of do you have her, rather than how do you win. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
You know what? I feel like we don't need to say anything else. I'm just gonna do this thing, and yeah, that was pretty cinematic.
It was really uncanny. It sounded like
that's AI for sure, right? That's definitely AI. Did he make an AI of Plushie's voice?
I did. That's so I.
Like I could tell it wasn't. He doesn't talk the same way. Also,
because it's the one where you put in your own audio.
Yeah,
and it
makes you sound
so
like
that is
talking.
It is me talking, but it's then making me sound like him. So that's why the accent is off.
Yeah, like when he said anyways, it sounded a lot more like that. Yeah.
Also, was there the pasta there, like the guy that steals Milky Ways from the store or something? It reminded me of that.
Yes,
That's such a classic.
I'm like, how do I rewrite this to be like about Castoria?
All right. You know what?
Like,
that's beautiful. Yeah, nothing. We can now move on. There she is in her rightful pedestal. Okay, that was beautiful. Okay, thank you for that. All right, let's talk about Miss Crane next. A bit of a different support, but certainly a very interesting one. Okay.
A very good and annoying one.
Yeah, works in very interesting ways. Attack sucks, but that's totally fine because she's a full support. Full art stick, as always, with most casters. Her gains on base are not super generous, but they're not garbo either, so it's fine. And she has a big battery, so it's okay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. The full party besides her gets an invul for 1 turn. And then again, the full party besides her gets 100% star gen for 3 turns. And again, you get crit stars based on allies that have a costume trait, except for herself. So you can get 20 stars from this, assuming you have 3 members fielded, assuming 2 of your allies have costume traits. So 10 per dose. It's alright. Makes sense. Again, really plays for that M because, you know, again, she excludes herself, but then she's most likely going to peace out anyway. So helps the teams, and then off she goes. Anyway, before we get there, second skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets 100% battery. There it is. She does 2k damage to self, which cannot be lethal. So it's not that big of a deal, though, because, you know, most of the time you're not going to have her on field long enough for her to die anyway. And then all the other allies get a taunt for 3 turns. So it's basically the same as the Odysseus thing, except that you don't get to choose. It's always going to be her without the taunt. But I guess if you actually are going to keep her in the field, it does pair well with the invul on those guys as well. So they're most likely going to be fine as is. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Target gets 500% absorb for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, instant kill immune for 3 turns, and then again she does 1k damage to herself, which cannot be lethal. Which again is not really a demerit, so it's fine. A bit of a crit boost as well for the DPS. And if you need it, instant kill immune, sometimes it's relevant. Not bad for 3 turns. It's a working skill set, especially when the MP is factored in. It makes sense. First passive, 7% arts up and 30% star gen. Yeah, the arts up is nice. The star gen, you're probably not going to be face carding with her too much. So the passive is what it is. But in case you are, you know, it's cool. And then your party gets 10% buff success rate up while she is on the field. So that's an interesting thing, because you could pair her up with, you know, some allies that have RNG skills, and obviously she only leaves when she MPs, assuming you don't plug her for some reason. That would be weird. They can use their RNG skills before you go on your merry way with the MP. Maybe even MPs that have RNG before her MP if they have RNG buffs. There's probably not that many of those, but, you know, again, just use cases. So that's interesting at least. She's anti-ruler, which... yeah, okay. Yeah. MP time. So the MP you obviously need 100% gauge as always, you know, like most servants in the game. But you also do have to have 20 stars to use it. It doesn't consume the stars, but you do need to hold at least 20 stars to use it, which again ties kind of neatly at least to the first skill. You can get 20 stars from this. It does require 2 costume trait servants, but there are other ways to get stars. They could generate stars. You could use a star bomb C on her, is very common as well. So it's not the hardest requirement ever. Obviously the battery is free of charge too because the second skill. Now what does the MP do then? So the first ally, again, besides herself, so it goes, you know, to the next target. They get on base MP 1, 20% attack for 3 turns on base, 40% on max MP level. They get 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then she just leaves. So she goes to the back of the party and then kind of pushes everyone one to the left, basically. That's how that works. And then also the first target that gets all those buffs also gets 30% battery on base OC, scaling up to 50. So she's just one of those that just buffs your DPS and then she pieces and gives the free swap to, you know, whoever else comes after her. I've always considered her a win more servant. Obviously, can be used in min turns as well, but can be a bit expensive to use, right? As well, especially if you have to bring a Star Bomb CE. But she's just a nice win more servant. You need that extra oomph for your DPS. You can bring a crane, it's fine, you know? Just a lot more damage for both. You can do more crits, you can do more MP damage, even some face card damage. She's not even tied to any card types, which is cool. So she kind of works with any DPS. She's good. I like her.
Well, I mean, you can just stick Star Bomb on her because she has 100% battery. Like,
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, that's what she can be a bit expensive sometimes to use if you need like a Star Bomb C as well. But yeah, best case scenario, you don't need it and you just get the stars from the first skill. But yeah, there are, like I said, there are ways of getting stars to activate the MP anyway.
Summer, Skadi, Merlin, and Vitch all have costumes. So if your DPS has a costume, then you're set.
Yeah.
It's like one of the things people do is to avoid taunting people, because you sometimes don't want your DPS taunted, you run a K-scope. And then if you have enough costumes, or like, you basically just run the costumes to do that, to avoid star bombs. That's one of the ways to do it.
Well, to be honest, usually the taunt is fine or even good when you have the invul as well. But yeah, maybe if they have invul peers, it's kind of sketch.
But also, I mean, Vitch and Summer Skadi also give stars, so it's actually not an issue ever to use her MP. I think she's the only conditional MP, though, in the game. Like, I don't think there's any other MP that you have a condition to use, right?
You might be right.
Well, I mean, you have to have at least 100% charge to use most of them.
All right, Otto, get it.
Wow, okay, dude.
I can't believe you say that. How dare you?
I mean, I could be wrong. Sorry.
No, I don't think there is any other conditionals.
Oh, well, there is a technicality. You cannot use Jekyll's MP again if you transform. So is that a conditional?
That's not.
Well, there's like
it's a condition.
There's an MP card that appears, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. The condition is you can only use it if you're not hide. Isn't that a condition? When you think about it, I mean, again, I'm just grasping straws.
They should give him like an attack buff that goes up with the amount of NP charge.
And also Gangan MP if he's the only one left on the field. That's a condition too, if you think about it. So again, there's some technicalities, but a hard condition like that, yeah.
You're right. But yeah, no, I think Miss Crane is one of an SSR Summer Kuro. But no, she is super good.
Yeah.
Like she does something that like the others don't do. It's just that whether or not you find value in it, it depends on how you're gonna like plan things out. Because for some people, getting buffs and having someone leave isn't worth it. I think it's super useful because there are just some things that you can't do without her. I wish that her NP charge was like a delayed buff to the end of the turn, but what can you do?
It would be nice.
Buff to the end of the turn, that would be amazing.
Because I assume you mean like chances are you want to MP with your DPS turn 1, so then the battery is kind of wasted. Because you want her to go before the DPS, so you get the damage buffs rather than the battery.
Yeah, because imagine like just a 35% battery that just pops at the end of the turn.
Yeah, that would be insane.
But they're probably never going to do that.
Yeah.
But I think she's exceedingly good. I like using her. The crit damage also is useful. Like it's 50% crit damage.
Yeah.
It's Star Absorb.
Yeah, I like that it combos with the Absorb, both being 3 turns.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of supports that have like just dedicated 3-turn targetable absorb, but she also has like the crit and stuff. Like you have Brynhild, you have but she's not really a support. You have Van Gogh, you have Duryodhana for some fucking reason. But yeah, just not a lot of options in that regard, and it's just so useful because there's a lot of servants out there with dog shit absorb. They don't have ways of making themselves crit, and if you could just like slap that on a servant and they become
this kind of works on everyone besides Berserkers and Avengers, which is still a lot of servants. Very cool. So the ranking then, I would do maybe A+ personally, but I assume Rio would want to see EX.
No, I was afraid you'd say like A.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would not consider her EX ever personally.
I'm fine with that.
No.
Okay, so we're A+
is good because like yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised. I thought you were actually like really pushing for EX maybe.
No, I really like her, but at the same time, I absolutely hate her because the mechanics to use her, it's just something in the back of my mind, and I always mess it up.
Yeah, it's something you kind of have to think about sometimes. It's not like an autopilot necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
All right, cool. Crane is good. Honestly, she's not a must-have, but it's just nice to have if you do have her. She can make a lot of runs better. Right, so next up, a really cool caster as well. I would say probably unanimously the best single target caster. Probably not a whole lot of argument about that, but yeah, Izumo is going to be talkked about next.
The competition.
Yeah. 11.3k attack is good. One of the higher again on the caster front. Also, she's single target correct. Didn't mention that, but yeah. She's got the nice double buster, double quick deck, which is she the only caster that has it? I think it is. She is, right? So yeah, definitely works for her playstyle too.
Quick, yes.
Yeah, nice. Her gains are decent for sure. They're not bad either. So she's got like the best of both worlds, if anything. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns and an evasion for 2 attacks 3 turns. Great effects. Obviously the cooldown is high, but you know, the rest of the skills kind of make it a little bit better, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it's I like the flexibility of the evade, of course, because again, quick can, you know, take all the defensive stuff they can get. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 1k absorb for 1 turn, 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and then this on attack debuff for 1 turn. So whenever she crits, she does a minus 10% defense down for 3 turns on the... oh, my phone was going off. On the target. It is sadly after damage, so the card immediately doesn't benefit from it, but obviously it's still a form of ramp up, basically. Anyway, so it's a nice skill. Combos really well. Obviously, you only use it on the crit turns, otherwise it's just a full-on waste. There is downtime, yes, but again, the third skill makes it a bit better too, much like the first skill. So on a 7-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. The target gets -1 cooldowns. She herself always gets the 50% battery, and then on use, you also get 15 stars. It's a kit that makes sense. It's basic, but it's a lot of synergy in there, and it's just mostly just raw offense with a bit of utility and defense sprinkled on top, but it just works. No worries. Again, the only kind of minor issue I have is the defense now not being before damage, but it's not even that big of a deal, honestly. So while it's not the best skill set ever, it at least makes sense to be. Passives, we got 4% arts and crit up. Cool. We got 4% debuff success rate up and crit up. Also a cool little boost. And then we have a not foreigner passive, 2 stars per turn and 4% crit damage. Also cool. So while the passives individually are not insane, you know, they add a bit of longevity as well. Always nice to see. She's anti-pretender, which I'm not sure if she's the only one anymore. At one point she used to be the only anti-pretender on the append. Not sure if that's it's been a while, so maybe they've added some others.
No.
But
Nero Summer.
Okay, so she's not the only one anymore. Also, not a great, particularly great case, but it could be used because pretenders are still, you know, they do bad damage on cavalry, so it's not the worst thing to have. Sadly, not a common enemy either, though. Anyway, the MP then. So before damage, the target gets a minus 20% quick res shred for like 20% 3 turns. Great, really good in fact, especially because the MP is 10 hits. Also increases refund and star gen. And then she has a super effective against demonic enemies, the base 150 to 200 range on overcharge. Basic but great MP. It just works really well. That ramp up is great, especially because it's before damage. Very good. I mean, she's just a pretty remarkable single target DPS, I would say. Just basic, but just makes a lot of sense, right? Really strong on the quick side.
Yeah, and on the first cycle, her cooldowns are 5-3-5, which is not terrible.
Yeah, assuming with Pen 5, right? Yeah.
A Pen 5, yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
So 5-3-5 is good. And normally it's 6-4-6, which is also fine. Like I don't think you should ever use the CDR on anyone else because like her kit is really built to just use it on herself. I don't know why you'd throw it anywhere else.
Yeah, it's not like Takasugi where it's sort of like in addition. Or Richard. Richard is a better example of that, I guess, because you can just target the cooldown reduction and nothing else.
Well, again, it is the only targeted part, but you definitely want to use it on her because her cooldowns are a bit high otherwise. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. It has to be on her.
A little more than a bit, but you know.
Yeah, I think she's just really good. I think she's like at least an A+, honestly. Not sure if you guys agree, but at least A+.
Yeah,
she's the best single target caster. So
yeah, that's for sure.
If any of them have to go in A+, I guess that's
I don't think it's strictly too strong of a competition.
Because like it doesn't give her a ton of points, but it is an objective fact, though.
It's kind of just a DPS caster thing in general. There, very few are selfish. She is selfish, so she can function. She gets her stuff done. Like she embodies a lot of the better things about Quick.
Yeah.
She
has the deck. She has the crit stuff. She has the spammable MP. She's just like an embodiment of a good single target Quick DPS.
Well, the joke for the long time is the best single target caster is an alter ego. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is true, sadly.
I mean, it's still kind of true because there's some single target alter egos that'll just mess things up. By that I mean Melt and Bizet. But anyway.
Yeah, more on those in a few weeks. But yeah, we'll go with A+ for that. 3 more to go. So the last old servants, and then we have 2 new ones compared to last year. But yeah, it's a very interesting one next up, of course. In fact, I would say everyone that's left. Well, maybe the last one doesn't stand out like a crazy amount, but she's still not, something that should be discounted, I would say. Anyway, where am I going? I'm blind. There we go. All right. Yeah, because they had a different icon, so I was a bit lost. Yeah, of course. So yeah, we got Tonelico, Ash, whichever name you prefer. A really special case. So AoE Buster DPS multi-core thingy immortal team things. So highest attack, right? 11.8k among casters, first of all. That has to be the highest for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's a good start for her own damage potential. She's got a double Buster, double large deck, and her gains on base are pretty decent. So that's good too. So no real issues up here. Skills. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown. The party gets 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. 50% battery for herself. And then she gets also 20% MP damage for 3 turns. That's a really good skill. I mean, yes, there's a bit of cooldown, but again, it's not the biggest end of the world. Just does a lot. Good stuff. Again, the party gauge thing helps with multi-core as well. Second skill is the funny charisma. So on a 5-turn cooldown, everyone gets 20% attack for 3 turns. So, that's a charisma right there. And then we get these checks. So depending on the attack of the allies, they either get 10% more attack or not. And the lower they are, the more they get of those. They can get up to 60% attack from this if they're 25% or lower. And again, these are not snapshots. They're always applied on this, so if they happen to fall lower HP after the skill is used, they get more attack, basically, assuming the buff is still up at that point. And then she also gets this regen buff for 3 turns, so if the full party is like on max health, she gets 10 stars at the end of a turn instead. So it's like a consolation thing if, you don't get any attack from this. Pretty interesting, I have to say. Maybe not the easiest to use skill, but sure, it's a thing. Then the famous third skill, the really wonky, interesting skill. So it's on a 10-turn cooldown, except when you start the battle, it's on a 5-turn cooldown, but 10 is the regular cooldown after the start of the battle. So what does it do? The full party gets a 50% battery. Yeah, the only spread 50 in the game, right? Well, I guess if we count Tamamo's max OC, that's 52, right? So I guess theoretically not really, but yeah, on a skill at least. Then the full party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns and also a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. So again, you can't immediately use this unless you pop cooldown reductions a lot, because it starts, the battle starts with a 5-turn cooldown on this. There are obviously ways to use it immediately, but yeah, we'll get to those in a second as well. Obviously, when you do get to use it, that's a lot of shit. Most notably, the 50% full spread. That's a crazy amount of battery, though. Like, yeah, okay. Anyway, passives, 12% arts is really nice. 6% debuff success rate up. I mean, yeah, sure. 17.5% the debuff res, also great for bosses. 12% crit resistance, nice to have too. It's not as high as Castoria, but still, you know, can definitely make the enemy whiff some crits on her. She's anti-berserker, which is, yeah, of course. She's gonna have a great append too. Yeah, why not? The MP then. So before damage, she herself gets an invul for 1 attack, 1 turn, does damage to enemies, which also does super effective damage against evil enemies, which is also based on the MP level, not overcharge or flat. So it's a 150 to 200 range, but MP level based. Because yeah, roll more, please. All enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns after damage, sadly, but it's still a form of ramp up, I guess, if you're doing bosses. And then the overcharge effects. Before damage, she gets 30% buster for 1 turn, scaling up to 50 on max. Pretty cool. And then the important part. So her 3rd skill cooldown gets reduced with the overcharge. Base, it's 1, and then every step of overcharge adds another turn of minus. So if max overcharge, you can get minus 5 turns of cooldown on it. So there you go. She's a really interesting servant, really, because obviously you do need to work with her a little bit, but man, she can do a lot though, especially on bosses, right? Just, like, it's not even like, yeah, you might be thinking like, oh, because like it's 5 turns at first, right? It's not that bad, and then you're like, oh, but it's 10 turns after that. That's, you're never gonna use it again. Oh, you are, you are gonna use it again. Like, it's not even that bad. It looks bad on paper, but it really isn't. Yeah.
It is like once every 4 turns, because like, when you think about it, she's spreading 50, which means if you put her 3rd in that chain, she goes from 10 turns to 6 turns the next turn. And you're probably going to use her MP another, 1 or 2 times in the next couple of turns. And so it is like 4 turns. And then you just do it all again. She has, in standard 3-turn farming, she has 260% total charge, per party. Like, it's ticking 20% for the entire party over the 2 turns, 50% self, 150 spread. Like, it's the most charge you can dump out in a single one. Like, I use her all the time. My favorite farming team, which works for pretty much every 90++, is Summer Castoria, Tonelico, Castoria. Like, I don't even swap it. It just works out. Because Last Resort is up by turn 2 usually, because guess who has targetable overcharge? Castoria. So it's like, there's such a good pair. Like, if you invest in both of them, like,
again, to emphasize here, we're talking about Summer Castoria in the lineup as well.
Summer Castoria,
just to put that out there, yeah.
Which definitely this is intentional, I swear, because like they work so well together in farming that, like, I mean, like, it has to be intentional.
Yeah, for sure.
There's no way around it.
She's really cool with Himiko in Challenge Quest as well. It's a nice combo.
Oh, yeah, with Himiko, she probably can do Last Resort like every 3 turns. I'd imagine.
Yeah, you can spam it quite a bit.
You're getting so much overcharge there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And her damage numbers are good as well.
They're very good for a caster. They're amazing, even, honestly.
Well, against evil, if she like, and comparing MP5 to MP5 against evil, she is like the 3rd highest AoE buster damage, or 2nd highest.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It's stupidly high. And that's neutral. Like, obviously, it's like you gotta
I think a lot of assassins
I just
are
think
evil
she's
too,
really
and berserkers.
There are a lot of
Yeah.
assassins.
So that helps her case a lot too. You can tell they really designed her in a way that they really wanted to make her good because they obviously love the LB6, and she's like
Welcome
one
to
of the most
FGO
beloved
anniversary.
LB6 characters. So yeah, she was deliberately, she and Summer Castoria like almost released so close to each other. They were clearly designed to be very overtuned.
Which is funny because a lot of people thought she wasn't very good at the beginning when she first.
Well, I can
came out.
understand that because she works in a weird way, so people needed to figure her out first, right? Because she's far from
Yeah,
a
it
standard
takes time.
DPS. But yeah, people then realized, yeah, she's pretty busted up.
I actually recently went and I wanted to see what people's reactions to her coming out were, and the only two VODs I could find were yours and Otto's.
Oh, that's funny.
And
I don't remember what
I
my
thought it was
first
really
impression was, actually. It probably wasn't like top
never
tier or
mind
anything
either.
like that.
Yeah, no, it was just like the reaction, like them revealing her, and it was very funny because both of you were like Castor Morgan. It's so funny. Like that's just the reaction I guess everyone has.
I do remember having mixed feelings
Yeah.
at first, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's silly because like they took Castoria, like Castor Artoria and Berserker Morgan, and then made them Castor Morgan and Berserker Artoria. Like,
Yep.
Yeah, it is. It is funny.
Anyway, I assume we're going EX
yeah.
tier, right?
Of
yeah,
course.
like,
Yeah.
obviously.
There you
She's
go.
the best.
I don't
She's
have
one of
much
the best
else to say
DPSs in
about
the
her.
game, caster or not.
Well, there you go. A lot of people will be looking forward to her this year in NA, that's for sure. A lot of really good servants this year for NA. Okay.
It's one of the worst years for NA as well. Like the funny thing is, starting from I think, like starting the collab this year through all of next year, I don't like. There's very little servants that are not like considered like above average. Like
Yeah.
they're all really good.
Yeah. Good luck, people that go for gameplay. Anyway, now we have two more servants left, and they are both brand new to this list. The only new servants we're going to talk about. Alice barely missed the cut last year, I believe. It wasn't long after the caster tier list when the collab happened, but yeah, now we get to talk about Alice. Let's go. Very interesting servant. Also a big fan because I'm a big fan of Mahoyoru. So yeah, AoE, quick, DPS, Farber. Yes, there she is. Attack at 10.6k is ever so slightly below average, if anything, unfortunately. But then her deck, though. So double arts, double quick. And yeah, she has a 2.5 arts card. And there's two of them. Like, I had to do a double take when I actually recapped again, because that is some ridiculous MP gain. It's not even good, it's just amazing. Like, that's top 5 in the game for sure, right? And there's
insane.
two
It's
of
like
them.
the full
There's
reboot.
two. How is there two of those cards when they're 2.5? Oh my. Yeah, it's just amazing gains, needless to say. Okay. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% quick at arts for 3 turns, 50% battery, and the full party gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Really good skill. Just really good. You get the main card types, you get the big battery, and then everyone enjoys a good amount of MP gain. Makes her cards even better for both gains and damage. Good skill. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack and defense for 3 turns, and then if you happen to be on forest, city, or dark maps, you also get 20% more attack and 20% more defense for 3 turns. So it's very similar to the Summer Umu skill, except that instead of having the class disadvantage, then you get a chance to get more of the same buffs. I don't hate it on base. Even if you don't meet the map requirements, it's still fine. It's still a good amount of attack and defense. And I especially like that the higher amount is on the guaranteed amount and not the map specific amount. So you get 30 or 50. 50 obviously you want, but 30 is still a good chunk. Third skill is her really unique skill. So I guess, you know what, let's read the passives first actually. Let's do it like that. So she gets 10% arts, very good because her arts cards are just giga. 10% debuff success rate is also cool with her. Then another unique passive, she gets 400 damage cut except against noble phantasms, but honestly, it's irrelevant. I know it wouldn't do anything against an MP anyway, so it's fine. And then she gets 400 damage cut against dots, which is interesting. Actually, it's not bad, because most dots from enemies tend to do like 500, 1k a tick or something, so it actually will reduce most of that damage. So it's good on the ally side for once. And then another unique passive. This is a doozy. So she gets this instant kill guts for 5 times, which gives her 1k revive. So she really doesn't want to be instant killed. Okay. And then she gets this on guts activate buff, which also triggers on this, I believe, because it's considered a guts effect. So whenever a guts is procced on her, she gets a 2k heal as well. And then she gets the unique effect of having the Robin counter for 13 times, and she gets 13 of these when the battle starts. Okay, so now we can read the third skill. So using this skill consumes a Robin counter. So again, you start with 13. This is a -1. So on a 2-turn cooldown, she gets a substitution defense buff for 1 attack 2 turns, which is basically a special invul. Better, it cannot be removed. So it's absolute defense basically for 1 attack 2 turns, and then she gets 20% battery. So yeah, this is a pretty spammable skill and offers her a lot more tankiness as well, on top of the defense that she already had. Very cool mechanic actually, and you can use this 13 times in one battle. Although, as far as I know, if you actually command seal revive, she gets the 13 counters back again. I think that's how it works. So there is a way to refresh it, I guess. But normally you have 13. But 13 is way more than enough for one battle. Just way more than... You did something wrong if you ran out of 13 counters. Let's just say that. Yeah. So it's a very cool skill that helps a bit with her offense with the battery, but also keeps her very tanky with these very often to use, super special invuls. Because again, 2-turn cooldown. I like her skill set a lot. It's good. Offense, defense, we got it. Not a ton of utility, but, that's not always something you need. Good passives, too. Some a bit situational, but otherwise mostly good to have. Anti-foreigner, not the most relevant append. And then the MP. So before damage, she gets a sure hit for 1 turn. She gets a 30% anti-human power mod for 1 turn, also before damage. But sadly, it's human and not humanoid. So it's the rare one, which is not super relevant. Some in farming, it could be a bit. But in bosses, it's hardly ever present. Some very rarely, though. Then she does a terror, 500 chance to apply a terror for all enemies for 1 time, 3 turns, with a 60% chance to activate for a stun, which is pretty high for a terror, right? Actually, that's nice. Then all enemies get a 20% crit chance down. Is the same as Van Gogh, right? You were saying, I assume? Anyway,
yeah.
20% crit chance down all enemies for 3 turns. Yeah, go for it.
One nice thing is that basically anything that has human trait is man attribute.
Yeah, on the topic of that, the overcharge. So yeah, she is anti-man on that super effective base 150 to 200 range, so the standard. But yeah, good point there. So human is rare, yes, but like Otto said, it tends to they tend to be man attribute if they have the trait. It's a really cool MP. It's obviously not that impressive for farming, because unless they're human or man attribute, it doesn't do that much. But yeah, that crit chance down, sure hit, terror, it's just a very loaded MP. And depending on the fight, it could be an absolutely amazing MP as well. And it's pretty spammable too, and you can stack that terror too. So needless to say, she's just a very super defensive oriented DPS that still does not bad damage, right? She's so safe, which is rare and cool for a quick servant, a quick DPS in particular. So loaded in defensive utility, right? Oof.
Yeah.
And actually her Bonsi is actually kind of applicable because it has one of the
this is cool. So she gets 30% MP damage while wearing it, but then while she has the Robin, the defensive buffs from this third skill, she is debuff immune as well. So while this hit of super special invul is active, she cannot be debuffed either. So she's going to be a really cool candidate for a grind system as well with that, actually. To hold that C at all times on those battles.
And yeah, as it says there, the substitute, is it's a special anti-purge that cannot be affected by buff removal. So even if the enemy has 500% buff removal due to a mechanic, it will not remove substitution.
Like, she's so safe. She counters some of the nichest cases that people can die to. She cannot be buff removed easily, and she has 5-time instant kill guts too. Like, those are the two that can be a bit niche against some defensive servants. Yep. She counters that too. She's so loaded with defense.
Yeah, she just, dude, she functions so well. Like, she's unironically like one of the best, if not the best, pick for the Charlotte quest, and I'm talking about the Super Recollection quest, and that's despite the fact that she is AoE. Because like she just has so many things, and she has answers to so many gimmicks. Her only problem is her damage outside of man is not that good.
Yeah.
Like it's like she has 20 quick, she has 30 attack, and that's it.
And it's caster, and the attack is not high either, so yeah. But at least among AoE casters, she's definitely a standout. That's for sure. If you just want a really safe DPS, you can't really go wrong with her. So good on the defensive side. Hardly anyone matches this level of defense. Or as a DPS, that is. It's crazy. Ooh. I feel like she's... I would place her in A+, personally.
Yeah.
Damage-wise, she's not EX, sadly. That's by holding her back, but man, she's just so solid otherwise. Even decent in solo, like Chad is saying, actually.
She is good at solo. Because
terror helps a lot with too, yeah. And the substitute being up.
Terror and substitute. So like you can just have like multiple turns in a row where the enemy cannot touch you.
I would do EX, but I kind of agree that if you're not fighting, if you're not hitting the super effective, because even the human trait alone, which is even rare, it wouldn't be the biggest boost. But yeah, if you're not hitting man attribute, it's not the best DPS out there. But I feel like A+ is still definitely a very fair rating, regardless. Like, no worries. Alice is great. But if you want EX on safety, at least, if you care about that, for the most part. All right, let's talk about the latest and last servant of the list. Pretty new servant from Valentine's. We got Ono no Komachi. Another Japanese author, of course. Tends to be a Valentine's theme nowadays. So, AoE quick caster DPS. We got 11.4k attack, which is one of the higher attacks, at least. That's good. She's got that going for her. Not the highest, but was it the third or second highest? Third, I want to say. I forgot. One of those two. Pretty good, at least among casters. Was it a third? Is that what you said? Okay. Cool. Well, not a big difference to two, at least. One is definitely above, but yeah. Anyway, she's the only caster in the game to have a triple quick deck. And not just the triple quick deck, she also has the quick MP, so it's the full quick experience card-wise. Her gains are fine. They're fine. They're not the best. They're not Alice, but they're still fine. They're good. No worries. Skills. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 20% rainbow for 3 turns. And then we have the rainbow conditional. So she gets 3 of these on attack buffs for 3 turns. So whenever she uses a quick card, she gets 10% gauge. Arts card, she gets innovation for 1 time, 1 turn. Buster cards give her a sure hit for 1 turn before it goes off as well. Pretty cute. The rainbow is nice to have, of course. And then, all your cards just are better now. Obviously, for DPSing, not all of them will be all that relevant. They're a bit situational at times. But I like having Sabor Evasion as a quick servant too. Although, you're mostly just going to be getting gauge, right? Because she has quick cards, 3 of them in her normal deck. Although, worth mentioning as well, is specifically quick cards and not normal quick cards. So her MP also works with the quick one. So it refunds 10% more with this active. That's pretty cool. Also, I forgot. Because I asked people when I was doing the review, is it per enemy hit? Like Salto?
Yes.
Okay, so it is the good case. Yes, okay. Yes, so if you're fighting 3 enemies, you get 30. Yeah.
She already has decent refund, and then she gets like plus 30.
Yeah, it's definitely
Gets 30
Black
enemies.
Rail smooth sailing. Okay. Very cool. The better scenario. Good skill. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown, targeted. Again, -1 turns of cooldown, but now the target also gets 5k absorb for 1 turn. She herself gets a 50% batter, which is every time that is not targeted. Yeah, pretty interesting. You get the big absorb, but again, chances are if you bring her, you're probably going to use it on herself again, because her cooldowns are, again, on the higher end. Unfortunately, but yeah, it's you at least have the option. It's cool. That's a lot of absorb too, even if it's only 1 turn. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Then 3 separate power mods, 50% each for 3 turns. She gets anti-undead, anti-evil, and anti-shadow servant. The undead one is kind of cool with, summer woo. Evil is the most common one you'll be facing, that's okay, but Shadow Servant, kind of a doo-doo one. I don't recall like much farming or any hard boss battles really. Utilizing Shadow Servant is the same problem all over again, but luckily it's only one of the 3 mods, so it's not like it completely ruins the skill. It's alright. If you hit one of the power mods, it's good. 2, it's great. 3 is like, that's probably not even possible, but then it would be insane. But yeah, even just one of them, it's already pretty good. Got quite a bit of a damage boost.
Anti-evil's nice.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with a certain ruler Moriarty existing. Yeah, and that too, because again, Berserkers and Assassins, much like we just discussed with Tonelico.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes people like lime flavored instead of cherry flavored, okay?
Yeah. I think the skill set is decent. It's not bad at all. It's one of the better DPS skill sets we've seen. 4% debuff success rate is cool. 10% arts up. She only has 1 arts card, but it's a good one at least. Sadly, won't have that much use though. She gets a some flat damage, which no one really cares about. But hey, instant kill immune at least. That's a nice part. Can be relevant. So I guess all these quick AoE casters hate instant kill. That's the thing.
So in other words, in 2 years, she's going to have sacrifice immunity when she comes out on an A, and then they're gonna fix it.
Oh yeah, I see what you did there.
I swear it happens basically every time.
Yeah, no one bothers to change how the code is implemented. I mean, she's anti-caster, which well, if they if they're Shadow Servant and Evil, then maybe. Otherwise, nah. So the MP then, so we got AoE damage, all enemies get 2k curse on them for 5 turns, they also get a minus 30% healing for 3 turns, or 5 turns. Then they get this cool clock debuff for 5 turns, and so every turn they get -1 buff removed from them, starting from the latest of course. And then there's a 60% chance to instant kill all the enemies, that is also after damage, so it doesn't mess up farming. And then before damage on base overcharge, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn, scaling up to 60. Not ramp up, not the best scaling, but it's still an okay effect. I really like the buff cleansing thing, because again, you can stack that too. So it can actually remove multiple buffs every turn, which is really cool. So yeah, obviously it's going to be overkill a lot of the times, I get that, but it definitely makes fights a lot safer. And especially because, reminder, she is quick. And quick doesn't always have the best defensive tools available, so keeping the enemy, removing their defensive buffs so you can hit them more, or stripping them off some of like nasty crit buffs, mitigating potential damage taken. She's definitely like a more offensive Alice, right? She doesn't have the same defensive tools, but she has some nice utility otherwise. Otherwise, just more offense. Yeah.
I'm shocked she doesn't have a 60% chance to stun on her NP. That's so weird.
Yeah,
they would put out a quick Siren without a 60% chance to stun.
Oh, come on. Obviously, it would be 40%.
Oh, true. No, I do like that you can stack the buff removal. So like if you're fighting a boss and they cast a couple buffs after you've done it a couple times, it just removes them all.
Yeah, and nice. one application of this is 5 turns, and her MP is pretty easy to loop as well. So yeah, it's just constantly you're gonna have like at least 2 debuffs or 2 buffs removed from enemies every turn if possible, maybe even more. Because again, 5 turns is a lot.
Yeah. The biggest downside, of course, is that Shadow Servant is a nothing trait. As anyone who's ever used Say will tell you. Undead is rare
just a summer
enough
woo
that
thing, really.
Yeah, that it's hard to like count on. So evil's really the only one.
But it's at least nice on the undead that they're both casters in this case, so they actually have even more synergy. Because then you can have woo do some damage too.
True.
Because a lot of other servants that want the undead stuff is like they're not casters, so then woo probably wouldn't do a ton of damage to help. She would just be there to support with skills and MP.
She has another 50% battery at a 7-turn cooldown with cooldown reduction. So basically, you're forced to use it on herself. So you know, it is what it is.
Unless you're okay with just giving the absorb to someone else, but yeah.
I guess one thing that Ninja in the chat as well said that this is kind of useless against 1-turn buffs though. So the biggest damaging buffs because it is at the end of the enemy turn, right? But it's still nice to have because there's most buffs I feel like do have longevity nowadays that can be removed. But yeah, if enemy is just like a mana burst, you're still kind of screwed with that.
Yeah.
I remember
it's a little awkward.
Like, testing out like her buster looping on stream. That's the extent of my my expertise with her. I guess she also has like UE synergy because of rainbow buff, but
yeah, she does.
Also the only triple quick caster, right?
Yeah, I mentioned that, but yeah, she's the only triple quick.
She does have the thing where if you are fighting against man enemies, you do, I believe, get more damage out of running double Vitch instead of double Skadi because you can then double stack all her skills, and then she's double stacking that that first skill where she gets charged per enemy hit. So instead of 10, it's 20 per enemy.
Right.
Which then, you know,
it's 60 on 3 enemies, yeah.
It's 60 on 3 enemies.
And that's not even factoring in the MP refund itself.
Yeah, that's not. So, like, I believe if you are doing with double Vitch, or you do single Vitch, Summer Skadi, in the Atlas cooldown, and like it works as well. It's just funny. It's funny that it works. Most people probably wouldn't do it, but it's not bad damage if they're man attributes. Like, because you know, Vitch doubles up on man. That's 100% power mod. So you know, take what you get.
I mean, it's options at least. That's cool.
Yeah,
okay, but
it's always funny when
more worthwhile than the one we just talked about. That's anti-man.
Oh, Alice. No, Alice will be. Alice is probably better in anti-man there.
Yeah,
she doesn't have. She doesn't have an extra attack mod. She has power mods, but no extra attack mods, and so those will always be weaker.
Yeah. So, Komachi. I think she's good, but nothing remarkable. I would place her maybe an A tier personally.
I would say A is good. She's like, I definitely think she's better.
Even though she might have more damage potential than Alice, and she may be loopsy, I still like Alice a bit more than her.
I think Alice's kit is just better.
Yeah.
Like, there's something to be said about how Alice's kit works. And also, if Alice does end up on her field, she actually is pretty good at...
Yeah, that 50% is really nice. Would you agree with Ayato, or do you have anything else to add?
I'm fine with it. I don't have strong feelings about this character. Sort of an underwhelming blip on my radar.
She's just a good servant, and that's about it. Just a good servant.
Yeah.
All right, then.
You know,
go.
Feel like the you're getting listened to, because you know we were talking. We've said some names, and Murasaki's come up. I opened Amazon just now, and the first recommended thing is ink, but the brand is Murasaki.
Yeah, of course, the good old spy.
Like, is Amazon spying on me?
Of course.
Okay. I was about to say, like, Rio, there's like 378 people listening to us right now. You're being listened.
Hey, everyone, open up Amazon right now. Do you get Murasaki stuffs in there? That would be funny. Anyway, with that, we conclude the initial placement of all the servants of this list. So now as usual, we're going to take a bit of time. Brian, I'm pretty confident with most of these already, but we'll take obviously a bit of time to discuss between me, my co-host, and even chat can add some, stuff for us to talk about. See if we want to move anything, and then after a while, I'll just block it in when I'm fully happy with it.
Okay.
Was Sanzang one of the things we were discussing to maybe A, or is...
I thought we were discussing Sanzang being lower.
Oh, was it that way? I feel like it was the opposite.
Because I think Ilya's better than Sanzang.
Oh, interesting.
I don't.
Damn.
So like.
I think they should be in the same tier nowadays.
I don't know. I think they. Yeah, I think they should be in the same tier.
Mm. Yeah. But the question is, are we going to go with B plus or something else?
No, I don't think they deserve higher than B plus.
Okay.
So Sheba, I think we could probably put her in best servant in the game.
That's a reasonable thing. I mean, B is basically the same tier.
It would be pretty funny if we put a second servant in best servant in the game.
Would be something else.
Then it wouldn't be the best servant in the game, now would it?
Unless they're the same servant.
Ah, that's for Castoria Berserker, though.
Foreshadowing? Surely not.
It's funny because it's true. How sad.
Right.
I don't think EX Plus is necessary. There, you start flooding too many tiers.
Yeah.
Then ask the question: why not just move everyone down? Because we have an empty tier.
Yeah, I've been liking us doing like instead of, we haven't had a single EX Plus. This has been the only exception to, and this one is absolutely warranted. We haven't had any other tiers, no S tiers, no EX Pluses, no nothing. And we've been, if anything, we've been moving servants down more, and I like this approach more personally.
How can because EX is the highest it needs to go. I don't need her to have an artificial number.
I mean, it says a lot when she's the only DPS at EX, if anything.
This is mathematics. Every number is artificial.
Oh no! Hey, time is a social construct, Otto, and everything is an illusion.
It's not a social construct. It is a measurement. We use it for our convenience, not because it has an objective meaning.
Look, I don't know. I'm just saying words. Don't underestimate my ability to say words.
Okay. It's ontologically useful.
By the way, there is
not how that word's
one servant who has an anti-append that is against a class that they do reduce damage to. I did find this out.
Like the absolute worst case scenario?
Yes.
Who is it?
It is Tiamat, who is anti-beast, but Space Aresh's beast class.
Oh, it's just a technicality still? Because it's based on the beast, yeah.
But it is the one, because I wouldn't have looked it up when you mentioned it earlier. But that's the only one.
So a technicality, yes.
Yeah.
Alice to EX because I like her a lot.
You know what? That's a base comment. But I agree because I like Mahoyoru a lot too. I like all the Mahoyoru servants.
They're all good. All the Mahoyo servants are.
And they're based characters too.
True. The Mahoyo tier list.
I would just put.
Wow, that's gonna be a long tier list of the three servants.
It's three. There's three.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think this is mostly solid where it is. Like, there's not really much to like.
Is Helena 2 entire tiers below Casgill?
Yes.
I don't want to put Helena in B either, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to go with B. I also don't want to move him down, but
it looks bad, but honestly, I'm not too mad about it.
Functional.
They have a lot of similarities, but I do think he's so much better. Really,
the times you use them are very similarly. Yes, they are very functionally similar. They serve very similar purposes. Like you use them as a sub DPS. That's like an AOE that helps buff your single target and clears some extra enemies. Except her buff values are lower, and she's inconsistent. Comparison.
you used to spread attack up, to give arts buff, star generation, charge his MP, charge your party's MP, do his MP, give you crit buffs, reduce defense, generate stars. Helena you use when you want to be depressed.
No, you're only depressed when you miss the 80%. But otherwise, you're still gonna be you're gonna be either underwhelmed or depressed.
Yeah, underwhelmed.
All I'm saying is, as an avid Game Press user, I think she should be above. Like, all the
shit!
No, do you want to get Game Press on?
We're getting all the memes out today. Anyway, someone said we have too many on A plus, and they were also suggesting maybe we should move Wu down or something because A plus is too crowded.
Well,
I feel like it doesn't matter if a tier is too crowded though, because we still want to place servants where they belong. It's just, there just happens to be many good casters in the game,
Yeah. And a lot of the casters are there. Gilgamesh, party support. Wu, due to party support. Tamamo, party support. Shikibu, party support. Crane, party support. Like most of them are party support. It.
And then Okuni makes the party,
Yeah, and then then you have only 3 that are like pure that are like DPSs, and so when you think of it that way,
some people are really pushing Alice for EX. I would not hate it personally, but
I just don't think she has the damage.
Yeah, that's the one thing that is kind of keeping it for me.
It depends on see, here's the thing, depends on how the grand thing works. Like, if that's something that can be used a lot of places and you invest in Alice, her bond C is really good. But you don't want to sacrifice a normal C.
It's both damage and utility.
A lot of different places, then it's crazy. And then I would say yes to that. But we'll have to wait for a year to see that.
Damn. I am tempted. I would be lying if I said I wasn't tempted.
Yeah, but
what are any of the lower tiers? You think they're gonna move?
How about let's see. D plus is looking pretty lonely. How about we move Liz down to D plus and then Shuten down to C?
I don't.
I'm joking. I don't think anyone in C plus needs to be moved down.
I feel like we're being too harsh on Circe, honestly.
No, well,
you think she should be B tier?
I think maybe Circe, because
I'm not mad about that.
So maybe she could go to B.
All right, sure.
But I also don't want Shuten to be below those.
I think that's fine. I think it's fine for her to be below them.
I'm not sure if she's the worst one though. I mean,
think of all the.
I mean, Medea would be lower, but she's not here.
Think of all the single target gold casters.
Yeah,
I mean, there's not a ton of them, so someone has to take it. It is what it is, because there's not a whole lot of them.
Wait, is she the?
No, we could just have them all on the same tier.
No, that's being a coward. That's taking the easy way out.
Yeah, they're all equal. That is my hot take.
Oh. I mean, it's not even the hottest take because it's only a plus. It's like a half a tier difference, so it's not. Yeah, it's. I always say that if someone wants to move a servant up a plus or down a minus, you don't even have to justify it to me. If you want to move Ilya to A, go for it. I don't care, stuff like that. You never need to justify a plus or a minus to me. So that much I can, be okay with. Anything more than that, we're gonna have to talk though.
Yeah, because if you move Shuten up one and then Ilya and Sanzang down one, you basically have all of them sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah. Doesn't it say something that out of all the single targets, the only one that's quick is the only one that breaks A?
Yeah. I mean, she has a nice kit.
As far as quick single target DPSs are always extremely
honestly, there's not many quick casters, but they all placed really high. It was A minimum. Yeah. Even again, there's not many of them, but still.
Well, because they only made them. Yeah, what was it? Year 7 Okuni was the first one. When did Okuni come out?
Wait, was Izumo before Daikokuten?
Yes.
Yeah.
There were 3 quick casters in a row. It was Izumo, Martha, and then Daikokuten. Those were the 3 casters.
Oh, so that was the order. Okay.
In a row. And then we didn't. And then Zhang Yu came out, so there was a fourth one. So
yeah.
like they had like this like sudden epiphany of like, we don't got any quick casters, and they made a couple, and then they went back to Buster for a bit.
You say Zhang Yu?
Yeah, Zhang Yu.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Zhang Yu, which is a
no.
berserker.
Zhang Yu's a horseman.
He is quick,
who is really funny actually, because he's just a Buster servant. No one uses his MP and runs. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Triple Buster will do that to you.
I'm almost wanting to lock already. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was pretty happy with this. Like even before we started discussing, like I didn't think there's much need to move stuff around this time. Some people saying we should move someone to like D+ because there's a gap there. It's fine, dude. It's fine.
It's just I don't know. It's like when I look at the 4-star single target casters, like the only one that I would actually like pick in a specific instance is like if I'm up against demonic. All of the other ones are like varying levels of decent just rounded use.
I think I'm okay with this.
Yeah,
fine.
Actually, I agree with chat member on that. I think Charlotte is better than the other two.
No,
wow.
I disagree.
The Anastasia team count though.
Well, Charlotte has more things that she does.
She does have more stuff in her kit, honestly.
Yeah,
I would be okay with moving her to B+, honestly. I would be okay with that.
You know what?
Otto's being influenced by outside sources, Miss. You can't.
Well, I actually agree with it. Also, we can't have so many of them in this.
You know, it's unbiased when Otto wants to move another 4-star caster above Sheba.
Yeah. Also, Rio, like I'm advocating for one of like 50% of them are my favorite characters, and I'm advocating for someone in the other.
Yeah, you know he's for real when he says that. You know what? I'm moving her up. She goes right there. Okay, there you go. I'm okay with that.
Otto was so easily influenced. Alas.
Well, sometimes they're not actually influencing me. It's just something I actually agree with that I didn't realize I agreed with.
You know what? With that, I'm gonna lock it in. There it is. This is it. This is the lock-in moment. Let's zoom in a little bit more so we can get the full picture out as well. Because, we had to make extra room at the top because obligatory. There it is. That's a nice frame. Okay. There you go. That is the caster tier list of 2025. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. There it is. Until next year again, I'm sure.
Quick, say something funny, Rio, to close it out.
I don't got anything funny tonight. Today.
Yeah, he already posted the plushie AI thingy.
I already spent time writing and recording, which, by the way, that was done on my. A lot of it was done on my stream.
Yeah, nice. I did see someone in the chat was saying like I watched him write this, so I was like, okay, I see what's going on.
Yeah, dude. The funny thing is I went to it was so dumb. I didn't end up using pretty much anything from it. But it was really funny. I typed into like Twitter's stupid AI thing. Can you write me a rant about why Castoria is bad? And it sounded like something Plushie would say.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Like it was like so angry and like upset about Castoria. I was like, wow, this is unusual.
Anyway, on that note, we're gonna wrap things up here. I'm not sure how long this was compared to the Rider one. I feel like they were pretty similar. At least entry-wise, they were the same, but I'm guessing this one was a little bit longer, but, people probably like longer stuff anyway, so no worries. So, yeah, if you are watching this on YouTube and you enjoyed it, even if you didn't watch the whole thing, can you at least press the thumbs up button to, show some appreciation for the effort?
Smash that like button.
Yeah, definitely, the classic. And another way you can show appreciation is to hit the subscribe button, because we are definitely done with tier lists anytime soon. We still have several weeks to go, and yeah, so far, so good, I want to say. Also, do subscribe to my co-hosts of Rio and Otto. Again, all this stuff is linked in the description below, so do check out their stuff. And Otto in particular also hosts the Sabobcasts on the Sundays. So
tomorrow, 2 hours plus tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to talk about this too. So if you want to see more commentary, either tune in live on his stream or wait until he uploads the whole thing up on YouTube, whichever you prefer.
And
so
then you can hear
yelling it
what
on
Plushie
live.
actually thinks about this too.
Yeah, then if you want to hear Plushie's comments, then you can definitely hear them, besides the AI thing we had. So on that note, also shout out to my patrons on the screen right now, and Suit for being a big YouTube tier member supporter. And from me, that is a bye-bye, and any word from you guys as well?
Thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing our video.
Yeah, thanks for hitting the play button.
5 hours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the ads.
All right, until Assassins next week. See ya.